and gave a terrorist organization, the Taliban. When he abandoned Afghanistan without a plan to get our Americans out who were stranded behind enemy lines, number one, he should have never left until he first got out every American. Anybody with common sense knows that. Our allies around the world are livid because he didn't just leave Americans stranded behind enemy lines. He left friends from other countries behind enemy lines too, without telling our allies. Then when you look at some of the other proposals that he has, shouldn't he be transparent? Again, President Biden promised he would be transparent, yet when he's been asked, can you give us an accounting of all of the military assets that you left behind to have the Taliban take over? We've heard reports that there are pallets of cash.
That's what the CR said.
And so, no, the NDAA actually says that. So that language is in the NDAA. But ultimately, President Biden should come clean on his own. He should be telling the press, he should be telling the American people.
So you've been listening in to this press conference right now with House GOP members speaking out. We've also been keeping up some live looks of a search underway for Brian Laundrie, but we do want to alert you to some breaking news that we just got in from the FBI out of Denver. I want to read to you this statement right now. The FBI's commitment to justice is at the forefront of every investigation. They did confirm that this body, in fact, found this weekend is Gabby Petito. They're still asking for any information concerning Brian Laundrie's role in this matter or his current whereabouts, and they should contact the FBI. Just to give you a little more background on this, a coroner performed an autopsy today to confirm if the remains found in Wyoming do in fact belong to Gabby. We are confirming that. The FBI already strongly believed that that was the case, but the FBI coming out today saying Teton County Coroner Dr. Brent Blue confirmed the remains are those of Gabrielle Venora Petito. She was born March 19th, 1999. So their initial determination for the manner of death is homicide. That is a huge development in this case. They say the cause of death remains pending final autopsy results. But there you have it, the manner of death, homicide. We'll be trying to get more details for you with experts on this specific development in the case, but we've been awaiting the autopsy results for several days now, as those human remains were found just this past weekend. That's the latest that we have. Again, Gabby Petito, the fiance of Gabby Petito, Brian Laundrie, the search still underway for him, as we do have a live look right here outside of the reserve right now, Carlton Reserve, that 25,000-acre park. So this is just one piece of the puzzle being confirmed at this time, the autopsy results. This is one of the biggest developments that we've had all day today. We were waiting to hear from the Brian Laundrie family for a while, with the attorney coming out, was supposed to hold a press conference. They are not going to be holding a press conference. We do have a statement from the family attorney of Brian Laundrie. We'll take a look at that really quickly here. This from the office of Richard Stafford, who is the family attorney for Gabby Petito. They say, I want to personally thank the press and news media for giving the Petito and Schmidt family time to grieve. They say they'll be making a statement when Gabby is home. They say they'll contact with a time and location. So when Gabby Petito's body arrives home, they say that they will be speaking out. So this is just the latest here. The body found in Wyoming is Gabby Petito. We're going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up soon, we'll be having a live report out of New York, where we're going to hear from our reporters out there who've been following this story about the search underway, as well as those two lawyers who are located in New York, what the latest is with them as well. We'll see you back here in just 2 minutes. Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We want to bring to you some of this breaking news. If you just missed it right before the break there, we'll take you out to this tweet from FBI Denver. As they say, the Teton County coroner, Dr. Brent Blue, has confirmed that the remains are those of Gabrielle Venora Petito, born March 19th, 1999. The coroner Blue's initial determination for the manner of death, homicide. The cause of death remains pending. Those final autopsy results, we know that that can take a little bit longer than the initial autopsy right there. But we just got this tweet in again with FBI Denver. If you've been following this case at all, going to give you a little bit of background on it. The search for Brian right now, Brian Laundrie, the fiance of Gabby, is still underway at the Carlton Reserve right now. There was originally a press conference for this afternoon out of New York, but it has since been canceled after they spoke with the FBI. As you can see, the FBI making some major developments in this case. Deputies, though, in the Florida Panhandle were checking into a Facebook post that showed a person of similar description on a rural trail cam in the community of Baker. We'll show you some of those photos here later in the stream. But as we just said, a coroner performing an autopsy today to confirm if the remains found in Wyoming do in fact belong to Gabby Petito. They said that they strongly believed that was the case, as it did match the 22-year-old's description. And we are confirming right now from the Teton County Coroner's Office that, yes, it is in fact Gabby Petito. The investigators believe that Laundrie, Gabby's fiance, is the last person to see her alive. So he's still a person of interest at this time, not yet a suspect at this point, and the search still underway at this point. So we're going to be keeping our eyes on this story, as we'll be speaking with some of our reporters out in New York who have been following this as well. Until then, we're going to hit on some of these other stories from throughout the country here. We'll keep up some of our live looks of the search in this Petito case. You can see the search right here. This was from earlier this morning, again in the Carlton Reserve, that 25,000 acre park in Sarasota County. As efforts to track Brian Laundrie down have truly intensified coming out this morning. Northport Police still a major part of the investigation, but the FBI really taking over on this homicide case, as we just heard from FBI Denver that the manner of the death is homicide. But they are waiting to see the cause of death. That's pending those final autopsy results. So just wanted to bring you some of this breaking news once again on the Gabby Petito case. We'll be tracking this through the next few hours here. Until then, we'll hit on some of the other top stories, including those at the Capitol, as Capitol Hill has been busy. Lawmakers back at it. And even Vice President Kamala Harris meeting with UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Take a look at this. So it does look like we're having a few tech issues on that end, not hearing any audio on these remarks right here. So we're going to move right along. We'll go back out to some of the remarks from Mitch McConnell, Senator Mitch McConnell. And like we said, we'll be going out to New York just momentarily.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. The drama surrounding the continuing resolution continues. I just heard that the Speaker is apparently unable to add Iron Dome replenishment money to the CR, and so they're in a bit of a tangle over that. So this would be a good opportunity for me to make clear one more time that we're prepared to support a continuing resolution with assistance for Louisiana, with additional funds to replenish Iron Dome, What we're not prepared to do is to relieve the Democratic President, Democratic House, Democratic Senate from their governing obligation to address the debt ceiling. They have the opportunity to do it. I want to repeat once again, America must never default. We never have, and we never will. But whose obligation it is to do that changes from time to time, depending upon the government the American people have elected. And right now, we have Democratic President, Democratic House, Democratic Senate. The previous debt ceiling was negotiated on a bipartisan basis in conjunction with a caps deal. This one is not being negotiated on a bipartisan basis because obviously we're not involved in any bipartisan discussion regarding the reckless taxing and spending legislation that they are having apparently some challenges in putting together because of its comprehensive reach and because of its devastating impact on the American economy. So the debt ceiling will be raised, as it always should be, but it will be raised by the Democrats.
Senator Schumer has indicated that they're going to be bringing another federal election takeover bill to the floor here in the near future. And we've seen that picture before. A lot of the ideas that have been discussed are still included in this latest version of the bill. The original version of this did away with photo ID, something that's really important in a lot of states. And they clearly, as the leader has pointed out, are having an argument now between the left and the far left about how to do the election takeover. But the one thing they all have in common, and that is a federal grab of state election laws. And I will tell you, Republicans will not allow the Democrats here in the Congress and the federal government to tell people in South Dakota how to run their elections. That has historically been something going back to the founding, that the states have administered elections in this country.
Okay, so you've been listening in right there to some of the remarks from Senator Mitch McConnell as well as other GOP senators, but we really do want to stay on this main story right now coming out from the FBI in Denver, as they are saying that officially the human remains that were found this weekend have been confirmed. They are of Gabby Petito. This is the latest that we are getting. They tweeted out just saying they appreciate the collaboration of all the agencies and personnel who assisted in the search, recovery, and identification efforts. This constantly is changing every single moment here, and it's really taking us to a bunch of different locations. That happening out in Wyoming right now at the Teton County Coroner's Office. There's also search parties underway out in Florida, as Northport police have really been on it. And then also in New York, we're bringing in the two family lawyers that are both located out there. That's where we're going to find right now Jody Goldberg with Fox 5 in New York. Jody, this story keeps on developing right now. What are you hearing down on the ground in New York about it?
Not only is it developing, it's developing really quickly. I got up here, I was ready to talk about one thing, and just in a snap, the coroner's report came out. As you mentioned, they're ruling the death of Gabby Petito as a homicide, pending the final autopsy results to learn a little bit more about what happened here. But here in New York, that's where both attorneys are. In Northport, Florida, an investigation was underway. Brian Laundrie, Gabby's fiance, still missing, as there are many unanswered questions. A ground and aerial search got underway Tuesday morning as police and federal agents picked up where they left off in the manhunt for Brian Laundrie. With the K-9 team in tow, they're sifting through another part of the 25,000-acre Carlton Reserve. It's just over 20 miles from Laundrie's home in Northport, Florida.
Terrain's very difficult. Essentially, 75% of it's underwater. and other areas that are dry we're trying to clear.
Laundrie, who's been named a person of interest in Gabby Petito's disappearance, was reported missing to police this past Friday and allegedly went to the nature reserve to go hiking. On Monday, the Laundrie family home was officially deemed a crime scene as the FBI spent much of the day gathering boxes of evidence, including Laundrie's external hard drive. Northport police also had his Mustang towed. Laundrie and Petito first set out on their cross-country road trip from Blue Point, Long Island back in July, documenting their travels on social media.
We've just been fighting this morning.
As we reported, the couple was stopped by police in Utah on August 12th, and we're learning more about the state of their relationship. A worried bystander called 911 after he claimed Laundrie was seen hitting Petito before she vanished. Court documents released Monday show Gabby's mother noticed more and more tension between her daughter and Laundrie. Her mom also questioned the last text message sent from her daughter's phone referencing Gabby's grandfather, Stan, a name her mom says she never called him. An autopsy to determine the exact cause of death is scheduled for today. In the meantime, strangers and friends have been bringing flowers and candles to a field just outside City Hall in Northport to honor the 22-year-old. In Blue Point on Long Island, teal ribbons are being placed throughout the community as a show of support for the family.
We just feel like she lived here and this is her community.
And now, once again, for those of you just watching now, Gabby Petito's death, as per the Grand Teton coroner, ruled a homicide. Those remains found over the weekend were hers. Shocking news, especially as so many people have been following this investigation all along. Just very surprising.
Yeah, Jody, also pretty quick results, as we know the autopsy was being performed just today by the Teton County Coroner's Office. I have a few other questions for you pertaining to what's going on in New York right now. We know that there was a search warrant executed at the house of the sister of Brian Laundrie. Is that correct?
Yes, a search warrant was executed at his sister's house as well as his parents' house in Northport, Florida. As I mentioned earlier, police spent much of the day yesterday going in and out, bringing out boxes of evidence. Among the evidence, Brian's external hard drive. They also towed his Mustang. So those are just some of the things. But here on Long Island, I wanted to just point out, on Long Island here in New York, blue teal ribbons are on the trees and poles in memory of Gabby, but also the two attorneys representing both families in the case. We have Brian Laundrie's family attorney and then also Gabby Petito's family attorney. Both of them did not offer any comment today specific to the case, and it's unclear of when they'll make a statement moving forward. Brian Laundrie's attorney was going to hold a press conference today at 1 o'clock in Hauppauge, that's on Long Island, but late last night he called that off after he said he spoke with the FBI. Very interesting. No other details provided.
And no indication of when we possibly could be hearing from the family or the attorney?
No indication. The family, Gabby Petito's family, has been asking for us to respect their privacy, and so that's what we've been doing. They kind of left it as, we'll let you know when we're ready to talk, and that's what we're doing, giving them some time to grieve, as this is just such an awful story.
All right, Fox 5's Jody Goldberg reporting live for us in New York City as right now. We appreciate you, and as this story changes, I'm sure you'll come back on the show, that's for sure.
For sure. Thank you.
And here is the tweet that really kind of broke this open for us. Teton County Coroner Dr. Brent Blue confirming that the remains discovered in the Bridger Teton National Forest are that of Gabby Petito, and that his, quote, initial determination of her manner of death is homicide. You can see it right there, along with the date of birth for Gabby Petito, March 19th of 1999, only 22 years old. Blue initially determined that the manner of death is homicide, but Petito's cause of death remains pending until those final autopsy results come out. And you know, if it does come out, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to go out to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, more coverage here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are following the Gabby Petito case as we have so much breaking news that continues to just come in here on Live Now. We want to keep updating everyone for who maybe are just tuning in at this point in time. You can see from FBI Denver that the Teton County coroner, Dr. Brent Blue, has confirmed that the remains that they found over the weekend are of Gabby Petito. They give her date of birth, March 19th. They're talking about the initial determination for the manner of death, saying that it's homicide, which is a critical point right here. We're also seeing a statement from the FBI in the blue right there. I'm just going to read that off for everyone. It says, the FBI's commitment to justice is at the forefront of each and every investigation. Going on to say the FBI and our partners remain dedicated to ensuring anyone responsible for or complicit in Mrs. Petito's death is held accountable for their actions. Mr. Brian Laundrie has been named a person of interest. Anyone with information concerning Mr. Laundrie's role in this matter or his current whereabouts should contact the FBI. So they are still saying that this investigation is underway at this point in time. I want to pop up for you a look of the Carlton Reserve, which you can see crews have been there all day today. You just heard from Jody Goldberg out in New York, even talking about the extreme terrain that these search crews are having to go through. It has been a point of interest here, and this all sparking off of what was a Facebook post. So to give you a little more background on all of this, I'm going to go into some of the coverage from our Fox 13 crew. Evidence has led everyone to the Carlton Reserve because of a Facebook post of what they believe was Brian Laundrie walking through the reserve. This was the last location in which investigators had been pointed to for the whereabouts of Brian Laundrie. To take a step even further back, a Tampa-based family was actually traveling across the country when they came across what appeared to be Gabby Petito's camper van back in August. Their GoPro captured it all on video, all by accident. That's what led them to kind of dive a little deeper into the Grand Teton National Park area in which they found those remains of Gabby Petito. On August 27th, the Bethune family was trying to find a spot to camp for the night when they found themselves in the Spread Creek camping area near Grand Teton National Park, where the remains were found on Sunday that matched Gabby's description. Jen Bethune, who was the mother of this family, said that the van they passed by appeared to be the converted camper van that Gabby and Brian Laundrie, her fiance and the person of interest in the case, were using to travel. But it wasn't until this past Saturday when she connected the dots. The blog by the Bethune family about their adventure on their Red, White, and Bethune website ended up being the key puzzle piece for investigators to figure out where Gabby Petito, in fact, was. This right here, though, is out in Florida right now, where they are searching for Brian Laundrie, which is about 25 miles outside of their Northport home in Florida. This right here is in Sarasota County in the Carlton Reserve. It's a 25,000-acre park, which you can just imagine how difficult it is to find one person in such an expansive area. But connecting those pieces between the family, this Bethune family, and then also where Gabby Petito might be was just critical for the FBI in this case. So our very own Regina Urita actually spoke with forensic scientists to talk about what this autopsy means. This was obviously before the autopsy was revealed. This was earlier this morning, but it gives some critical insight into what they were expecting, what an autopsy reveals about a case, and so much more. So we'll listen into what they had to say. We'll also keep up a live look of this search area in Florida.
Well, everybody, we are following every development when it comes to the case of Gabby Petito. And today we know that an autopsy for the body believed to be hers is happening in Wyoming. So we did want to bring on our own expert to kind of break down this process for us. So I'd like to bring into the conversation Mr. Joseph Scott Morgan. He's a distinguished scholar of applied forensics at Jacksonville State University in Alabama, and he is here with us on Live Now from Fox right now. Mr. Morgan, good morning to you. How are you doing? Thanks so much for being with us.
I'm doing very well. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. I wish we were speaking under better circumstances. So, Mr. Morgan, my first question to you is, so we heard from the FBI on Sunday. They found that body that they believe to be that of Gabby Petito's, but the autopsy is happening today. It's Tuesday, a couple of days later. So why is that?
Yeah, I think that it's very important to remember how isolated this area is, Regina. This is not the type of case that these people are normally used to having. And so what they spent yesterday doing is gathering together every resource that would be available to them. And I'll just run down the list of players first off that'll be at the autopsy. Obviously, you're going to have a forensic pathologist. I imagine probably the top person that they have in Wyoming. More than likely, because of the time that this body has been down, you're going to have a forensic anthropologist. That's the individual that examines bones. They will be present. In addition to that, more than likely, because ID is still an issue, you might have a forensic dentist or odontologist. And what's really good, if there can be any good part to this for the coroner's office there and the police, is that the FBI is already on the ground. So their evidence response team will be there, and they will physically be in the morgue, I would imagine, gathering all of the trace evidence. That's anything that's coming off the body, assuming that she was clad, and that's my assumption, in in a top and bottoms and all that sort of thing. They'll also be doing what are referred to as nail scrapings and nail trimmings. And this gives us an indication if there was any kind of fight that preceded her death, and they'll be looking for DNA and those sorts of things beneath the nails. And of course, the pathologist will look for insults or injuries to the backs of her hands. And a lot of this is going to be compromised to a certain degree because of the decomposition. And I'm sorry to say that, but that's just the reality. So these are my three keys that they're going to be looking for. They're going to look for hemorrhage in the neck, okay, in the strap muscles that are right here, and of course the cartilage in the neck. How many times have we heard about that relative to Jeffrey Epstein, to see if she's been choked? And also the hyoid bone that folks at home will just kind of feel this area up here. It's the only non-articulated bone in the body, and generally most of the time when it gets fractured, it's as a result of a strangling. They're going to look for depressed skull fracture, any kind of fracture to the skull. And also, I would imagine probably sharp force injuries, anything to do with a knife. I don't know that either of these people were in possession of a firearm. So those are my three big areas that I would look at relative to trauma.
Now, Mr. Morgan, how closely can you narrow down the exact day and time of death when performing an autopsy?
Yeah, that's the big question, isn't it? And it's what people have asked for years and years. Anytime someone like me shows up at the scene, and I don't have any specific ability to divinate that. And this is the problem. It's only an approximation. I think that it's really key, Regina, the fact that we had that videography from the vlogger that captured those images. We know that van was sighted on the 27th. So what they're going to do is, if they use that as a starting point, they're going to compare that to weather conditions, relative humidity, heat, cold, rain, those sorts of things, and then the environment that surrounds the body. Compare that with the chronological time that we have and get an idea as to if that marries up scientifically with the rate of decomposition, you've heard about these studies that people do at places like the Body Farm up at UT and that sort of thing. That's where this stuff comes in, and that is critical because we try to measure the rate of decomposition. Unfortunately, like you see on television, in some kind of fantasy world, they try to give you very specific things. You can't do that. It's almost an empirical impossibility to put a specific number on it, but you can begin to whittle it down based upon some of the decompositional artifacts that we look for, Regina.
Yeah, and Mr. Morgan, obviously that van that you were talking about that Tampa family miraculously just happened to come upon in their GoPro video, it was close to that van where those remains were found. So I want to talk about when these FBI agents, when these coroners and medical examiners are at the scene, what forensics do they look for around where the remains are found for any possible clues?
I got to tell you, Regina, one of the big things that you're going to look for initially, and this is significant in this case, is how the body is cared for in its postmortem state. And what I mean is that if some kind of fatal trauma has occurred, the individual that is in control of that situation, how did they actually treat the remains? And I'm not getting all touchy-feely here. It's literally something that we assess. How did you treat these remains after death? Did you honor them in any way, just at a basic level, by digging a shallow grave, or covering the body with brush, or putting stones over the body, or cocooning them in a tarp, and those sorts of things? And absent that, if an individual just takes a fellow human being and drags them out onto the bare ground, which unfortunately I suspect is what has happened here, it tells us a lot about the perpetrator. Now, the other things that they're going to look for in addition to that are going to be obviously drag marks. They're going to look for signs of struggle. Sometimes, particularly this far down the road chronologically, that's kind of difficult to ascertain. They're going to want to see what kind of animal activity has been going on in this area. And if there was any attempt at all, maybe a half-hearted attempt to try to obscure the body. Remember, there was news coverage out there, and I've actually heard a reporter say that they thought that they saw the body from a drone view. And you remember that's when they deployed the crime scene tent that we use on a lot of these cases to cover the body.
So again, that was our very own Regina Gonzalez talking to a forensic scientist about this autopsy report. We do want to bring to you, though, the latest from FBI Denver, as they're saying the Teton County Coroner's Office has confirmed that the remains that were found this weekend are, in fact, Gabby Petito. We want to bring in Fox's Laura Engel into this. She's outside of the Teton County Coroner's Office. Laura, what are you learning from down on the ground there?
Hi there. Well, of course, as we just learned, this is a 100% confirmation. It is the news that the family feared but knew was possible. And here we have that official word coming from the FBI Denver office in a tweet, as we were told it was going to come. There's been reporters outside of this coroner's office all day long. We were not expecting any kind of a news conference, but that information did come to us from the FBI. I just spoke with the family attorney for the Petito and Schmidt family in New York, and he told me that the family had been informed. They do know that it is Gabby Petito's remains, but they could not really comment much more than that. And right now the focus is, of course, learning more about the final autopsy results when they will become available. It has been determined to be a homicide, but the manner of death will be important. The time of death, of course, important on this timeline of this crime.
Yeah, Laura, we've been waiting on these results. Did the timing surprise you? This actually came out a lot sooner than we all thought it was going to come out.
Yeah, we've been in contact with the county coroner since we've been here. We were here over the weekend. They were talking with us once there were the remains that were found, but then they kind of shut down. We were told that the autopsy, a normal autopsy, could take anywhere from 1 to 2 hours. But if there was a complicated case, it could take longer. This seems like it could be a complicated case. The area where her remains were found is this beautiful area along a stream outside of a campsite with rocks and trees, and there are now markers from where the investigators had gone and marked with orange spray paint. And there are a lot of marks. So we don't know what that means. We don't know what type of evidence was obtained at the scene, but we know that it appears, at least on first sight, that there was a lot of it. So, you know, we have this initial information, and there's more to come. The stepfather, Jim Schmidt, is still here in Wyoming. He wanted to be here in case he was needed. We did not see him. He was not here to make any type of identification. We don't know exactly how that happened, but now his goal and the goal of the family is what he said, to bring Gabby home.
Yeah, Laura, let's walk everyone through what led us to this point. How did they eventually narrow it down to the Grand Teton National Forest to search for Gabby Petito? How'd they get there?
Yeah, it's a really interesting story, and it's a one that involves citizen journalists and detectives, really, because once the call went out from the FBI asking for people, if you were in this area, they believed that they were here in this area. We know it was part of their planned journey. This was a dream destination for Gabby Petito. She spoke to her family often about coming to this beautiful part of the country, and we know that they were going from Utah through here and eventually, hopefully, up to Oregon by Halloween was the plan. So that they knew that they were right around here. But it was this YouTube blogger, this travel blogger, who had taken video back on August 27th in that time frame. And when the word came out, go back and look at your videos if you were in this area, she jumped out of bed. She told Fox News this, and she went to her videos and she was editing, and she goes, oh my gosh, there's the white van that we've been being told to be on the lookout for. So she slowed it down, turned that into the FBI, turned it into the family, and that gave the FBI not only a very specific area of the park, and we're talking over 300,000 acres of land here. It gave them a very specific campground to start, like ground zero, and move out from there. And it was not long after that, Sunday afternoon, that we learned that human remains had been found nearby.
It's just amazing to think the role that citizen journalism has played in kind of cracking this case, and no doubt it will moving forward with all these pictures and videos, just out and about evidence that likely will be used in the future. Laura, last question for you. When do we think that final autopsy report will be released?
You know, we were just looking through the FBI statement. There was the tweet, and then there was a longer statement. They didn't mention how long that could be. We know that it could take some time. I think that what they wanted to do was get those first two initial pieces of information to the family first and then to the public, that it is 100% Gabby Petito and it was a homicide. Now, for the rest of it, we know that that could take a lot longer. We're just not sure. I asked the family attorney, what is he hearing? He said he just couldn't say, he didn't know. And as soon as we know, of course, we'll bring it to you. All
right, Fox's Laura Ingle reporting live for us in Wyoming tonight. Thank you so much for breaking it all down.
Thank you.
And the story continues. The search continues for Brian Laundrie. Take a look at this. This is outside of the Carlton Reserve right now, a 25,000 acre reserve where they are searching for Brian Laundrie, the fiance of Gabby Petito. This big news coming out that the body found in Wyoming is in fact Gabby Petito, coming via this tweet that Laura kept referencing here, and we'll read off again for you just that statement. As we know, this is a major development here. They're saying the FBI's commitment to justice is at the forefront of each and every investigation, going on to say that the FBI and our partners remain dedicated to ensuring anyone responsible for or complicit in Ms. Petito's death is held accountable for their actions. Mr. Brian Laundrie has been named a person of interest. Anyone with information concerning Mr. Laundrie's role in this matter or his current whereabouts should contact the FBI. A really critical point in that, saying that he is still just a person of interest, not a suspect at this point in time. A lot more to get to on all of this. We'll take another quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. We have experts and live reports just filled for the rest of the hours here. We appreciate all of you joining us through the rest of the evening. We'll see you back here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Man, it's been a busy day already. We want to bring to you the latest breaking news that we have, that confirmed autopsy report from the Teton County Coroner's Office says that those human remains that were found over the weekend are in fact 22-year-old Gabby Petito. We are just getting in a statement from the family attorney of Brian Laundrie, which, remember, today there was supposed to be a press conference at 1 p.m. Eastern time from the attorney of Brian Laundrie. Well, that didn't happen. It was canceled. They say that they spoke with the FBI and decided to cancel it. But with this news of the autopsy being released, they did tweet out, or they did release a statement, and our Jody Goldberg of Fox 5 in New York tweeted out saying that they say, quote, "May Gabby rest in peace." That's the statement that the family attorney of Brian Laundrie released there. This is a major development, this confirmed autopsy report coming out. It does say the initial determination of manner of death is homicide. There's still a lot more to be released in a final autopsy report that should be released pretty soon here. Again, this is the Teton County coroner, Dr. Brent Blue, who has been the lead in this case right now. It was first tweeted out by the FBI in Denver here. And we're following all of the logistics behind this case. We'll be diving a little deeper into what's led us up to this point right now, but it's important to point out the fact that the work isn't over. There's still a search team that is out in the Carlton Reserve. And if it feels like we're repeating ourselves a little bit here, for those of you who are sticking with us, we are. We want to keep updating everyone on what is going on in this moment right now here on Live Now, because that's what we do best. This is the Carlton Reserve, the 25,000 acre park in Sarasota County in Florida. They have been through rain and storm and rough terrain trying to find the fiance of Gabby Petito, Brian Laundrie. And again, this bringing it back to this statement from the family as they just heard of these results from the autopsy saying, "May Gabby rest in peace." I'm going to bring in my fellow colleague, Andrew Kraft, to talk a little deeper about this story right now. Andrew, this is a major development when it comes to the autopsy and especially the cause of death, as that has not been fully confirmed yet, but they are saying that this is the initial determination of manner of death is homicide. Big news coming out right there.
Yeah, Daytona, huge news, and we've been anticipating this ever since Sunday. Remember, they still said that final autopsy report will be released, in the next several days. These things take, upwards of days to weeks at a time, but this is the initial report that they have confirmed, Teton County coroner in Wyoming, that is the remains are Gabby Petito, 22-year-old Gabby Petito, who's been missing for several weeks. I just want to let our viewers know that we've covered our bases here at Live Now from Fox. We have reached out to the FBI field office in Denver. They are not commenting at this time. We've also reached out as well to the Teton County, Wyoming coroner's office. The coroner there, his name, Dr. Brian Blue. We're waiting to hear back from them as well. We've also reached out to the Laundrie family attorney, an attorney based out of Long Island, New York. We're also waiting to hear back because, as you mentioned, Daytona, what was also highly anticipated today that did not end up happening was this press conference that attorney was going to hold today in New York on Long Island. The family attorney of the Laundries, we did not get that. They canceled that last night, and so it remains to be seen if we'll get any more statements from them. You were just referencing one of our Fox 5 New York reporters who just got in a statement as well, I believe, from that same attorney saying rest in peace to Gabby Petito. And so that's kind of the only kind of messaging that we're getting from the other side of this. Because remember, this story is not over. They are still searching for 23-year-old fiance of Gabby Petito, Brian Laundrie. And we've been showing you over the past several days now just these, numerous scenes, large scenes, especially in the state of Florida. Yesterday in Northport at his parents' home, also the sister of Brian Laundrie, and of course this park that we've been referencing as well, that they are just combing through, trying to, go after any lead that they can. What we are doing right now, we just want to tell you, is we're reaching out to not only law enforcement experts who can kind of walk us through what happens next, but also medical examiners from around the country who are very, very experienced in how does a coroner come to this conclusion? How do they reach this conclusion that the initial results indicate that this was a homicide? And so we're working our sources with that. We'll hope to bring you some expert analysis on that a little bit later. But news of the day right now, news of the hour rather, that they have identified 22-year-old Gabby Petito's remains that were found on Sunday.
Yeah, and Andrew, it's important to kind of take a step back, take a walk down memory lane, because some people are just catching wind of this story and hearing these new developments with the autopsy report and the search for Brian Laundrie. I think that's when people's interests were really piqued when we figured out that he was nowhere to be found. So let's take a walk back. I had up this graphic just to kind of show the timeline of this disappearance. So we're going to start back in July, the June-July area. The couple embarked on their cross-country trip. They first drove from Florida to New York and later to the West Coast and Western national parks. This was a really sweet time for these two, trying to get on the road and enjoy their young lives. They were traveling in Petito's converted camper van, which you can see that camper van on the top right corner there. It was a 2012 Ford Transit van with a Florida license plate. They documented their journey on YouTube and other social media platforms. That's why you're seeing so many images of these two on media sites, because they documented it all. Moving forward into July, the couple started to post some regular updates about their journey on their Instagram accounts. On July 10th, Petito shared a photo of her at the Great Sand Dunes National Park and Preserve in Southern California. And then moving forward to the 16th, she shared another set of pictures of her at Zion National Park in Southwest Utah. And then going even forward on that, they went to the Mystic Hot Springs in Utah on July 26th. She was seen, lounging there in a hot tub. And then moving into August here, the pair actually got into some type of altercation near Moab, Utah. A witness called police reporting a possible domestic violence situation between the two. This prompted a response by some of the police there. And this is really, really critical because we just got in that 911 call yesterday, which kind of flipped the script a little bit, saying that possibly there was an assault situation, that maybe Brian Laundrie was the one slapping Gabby Petito. That's where it got interesting, Andrew.
Yeah, and Daytona, just remember that video that we all have seen of the Moab, Utah police kind of responding to that, questioning both Gabby and Brian, that was from August the 12th. This has been a saga. This has been an ordeal. Now we're, it's September 21st, and so we're just getting more and more information in. But you're right. They had planned this really months-long cross-country tour of a lot of these national parks out west. They wanted to become, these influencers, these YouTube vloggers, documenting their journey along the way. But initial reports basically suggested that, Gabby Petito, you're seeing the video right there, police were questioning her as, the instigator of this, domestic kind of squabble that she and her fiance had. But then you referenced that other 911 call that totally flipped the script, as you mentioned, that said, they had seen Brian Laundrie kind of hitting or slapping Gabby. Also, he had, marks and scratches on his person as well. And so that's kind of when things really took a turn. And you also were mentioning, if it were not for some of these, Good Samaritans, innocent bystanders, passersby, what have you, who called this in to the authorities. They thought something was wrong. They thought something was not right and awry, and they wanted to document it. And so they, called their nearest 911 field office. But there we're watching what is a very, very long just body camera and surveillance video of their interaction with the Moab police in Utah. And then fast forward till this Sunday, where her remains were found in the Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming. And so quite a stunning range of developments since then and since Sunday, and leading us up until now. And so for our viewers who are just joining us here, it's a little after the 3 o'clock hour on this Tuesday, a little after 6 p.m. on the East Coast. We just got in about an hour ago that the coroner in Teton County in Wyoming has positively identified those remains that were found on Sunday as 22-year-old Gabby Petito. Now, you remember the initial kind of descriptions on Sunday. They had basically described it as, remains matching the description of, and now we finally got a confirmation. Of course, Daytona, we're waiting for the final autopsy results, and hopefully that will go into a little bit, how they made this determination, what led them to making the determination that it was, in fact, a homicide. And so hopefully we'll get more details on what that decision-making process is like.
Yeah, Andrew, I want to go back into this timeline here, because August 24th is where the investigation gets a little bit dicey for police. This is when Petito's regular contact with her family stopped. The last confirmed sighting of Petito was when she checked out of the Fairfield Inn and Suites on August 24th in Salt Lake City. That's according to reports. Her mom said that she last saw her daughter over FaceTime around the same time that Petito and Laundrie were believed to have left Utah for Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming. That's why Grand Teton was such an essential part of this investigation. Moving forward to the very next day, Nicole Schmidt, Petito's mother, spoke to her daughter for the last time on the phone. This was the last time that Nicole spoke with Gabby. Gabby said that they had stopped in Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming before a planned trip to Yellowstone. That's what that text said. It said, I don't know, the mother said, I don't know if she left Grand Teton or not. That was in an interview with Fox News. She said, I did receive a text from her on the 27th and the 30th, but I don't know if it was technically her or not, because it was just a text. I didn't verbally speak to her. So there's a little questioning on whether some texts that happened with the mother were actually from Gabby or not. Gabby's final Instagram post, which was published on August 25th, it showed several photos of her standing in front of a mural there. September 1st is when Brian Laundrie actually returned home, and he came home alone to Northport, Florida, with the van. A lot of the focus has been on the family home over the past couple of days and the last week, because he was reportedly inside of the home for a little bit there, and then we finally realized that he was not there. Fast forward to September 10th, Gabby Petito's father was involved in a public service incident at the Laundrie home. That's according to heavily redacted police reports. This is all via our Fox reporting. Nearly everything but the time and address was redacted due to the open investigation, but the documents linked Joseph Petito, the father of Gabby, to a police response at the home where his daughter lived with Laundrie and his parents on September 10th that evening. The next day, Petito, her family, reported that the 22-year-old Gabby was missing. They reported this to the county police department in New York. That was around 6:55. The Northport, Florida Police Department had since become the lead agency in the case. Laundrie declined to speak with any investigators at the time, who were instead provided with information for the family's attorney. So it was almost immediate, Andrew, that a family attorney was brought into this case. The couple's converted camper van was recovered by the Northport police. Again, that camper van in the top right-hand corner, that was taken in as evidence almost immediately. Going to the next day after that, September 13th, Nicole Schmidt, Gabby's mom, and the stepfather, they held a very tearful press conference begging for the public's help in finding Gabby Petito. We aired that here on LiveNOW, and they were just asking for any type of help in getting responses for the whereabouts of their daughter. On the 14th, The family, the Brian Laundrie family, shared a statement through their attorney. Up until this point, we've only heard from the Laundrie family through their attorney. We've only seen the mother of Brian Laundrie walking out just a few times, and we've only captured those images because media has been there nonstop up until this point. But here's the statement that was shared on September 14th. It said, "This is understandably an extremely difficult time for both the Petito family and the Laundrie family. It's our understanding that a search has been organized for Ms. Petito in or near Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming. On behalf of the Laundrie family, it's our hope that the search for Ms. Petito is successful and that Ms. Petito is reunited with her family. On the advice of counsel, the Laundrie family is remaining in the background at this juncture and will have no further comment." The FBI also processed that converter van and used it, like we said before, in the investigation.
Yeah, Daytona, and of course, you mentioned that the family wants to kind of remain out of the scenes, and that's, we saw, was indicative yesterday when they canceled that press conference that they had scheduled in Long Island with their attorney. They said they had canceled that, well, the attorney said rather, after speaking with the FBI. And so it remains to be seen on if we'll hear from the attorney of the Laundrie family, at all. We've been hearing from him in kind of these piecemeal, intermittent, short statements, expressing condolences now in light of this news today. But you can just see, for our viewers, how expansive this journey and really crime scene is. It's basically cross-country. It goes from out west to Florida and also where both of them are from in New York. And so investigators have so much to go through. Of course, Brian Laundrie, as we just want to note, is a person of interest. That is the terminology that they are using to describe him at the moment. But of course, just a couple of days ago when the Laundrie family attorney described him as missing, that really sent shockwaves in this case. People's, suspicions no doubt went up, and we don't want to do any editorializing about where Brian Laundrie could be. We'll be just giving you the latest updates as we get them, and hopefully we do have some answers very, very soon. But now that Gabby Petito has been positively identified, the next step in all this is, where is Brian Laundrie? That is the question that is on the minds of so many Americans. This case has really generated and garnered so much national attention. And right now, that is what so many people are wondering. Where is Brian Laundrie? It belies and begs the question, do his parents, do they even know where he is? Are they just as concerned about his well-being? And so we've been seeing these massive search parties of Brian Laundrie. Where could he be? And we've been seeing just investigators combing through thousands of acres, especially in Florida.
Yeah, Andrew, you're taking a look at some of those search efforts, aerials over the Carlton Reserve, which we've kind of kept reiterating is not an easy place to be searching right now. There's been aerial searches, there's been ground searches. They have been taking buggies around, just trying to get through these hilly, rocky, foresty areas in search of Brian Laundrie here. I think it's good, though, to reiterate what our top news is that we just brought to you not too long ago here on LiveNOW. The FBI Denver statement on the Petito case here, the autopsy results coming out that have confirmed that the body found in Wyoming was Gabby Petito. Let's just take a walk through on the timeline of this, just to clarify for everyone, to give a little context. On Sunday, just this past Sunday, human remains were located and recovered consistent with the description of Gabby Petito. The remains were transported to the Teton County Coroner's Office for forensic examination to confirm that the identity is in fact Gabby Petito and determine the manner and cause of death. Those were the two things that they were really looking for out of this report, Andrew. And then the Teton County Coroner, Dr. Brent Blue, just coming out in the past couple of hours here, confirming that the remains are those of Gabby Petito, stating her date of birth, which brings also a little bit of, I guess, personal connection to this, her being only 22 years old, born in 1999. The Coroner Blue's initial determination for the manner of death. This is big. This is what we were waiting for from this autopsy report. being deemed homicide, but the cause of death is pending. Of course, that final autopsy result, Laura Engel just reporting live to us out in Teton County. She says the timeline of when those autopsy results coming out is really unknown at this time. It's hard to kind of speculate on that. The FBI, of course, seeking any information from anyone who utilized this Spread Creek dispersed camping area between the dates of August 27th and 30th. They say, please contact the FBI. Because that's how, Andrew, to kind of walk it back, that's how they end up finding those human remains that were later confirmed to be Gabby Petito.
Yeah, and here at LiveNOW, we've reached out to the Teton County coroner, Dr. Brent Blue, just to see if he'll make any statements to the press, just to see if he would be willing to be interviewed in light of all of this. And we are just really wondering, how a coroner comes to the determination like this. And so we'll hopefully have expert analysis on that a little later tonight. But I also just wanted to reiterate that, you saw the FBI statement from the Denver field office, and you have to just wonder, for the Petito family, the tragic end to all this. You noted Daytona, just 22 years old, but you have to wonder if there is, some sort of closure now that they do know, definitely that this is their daughter.
Yeah, that's right, Andrew. It is a tragic case that's going undisputed, and one that we're going to keep following here. We're going to play out for you an interview, though. We noted that there was evidence found in GoPro footage from a travel blogger family that helped assist FBI in finding Gabby Petito's body. We're going to play out the raw interview for you with the family and our team, Fox 13 in Tampa, as they've been on this case. So we'll listen in.
Jen, I know who you are, but tell me your first and last name again. Oops, can you hear me?
It's Jen Bethune.
So go ahead and talk to me about.
Yep. Hang on. Can you hear me? There we go. I just got off the Wi-Fi because I didn't think it was working too well. Okay.
Okay. And then I just lost your picture. That's the only thing.
Oh no. I am so. Hang on.
No, don't worry.
Start video. Start video.
There you go.
Can you see me now? Okay.
Yeah. So go ahead and tell me. I mean, I know it's been a long couple of days, but talk about this trip that you've been on and how you just came across this footage of Gabby and Brian's van.
Yeah, I mean, we live full time in our bus, so we travel the country full time, and we had just ended up needing a place to camp for the night and happened upon the Spread Creek camping area. And when we pulled in, we've got double GoPros, so we have one that faces front and one that faces my husband while he's driving. And as we're going in, he talked a little bit and totally forgot to shut the GoPros off, and the GoPros just keep rolling. And we passed by their van, or a white van, and the white van had Florida plates, and we were excited because, like, we're Florida, hometown Tampa Bay, and so we wanted to stop and talk to them. But the van was dark, it was all closed up, it really didn't look like anyone was there or somebody was sleeping, and so we just kept on going. It was very, very busy in there, so we just turned around, came back, and then went up to the front gravel lot to park because we couldn't find anywhere else.
So how do you I know that you're a vlogger as well, so you're going through all your footage. When is it that you really learned about the search for Gabby? I'm sure last week when all of us did, but when was it kind of that aha moment?
Yeah, I mean, we had heard about it, but the timeline just didn't add up, the original timeline, to when we were in the Tetons for one night. And so sorry. I got a call. I'm going to put my phone on Do Not Disturb, so that way people don't call me.
That's all right.
All right.
Okay, and then you're just unmute. Sorry.
It's been a lot. I am so
No,
sorry.
you're okay. Do not apologize whatsoever. So I guess just go ahead. You said like the timeline didn't add up. Keep going from there if you don't mind.
Yeah, the timeline just did not add up. And so we didn't think twice about it. And then Saturday evening, I was editing our Sunday video that was coming out the next day, and I just needed to take a break. So I went and got my phone, and as soon as I got my phone, I got a notification that says I was tagged in a story. And the story was saying that if you were in the Tetons on August 27th, to please look through anything that you have, think back to that. And she was like, Jen, I think you were there. And we were. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm editing the August 27th footage right now. And I ran to the computer, pulled out my footage, scrolled through it, and lo and behold, Gabby's van was recorded in there by a complete accident.
How did you even feel at that moment when you saw that van, knowing that you have possibly, well, now we know the piece of evidence that was really needed?
I was just in that moment, like relief just washed over me, because I could give this to their parents, to Gabby's parents, and say, hey, here's the van, go do whatever you need to do. Like, I was just so happy that we caught that on camera and were able to give that to them.
You very much, I mean, Gabby, I'm not sure if she ever saw your stuff, but she was trying to follow a lifestyle that you and your family are living. This case is not ending the way that any of us wanted it to, but just knowing that you're able to give the family at least closure and possibly some information for whatever is going to develop over the next couple of days. I mean, it almost feels like you were meant to be there at that point in time. Your camera was meant to be rolling.
There was so many things that were just coincidence that lined up for it to be kismet, I guess. And we were just at the right place at the right time. And so thankful that we were able to capture that.
That area, I'm down here in Sarasota right now from Tampa. How would you even describe that area to people that aren't from that area, that don't know those national parks, have only lived in Florida or different towns their whole entire life?
It is a very desolate area. Cell phone service was not good. We barely got any signal while we were there personally. And it's very dense. Like, there's a lot of bushes, there's a lot of trees. All of the off-grid, like, camping sites are tucked away behind different trees and bushes and stuff. So you're very separated from everybody else and kind of secluded, even though like it was very packed.
So with the footage, did you call the FBI right away? Or I'm not sure how much you can actually go into some of the stuff with the investigation, but what did you do immediately when you saw that and kind of heard about this?
We found the footage at like about 12:05 in the morning, and coincidentally it was Ethan's birthday when we found the footage. And we called the FBI at 12:08. I had to look up their number, called them. I was shaking. Like, I was like, listen, I have found the van. You have to do something. Like, I need to talk to somebody. Like, I knew it was her van. And they were like, well, we're going to direct you over to our website where all the tips go. And you just upload your video there. And if they need any more information, they'll call you. I haven't received anything. We've been kind of inundated with phone calls and all the things. But I keep checking back, and I'm definitely available, and will cooperate fully with them.
Okay, and then I know you have others to go to, but just talk about Ethan a little bit. Tell me about this journey that you are on, especially for your son and your family.
Yeah, we lost Ethan back in September of 2011 in a car accident. We were on our way to Disney for his 7th birthday, and he would have turned 17 yesterday, and I fully believe that Ethan had a hand in bringing Gabby home, for sure.
I think you're right, and I just got goosebumps, so that means that you're right. Is there anything else that you'd like to say?
No, I just want to say that Gabby's family is so amazing. I've talked to her mom and her dad, such wonderful, kind-hearted, beautiful people that I am blessed to know. They're hurting right now, and I think we still need to be focused on finding Brian and anybody that still has clues or was in that area around that time, or if they've seen him in Florida. No clue is too small. If you think you have video footage, send it in. Like, we've got to get the rest of the answers for this family.
You're amazing. And then obviously, is it okay if I show some of that footage? Do I have your permission to do that? Okay.
So a pretty amazing interview with the woman who kind of cracked this case open with the location of Gabby Petito, as we've been showing you throughout the evening here. We do have a confirmation from the coroner's office out in Teton County saying that the human remains are definitely those of Gabby Petito, as we found those just this past weekend on Sunday. They are definitely consistent and match the description of Gabby Petito that was said on Sunday. And then today, the new news is that it has been confirmed and that the manner of death is homicide. The cause of death remains pending that final autopsy result right there. We're going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, as we've been giving you full coverage on this Gabby Petito case. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, as we are all Gabby Petito all night. We will be on this from beginning to end. We've been showing you the timelines. We've shown you the evidence that FBI has gathered throughout this entire case here. And the most recent information is this from the FBI Denver's account here. They say that on Sunday, September 19th, human remains were located and recovered that are consistent with the description of Gabby Petito. The remains were transported to the Teton County Coroner's Office for forensic examination to confirm the identity and determine the manner and cause of death. Well, just coming out today in the past hour or so, Teton County Coroner Dr. Brent Blue confirming that the remains are those of Gabby Petito, stating her date of birth and talking about the manner of death, saying it is homicide. The cause of death remains pending those final autopsy results. The FBI is seeking information from anyone who utilized the Spread Creek dispersed camping area between the dates of August 27th and 30th, who may have come in contact with Ms. Petito or Mr. Laundrie, or who may have seen their vehicle, that van that is capturing the nation's attention right now. And the search is underway for Brian Laundrie. We have the very latest from Fox 5's Jody Goldberg.
Take this Woodfield.
A ground and aerial search got underway Tuesday morning as police and federal agents picked up where they left off in the manhunt for Brian Laundrie. With the K-9 team in tow, they're sifting through another part of the 25,000-acre Carlton Reserve. It's just over 20 miles from Laundrie's home in Northport, Florida.
Terrain's very difficult. Essentially, 75% of it's underwater. And other areas that are dry, we're trying to clear.
Laundrie, who's been named a person of interest in Gabby Petito's disappearance, was reported missing to police this past Friday and allegedly went to the nature reserve to go hiking. On Monday, the Laundrie family home was officially deemed a crime scene as the FBI spent much of the day gathering boxes of evidence, including Laundrie's external hard drive. Northport police also had his Mustang towed. Laundrie and Petito first set out on their cross-country road trip from Blue Point, Long Island back in July, documenting their travels on social media. As we reported, the couple was stopped by police in Utah on August 12th, and we're learning more about the state of their relationship. A worried bystander called 911 after he claimed Laundrie was seen hitting Petito before she vanished. Court documents released Monday show Gabby's mother noticed more and more tension between her daughter and Laundrie. Her mom also questioned the last text message sent from her daughter's phone referencing Gabby's grandfather, Stan, a name her mom says she never called him. An autopsy to determine the exact cause of death is scheduled for today. In the meantime, strangers and friends have been bringing flowers and candles to a field just outside City Hall in Northport to honor the 22-year-old. In Blue Point on Long Island, teal ribbons are being placed throughout the community as a show of support for the family.
We just feel like she lived here and this is her community.
And we do want to go out to some coverage of our team Fox 13 in Tampa as they have been following this from the very beginning. Take a listen.
Laundrie house in Northport. Josh, this is a big development. We now know she was a victim of homicide, so it does change things a bit, if at least confirm from what a lot of people suspected. Now, any movement there at the house today?
You know, Mark, we're out here waiting to see if there's going to be any movement outside the Laundrie house, if FBI agents will come here or other law enforcement. As of right now, I can tell you it is still pretty quiet. There are police vehicles out here keeping the peace, so to speak, but no major movement towards the Laundrie home. Let's go over a little more about what we just learned not too long ago from the FBI field office in Denver. We can now confirm with certainty that those were the remains of Gabby Petito found on Sunday in the national park in Wyoming. We also know now the manner of death, that is homicide. Now, what homicide means is the killing of one person by another. The coroner isn't saying yet the manner of death. That will come out when the final autopsy results are released, but it does give us a little more information about what her final days were like. We know that she was killed. By whom and how remain the big questions. Of course, this is going to put a lot of heat, a lot more heat, I should say, on Brian Laundrie as well. He has been considered a person of interest in this case. We haven't heard him called a suspect just yet, but don't be surprised if that happens soon. Now, again, out here at the Laundrie house, not much movement today, but certainly as we go forward, that could start to change. I would expect also to start seeing statements from Gabby's family as well as Brian's family in the coming days. And, you know, we should say it again. We say it over and over again, but we should point out again, if you have any information on this case, or especially where Brian is, if you know where Brian is, give law enforcement a call right away. He, again, is listed as a person of interest, but with this latest news that Gabby was killed, that could change quite soon. Mark, back to you.
For sure, and a lot of people hope that does. Josh Castillo live outside the Laundrie home in Northport. Josh, thanks.
Well, also tonight, the search for Gabby Petito's fiance, Brian Laundrie, it continues in the Sarasota County Nature Preserve, as Josh just said. Fox's Charles Watson is following this part of the investigation.
Authorities combed through a gator-infested nature preserve in Florida today where Brian Laundrie's parents say he went to hike last week. Investigators looked through the Carlton Reserve over the weekend with no success. The search was paused yesterday as FBI agents raided the Laundrie's home.
It may be that they have to really round this out and make sure that he's not in there. That's not the kind of place where you can live for an extended period of time.
Northport police say the area's terrain is unforgiving with waist-deep water and flooded trails. Search teams are navigating the swampy preserve with canines, drones, and ATVs.
What's going on?
Meanwhile, in a witness statement obtained by Fox News, the 911 caller who reported an argument between Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie last month believed the couple was fighting over a phone. The caller told police Laundrie may have been trying to ditch his fiancée. Officers in Utah responded to that call just weeks before Gabby was reported missing.
There should be some mental health input into what the police are doing when it comes to people as in domestic disputes, not just handcuffing them or letting them go.
The Laundrie family attorneys scheduled a news conference for this afternoon, but canceled after speaking to the FBI. In Venice, Florida, Charles Watson, Fox News.
All right, Charles, thanks. President Biden now addressed the United Nations today as the world faces growing tensions and mounting crises. Our Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick joins us now. Live to show us what the president had promised and what he can deliver. Craig, what do you think?
Well, hi there, Mark. Keep in mind that the UN Secretary General welcomed the assembly by warning that the entire world is on the brink of disaster due to COVID-19, due to climate change, due to the growing gap in wealth across the world, and of course, due to the growing amount of misinformation and distrust that is tearing nations apart. And here is how President Biden responded to that.
And while no democracy is perfect, including the United States, will continue to struggle to live up to the highest ideals.
Okay, we want to thank Fox 13 in Tampa there for their great reporting as we continue to follow the most recent development in the Gabby Petito case. The Teton County, Wyoming coroner has confirmed that those remains found on Sunday are, in fact, Gabby Petito, positively identifying those remains. We're going to get to some of that news out of New York City a little bit later. As you know, President Biden did give his first inaugural address as president at the UN General Assembly in New York City. We'll have more on that in just a moment, but we do want to show you the latest still on this case. We're going to keep with this for the duration of probably the hour here. We want to show you the latest tweet that we just got in. This is from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis at the moment, and you can see he tweeted, at the request of the Northport Police, law enforcement has been assisting in the search for Brian Laundrie. I have directed all state agencies under my purview to continue to assist federal and local law enforcement as they continue to search. We need justice for Gabby Petito. And so now we're learning that most recent statement from the Florida governor. I believe that is one of the most pronounced state efforts now at the governor's behest to get to the bottom of this. So you can see, we're just going to leave this tweet up, that he has directed all state agencies under his purview to continue to assist. And so right now you can see, speaking of Florida, this major search operation was happening just today. It's still happening. You can see we have just a live picture of it right now. This is at that park, the Carrollton Park, where the search for Brian Laundrie continues. We'll have a live update from there in about 5 minutes' time, but we just want to leave that up for you because everyone really is now still wondering, where is Brian Laundrie? We've been hoping to hear from the attorney of his family. You'll remember just yesterday, the FBI raided and seized many things from the home of his parents in Northport, Florida. This is in a different part of Florida at the moment. And so right now, we're going to be getting a live report on what exactly is going on in Florida. And so that is yet another point of interest in this very wide-sprawling case, expansive case. Remember, it's quite literally across country, where they started their journey from New York and ended up out west on this months-long van tour to discover the national parks. We have that timeline up. We just want to put that up for you right now. You can see the extent of this case and how long it has been lasting. Many of you have seen, of course, the van that they departed New York in. They were stopped by Moab, Utah police August the 12th over a domestic altercation. And then, of course, Gabby's remains were found just on Sunday, more than 3 weeks later, in Wyoming. And so if you're just joining us here, it's about 3:40 on the West Coast, 6:40 on the East Coast, as we continue to follow all the latest developments on the Gabby Petito case. We do have this shot at the moment out of Florida, as authorities were searching this area all day today in the hopes of finding any evidence about the whereabouts of Brian Laundrie. You remember Brian Laundrie, the 23-year-old fiance of 22-year-old Gabby Petito. Tragically, today, just mere hours ago, the Teton County coroner in Wyoming confirmed that the body found on Sunday is, in fact, Gabby Petito. And so the initial determination of the manner of death is homicide. And so we're expecting full autopsy reports in the next, hopefully, couple of days or weeks. That could take much longer. These are just the initial results from the autopsy. There will be a more complete, full picture report that will be released at a later date. And that is also on the minds of many people who've been following this case as well. How did the coroner come to that determination of homicide? What do they look at? And of course, your heart goes out for the Petito family as they got this tragic announcement of closure for them today. Right now, we just want to put up and reset here because we do have the tweet from them, the FBI field office in Denver today. I'm going to put that up on the screen here. You can see what they tweeted out. I'm going to drop this graphic here so you can see the whole tweet. But they said, Teton County Coroner Dr. Brent Blue confirmed the remains are those of Gabrielle Venora Petito, date of birth March 19th, 1999. Coroner Blue's initial determination for the manner of death is homicide. The cause of death remains pending final autopsy results. And so we just wanted to read that tweet to you once again. And I want to just tell our viewers that here at LiveNOW from Fox, we have reached out to the Teton County Coroner, Dr. Brent Blue, to see if his office will be commenting, if he in fact will be doing any interviews. If he is, hopefully we'll hear back from him. We're also monitoring if there will be any press conferences from officials there in Wyoming or in Colorado with the FBI field office in Denver. So if we get any more information on that, we'll bring that to you live here on Live Now from Fox. We just want to put up just some more video of that body camera footage from Moab, Utah police officers when they were called to come to this domestic altercation between Gabby and Brian. No doubt you have seen it. It's been really plastered over the news these last couple of days, and there you can see a very distressed Gabby talking to police. You'll remember that the initial reporting suggested that police found her to be the instigator in this domestic altercation. But of course, now we know from that 911 call that Brian Laundrie was seen slapping and hitting Gabby. In the meantime, we're still monitoring this shot out of Florida at the moment, so we're going to get a live report very, very soon as the search for Brian Laundrie continues. And as you know, both in Northport, Florida, where his parents' home there was searched and raided by FBI agents yesterday, combing through evidence for any leads into this, since he is a person of interest still in this case. But today it really shifted to another part of Florida. We'll have more updates on that in just a moment. And welcome back here. You're just looking at a live look right now out of the Carlton Park there in Florida, where investigators have been combing through this for most of the day. I want to bring in Fox's Robert Sherman, and he has been following this all day as well. Robert, so good to see you. Kind of give us a sense of where you are and what you have been seeing since you've been there for some time.
Yeah, Andrew, we're standing outside of the Carlton Reserve, which is about 5 or 10 minutes away from the Laundrie household. This was the large space where we saw that Brian Laundrie allegedly left his car behind. His family told us that he had gone out hiking. This area was searched 2 days ago, but it was a different portion of this park. Now we see investigators are back here today. And with this news that is broken today, Andrew, with the announcement coming from the Denver field office of the FBI, confirming Gabby Petito's remains, the identity, and then also saying that the initial ruling in terms of cause of death is homicide. Again, we're still waiting for the final autopsy. But with those announcements coming out today, it pretty much, I mean, if there wasn't already enough pressure for the law enforcement officials here to find Brian Laundrie with all possible haste, there's even more now. You see the law enforcement officials are out here today. Inside, it's completely different. We've seen the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We've seen the Northport Police Department, a half dozen other local and state agencies that have been combing this area. And this is a huge plot of land, Andrew. This is about 25,000 square acres, which is why officials have pulled out all the stops. We've seen ATVs put in the field. We've seen drones. We've seen canine units. All of those have been utilized to try and comb through as much of this land as possible. But, you know, keep in mind of the landscape that we're dealing with here, Andrew. You all are out in Arizona right now. Natural reserves and natural landscapes look different out there than they do here. Here, it's a lot of swampland. That means you have a lot of standing water, you have alligators, you have snakes and all of the kind. Law enforcement told us today pretty candidly that the task that lies before them is a pretty tall one. Take a listen to this.
Robert, we don't have that sound. We apologize there. We're just going to keep talking here because I want to...
That's fine.
I want to just really hone in on this one particular fact. Just give us a sense, you know, clear as day. What brought investigators to this natural preserve? Was it only that car was found there? Did they have any other leads to suggest that, you know, they might have any evidence of Brian Laundrie's whereabouts?
That's our understanding, is that this is the natural reserve where the car was parked. We also heard from the family that this is an area that he liked to hike, that this is where he set off for, and then he never came back. So that's why this area is being combed. But with this being such a massive plot of land, you can understand why they started that search 2 days ago over in east of here, several miles east of here, and they said that they felt as though that they had exhausted the search effort, but now they've resumed it over here west, a bit more towards another town in this area called Venice. There is just so much land here and so much reserve that you can understand why all of these resources have to be put in the field, why it takes such a concerted effort to do this. So that's why they're out here putting on the full court press.
And Robert, we just read for our viewers as well, just while we have you, that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis just tweeted that he is putting the full force of state agencies behind this effort as well. Do you have any more information on that? I believe this is really the first time we've heard from the Florida governor.
Yeah, and the Florida governor, in that tweet that he mentioned out, he said that he mentioned that it's how important it is to bring justice to this case and get Gabby Petito justice. We saw the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission out here. That's a state agency. They're going to patrol a lot of Florida's waterways and a lot of their natural lands and a lot of their natural reserves. So it's understandable why they've been out here today. You have one thing to keep in mind here, Andrew. We talk about Northport, Florida, and the Northport Police Department. They emphasize today that this is the FBI's show, that this is an FBI investigation. They and all these local and state agencies are assisting the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Those are the folks who are quarterbacking this whole situation. They're the ones who are calling the shots right now. So that's why you've seen such an emphasis placed out west in Wyoming, and then you see it come back here as well, navigating across state lines. That's why the FBI is really taking the lead on this.
And Robert, it's almost 7 p.m. where you are. Are they going to be, doing this throughout the night? Have they kind of wrapped up for the day? What's that timetable look like? Do you have any information on that?
It's been a slow but steady wind down, Andrew, over the last couple of hours. I mean, this area has been cordoned off throughout the entirety of the day. We have seen a few different, whether it's sheriff's cruisers or some of those state vehicles from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission that were starting to come through here, and they left this area. So we have seen some of those cars start to file out. There is still a presence here, but it's very apparent that slowly but surely it's starting to wind down, because with this being a natural reserve, there isn't a single light out here that you can see anywhere, not even a single street light on either one of these roads. We're right at an intersection right now. That's going to cause problems in about an hour and a half, which, you understand why things start to wind down at this hour.
Yeah, and Robert, just lastly, and we thank you for your time and your reporting, but give us a sense, how far is that from the home in Northport, would you say?
Not too far at all, just a couple of minutes away. And everything has been pretty closely situated. So you have the home in Northport, which is actually less than a mile away from the police station. Both of those two properties were less than 10 minutes away from the first area of this natural reserve that they were searching. And now, once again, you're about 10 minutes away or so from the home, from the police station. This whole investigation, it's really taking place in a pretty tight little bubble geographically.
All right, Fox's Robert Sherman there live for us in Florida. As he follows this case, we're following it alongside you. As the question is still very, very hot on so many people's minds, where is Brian Laundrie? We'll be speaking to you a little bit later. Thanks so much, Robert.
You got it.
All right, and like I was saying, that is the question, and that has really generated so much interest and attention in this case. Nationwide, where is 23-year-old fiance of Gabby Petito, Brian Laundrie? We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. Like I've been saying for about the last couple of minutes here, we hope that we will have some type of on-camera press conference, from officials either with the FBI field office in Denver or the Teton County, Wyoming coroner's office. None of that has been said. We're just hoping that that's a likelihood at this point in time as we continue to follow this very, very tragic sequence of events. But I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for choosing Live Now from Fox as your go-to source for live, raw, and unfiltered feeds, especially on a day like this with a story that has captivated the nation's attention. And so we'll be back in 2 moments with more. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we want to thank you for choosing Live Now from Fox as your go-to source for live, raw, and unfiltered feeds and events from around the country and around the world, one of which all eyes are on right now, and that is about the Gabby Petito case. We got news just hours ago that the coroner's office in Teton County, Wyoming, have positively identified those remains that were found on Sunday as 22-year-old Gabby Petito. We're awaiting a final full autopsy report in the next couple of days or weeks. We just spoke to Fox's Robert Sherman about this, and we want to just show you he was in Florida because he was where we have aerials of this right now too, where that search for Brian Laundrie was taking place today. And so you can see the multiple agencies that have come out for this. I just want to give you a sense of what this area is like. Robert did a really great job. But this is known as the Mabry Carlton Jr. Memorial Preserve, also known as the Carlton Reserve. It's a 24,000-acre preserve in Sarasota County, Florida, if you're familiar with Florida geography. And so right now you can kind of just see the extent of the operations. This is just some file footage we had from earlier that I wanted to put up again, because that is where this is moving. It's transitioning, or it has rather, over the last several days. But now the focus is on where is Brian Laundrie? That is the question on many people's minds, not only with law enforcement, but for people, Americans who are watching this case. And so I want to read to you again, since we are in Florida, I want to read to you what Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said, because he is putting the full force of the state government behind this investigation. He said, at the request of Northport Police, law enforcement including the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, has been assisting in the search for Brian Laundrie. I have directed all state agencies under my purview to continue to assist federal and local law enforcement as they continue to search. We need justice for Gabby. And it looks like we're getting some more news just out of this area of this story that, according to the FBI, they said our search of the Carlton and nearby lands has concluded for the evening. Nothing of note. The current plan is to return Wednesday with a similar operation. So they will be back there tomorrow. Remember, we just spoke to Fox's Robert Sherman outside there. He said that there wasn't much going on at this hour. Remember, it's nearly 7 p.m. on the East Coast. They said, quote, "This is an FBI-led criminal investigation, and Northport police are assisting our federal partners in any way we can to bring this investigation to a close." They threw over any media inquiries should be directed to the FBI Denver field office. And so that's also another nexus of this story. Okay, I want to thank everyone for being with us. It's the top of the hour here, 4 p.m. in Phoenix, Arizona, 7 p.m. on the East Coast. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we have been following all the latest developments in the Gabby Petito case. The most important one that just came down in the last few hours here, I want to put this up on the screen, that the coroner's office in Teton County, Wyoming, has positively identified the remains of Gabby Petito. We have this. We want to put this up for you. You can see this tweet here. I want to read it to you right now. They say, the Teton County coroner, Dr. Brent Blue, confirmed the remains are those of Gabrielle Venora Petito. Date of birth, March 19th, 1999. Coroner Blue's initial determination for the manner of death is homicide. The cause of death remains pending final autopsy results. And so in the meantime, let's go back and really reset to where this all started and how we got here today. I want to put up this graphic that we've had made of the journey and the timeline of Gabby Petito's disappearance. You'll remember that in June, they left New York. That's where they're both from. That's where their families are located. And they went on this months-long, really cross-country tour in a van. They had aspirations to be, vloggers or YouTube influencers documenting their journey every step of the way. And then they stopped there in Kansas, in Colorado. And then we found out from this body camera footage from police in Moab, Utah, on August the 12th, they were called for this domestic altercation. And we have body camera footage. I'm sure you have seen it. No doubt over the past several days here, of a distressed Gabby Petito speaking with the Moab, Utah police officer there as they're stopped alongside the road. She's very emotional. You'll remember that the initial call basically cast Gabby as the instigator in this domestic altercation. And then a little bit later on, we did get 911 calls released that just some, innocent passersby saw them fighting, and they called it in. And what those 911 calls basically said was that, no, Brian Laundrie was seen slapping and hitting Gabby, even though he himself, had scratches, marks, on his person. Let's put back the timeline up for you. And then, of course, Gabby's last call to her mother came on August the 25th in Grand Teton National Park. She also, 2 days later, said that she told her friend she was heading to Yellowstone. And so you can see their journey. And of course, she goes missing. Brian Laundrie winds up back east. We don't know what he did in that time frame. It was a very long time frame. And of course, just days ago, the attorney for the Laundrie family said that they did not know where Brian Laundrie was. And of course, we do know that remains were found just on Sunday, and the FBI field office in Denver held a press conference saying that the description of the remains matched a description of 22-year-old Gabby Petito. In the meantime, now, today, we've been waiting these preliminary and initial autopsy results, and today they came out with just some really tragic news, not only for the Petito family, but also for so many Americans who have been following this case every step of the way. And that was that Gabby Petito was positively identified, those remains positively identified as her. And so I want to put this back up on the screen here, just that tweet. We have the tweet from the FBI field office in Denver where they confirmed. We also have the statement we're going to read from. Remember, the other part of this is that all indications point to homicide. And so they're going to do a final cause of death that's pending the full autopsy results. And so in the meantime, we will wait to hear anything else. If there are any more press conferences today, we will show those to you. But just wanted to reset at the top of the hour here. I'm Andrew Kraft. I want to thank you for being with us. We do have some more headlines to get to that we want to just squeeze in here as we still are in continuing live coverage of the Gabby Petito case and the search for her fiance, Brian Laundrie. But I want to take it back to Washington now. Live look at the White House at the moment. The president is back from New York City. Earlier today in New York, he gave remarks at his first UN General Assembly as president. We're going to be airing some of those remarks right now. As you know, President Biden outlining some of his administration's priorities for the next 3 years of his first term. He talked about China, about climate change, about the end of the war in Afghanistan. So we just want to go to this for a little bit in case you might have missed it today. And this is President Biden in New York City at the UN from earlier.
To welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Joseph R. Biden Jr., President of the United States of America, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, my fellow delegates, to all those who dedicate themselves to this noble mission of this institution, it's my honor to speak to you for the first time as President of the United States. We meet this year in a moment of intermingled with great pain and extraordinary possibility. We've lost so much to this devastating pandemic that continues to claim lives around the world and impact so much on our existence. We're mourning more than 4.5 million people, people of every nation, from every background. Each death is an individual heartbreak, but our shared grief is a poignant reminder that our collective future will hinge on our ability to recognize our common humanity and to act together. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the clear and urgent choice that we face here at the dawning of what must be a decisive decade for our world, a decade that will quite literally determine our futures. As a global community, we're challenged by urgent and looming crises, wherein lie enormous opportunities if we can summon the will and resolve to seize these opportunities. Will we work together to save lives, defeat COVID-19 everywhere, and take the necessary steps to prepare ourselves for the next pandemic, for there will be another one? Or will we fail to harness the tools at our disposal as the more virulent and dangerous variants take hold? Will we meet the threat of challenging climate, the challenging climate we're all feeling already in every part of our world, with extreme weather? Or will we suffer the merciless march of ever-worsening droughts and floods, more intense fires and hurricanes, longer heat waves, and rising seas? Will we affirm and uphold the human dignity and human rights under which nations in common cause more than 7 decades ago formed this institution? Will we apply and strengthen the core tenets of the international system, including the UN Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as we seek to shape the emergence of new technologies and deter new threats? Or will we allow those universal principles to be trampled and twisted in the pursuit of naked political power? In my view, how we answer these questions in this moment, whether we choose to fight for our shared future or not, will reverberate for generations yet to come. Simply put, we stand, in my view, at an inflection point in history. And I'm here today to share with you how the United States intends to work with partners and allies to answer these questions, and the commitment of my new administration to help lead the world toward a more peaceful, prosperous future for all people. Instead of continuing to fight the wars of the past, we are fixing our eyes on devoting our resources to the challenges that hold the keys to our collective future. Ending this pandemic, addressing the climate crisis, managing the shifts in global power dynamics, shaping the rules of the world on vital issues like trade, cyber, and emerging technologies, and facing the threat of terrorism as it stands today. We've ended 20 years of conflict in Afghanistan, and as we close this period of relentless war, we're opening a new era of relentless diplomacy, of using the power of our development aid to invest in new ways of lifting people up around the world, of renewing and defending democracy, of proving that no matter how challenging or how complex the problems we're going to face, government by and for the people is still the best way to deliver for all of our people. And as the United States turns our focus to the priorities and the regions of the world, like the Indo-Pacific, that are most consequential today and tomorrow, we'll do so with our allies and partners through cooperation at multilateral institutions like the United Nations to amplify our collective strength and speed our progress toward dealing with these global challenges. It is a fundamental truth of the 21st century within each of our countries and as a global community that our own success is bound up in others succeeding as well. To deliver for our own people, we must also engage deeply with the rest of the world. To ensure that our own future, we must work together with other partners, our partners, toward a shared future. Our security, our prosperity, and our very freedoms are interconnected, in my view, as never before. And so, I believe we must work together as never before. Over the last 8 months, I prioritized rebuilding our alliances, revitalizing our partnerships, and recognizing they're essential and central to America's enduring security and prosperity. We have reaffirmed our sacred NATO alliance to Article 5 commitment. We're working with our allies toward a new strategic concept that will help our alliance better take on evolving threats of today and tomorrow. We renewed our engagement with the European Union, a fundamental partner in tackling a full range of significant issues facing our world today. We elevated the Quad partnership among Australia, India, Japan, and the United States to take on challenges ranging from health security to climate to emerging technologies. We're engaging with regional institutions from ASEAN to the African Union to the Organization of American States to focus on people's urgent needs for better health and better economic outcomes. We're back at the table in international forums, especially the United Nations, to focus attention and to spur global action on shared challenges. We are re-engaged at the World Health Organization and working in close partnership with COVAX to deliver life-saving vaccines around the world. We rejoined the Paris Climate Agreement, and we're running to retake a seat in the Human Rights Council next year at the UN. And as the United States seeks to rally the world to action, we will lead not just with the example of our power, but God willing with the power of our example. Make no mistake, the United States will continue to defend ourselves, our allies, and our interests against attack, including terrorist threats, as we prepare to use force if any is necessary. But to defend our vital U.S. national interest, including against ongoing and imminent threats. But the mission must be clear and achievable, undertaken with informed consent of the American people, and whenever possible, in partnership with our allies. U.S. military power must be our tool of last resort, not our first. And it should not be used as an answer to every problem we see around the world. Indeed, today, many of our greatest concerns cannot be solved or even addressed through the force of arms. Bombs and bullets cannot defend against COVID-19 or its future variants. To fight this pandemic, we need a collective act of science and political will. We need to act now to get shots in arms as fast as possible and expand access to oxygen, tests, treatments to save lives around the world. And for the future, we need to create a new mechanism to finance global health security that builds on our existing development assistance and global health and a global health threat council that is armed with the tools we need to monitor and identify emerging pandemics so that we can take immediate action. Already, the United States has put more than $15 billion toward the global COVID response. We've shipped more than 160 million doses of COVID-19 vaccine to other countries. This includes 130 million doses from our own supply and the first tranches of the 500 million doses of Pfizer vaccine we purchased to donate through COVAX. Planes carrying vaccines from the United States have already landed in 100 countries, bringing people all over the world a little dose of hope, as one American nurse termed it to me. A dose of hope, direct from the American people, and importantly, no strings attached. And tomorrow, at the U.S.-hosted Global 19.
All right, so we're just going to break out of that for now. We wanted to just show you some of that. We're going to show you the entire speech in its entirety a little bit later tonight. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. But this was the president's first speech as president to the United Nations General Assembly. World leaders descending on New York City every September for this event. We want to just break down the speech. What was said, what were the ambitions and agenda items of the administration with this speech. And to join me now to discuss all that is Tyler Pager from the Washington Post, White House correspondent. Tyler, thank you so much for being with us. Let's talk about what the message, the overall message of the speech was today at the UN.
Yeah, I think what we heard from the president is that he wants to restore American alliances abroad. He wants to restore U.S. credibility, particularly after 4 years of Donald Trump, where he had this motto of America first, and a lot of U.S. Allies were disappointed in the lack of collaboration from the U.S. during that administration. So Biden took the approach of underlining American support for the UN and its various agencies and organizations around the world, kind of the alphabet soup, some say, of the UN agencies. So that was one part of it. But the second part of it was trying to marshal the collective force of the UN to address global issues, particularly climate change and COVID, two issues that are impacting every country around the world, and as Biden outlined today, really take a cohesive multilateral or need a cohesive multilateral approach to really make progress on them. And as he said, bullets can't stop COVID or can't stop climate change. Fighting wars, as he argued, is not the solution. It's multilateral action.
And, Tyler, we've heard from him in this common refrain about, touting and highlighting the benefits of democracy, how he's going to be fighting for democracy still around the globe. Yet he also, one of the lines that struck me today was he said, this is the first time in 20 years a U.S. president has addressed the General Assembly without the U.S. being at war. What did you make of that?
Yeah, I think, he's trying to, obviously they're talking about the withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan. But it's worth noting that the U.S. still has more than 2,000 troops on the ground in Iraq, and U.S. officials conducted a drone strike today in the region. So I think the emphasis there was on the withdrawal and the end of the war in Afghanistan, but the U.S. still does have troops on the ground in the region, and so I think it blurs over that a little bit. But I think it's part of this larger point that Biden is making that he does not he sees the most pressing global challenges. Now climate change and COVID as not problems that can be solved by boots on the ground, by being at war in the traditional way of understanding. It's really a needing this sort of collective action from the countries around the world.
Yeah, and Tyler, we heard so much the Biden, the candidate, you covered him so closely that he wants to bring America back, especially on the world stage, and especially with our European allies. But we had this really big diplomatic row last week with France, and that has a little bit overshadowed his speech today. We heard that the French foreign minister was not even going to meet with Tony Blinken. And so do you think people have that on their minds as they're sitting in the General Assembly today?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think that is, what we might have expected from the Biden administration to be in this sort of spat with France. But I think some U.S. officials feel that France is overreacting and being overly theatrical about this new deal with the UK and Australia. The US has said it was on Australia to tell France that the onus that they were moving forward with a different submarine deal than with the French. And so I think other countries are likely to take a similar assessment. But it is striking to see Biden, as you mentioned, who ran on the platform of being the candidate with the most foreign policy experience, being the candidate who could restore American alliances abroad, embroiled in sort of this ongoing dispute with one of America's closest allies. It seems like that is something that will be able to be improved and moved over. But I also think it's part of this larger effort by the Biden administration to pivot to China. Biden and his aides see China as the biggest threat to American geopolitical influence. And so they are putting more effort and resources into bolstering deterrence efforts in the region. And one of those is equipping Australia with these nuclear power submarines. So I think it is not something the Biden administration needed on its plate right now, given the whole host of foreign policy issues it's dealing with. But I think they are clear-eyed to a certain extent about the somewhat theatrical response from France, particularly given Macron is up for election. That's the U.S. perspective on the matter.
And Tyler, just to talk about China lastly, because that was one of the other striking notes he made today in the speech. He does not want this 21st century Cold War with China. And we've been trying to get some reporting on, will there be a face-to-face meeting with Biden and Xi Jinping of China? Do you have any reporting to suggest that? Is the White House planning that?
So we don't know yet. There's been a lot of talk about a potential summit later this fall when Biden heads to Europe for the G20 and then the COP20 summit, the climate summit in Scotland just after that. And there was some hope that there would be an in-person summit between Biden and Xi. It remains unclear if that's going to happen. But obviously, yeah, that is a key focal point of this administration's foreign policy posture. Biden and Xi have only spoken twice since he's taken office. And this is clearly something that the administration is pushing for, but it remains unclear whether or not it will actually happen.
All right, Tyler Pager from the Washington Post, we appreciate your time as always. We'll speak to you again.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right, and we are going to be still covering a lot of what happened at the UN General Assembly today. Also, President Biden met with UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Johnson was in the U.S. for the General Assembly meeting, but they met today in the Oval, so we will bring you that as well. In the meantime, I just want to play out a little bit more from the speech today in New York, just kind of listening to some of those lines we were mentioning there with Tyler about China, about the war in Afghanistan, about the coronavirus, and about upholding democracy where it matters. So back to President Biden from earlier today in New York.
Tomorrow, at the U.S.-hosted Global COVID-19 Summit, I'll be announcing additional commitments as we seek to advance the fight against COVID-19 and hold ourselves accountable around specific targets on 3 key challenges: saving lives now, vaccinating the world, and building back better. This year has also brought widespread death and devastation from the borderless climate crisis. The extreme weather events that we have seen in every part of the world, and you all know it and feel it, represent what the Secretary General has rightly called Code Red for humanity. And the scientists and experts are telling us that we're fast approaching a point of no return in a literal sense. To keep within our reach the vital goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, every nation needs to bring their highest possible ambitions to the table when we meet in Glasgow for COP26. And then to have to keep raising our collective ambition over time. In April, I announced the United States' ambitious new goal under the Paris Agreement to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the United States by 50 to 52% below 2005 levels by 2030, as we work toward achieving a clean energy economy with net zero emissions by 2050. And my administration is working closely with our Congress to make critical investments in green infrastructure and electric vehicles that will help us lock in progress at home toward our climate goals. And the best part is, making these ambitious investments isn't just good climate policy, it's a chance for each of our countries to invest in ourselves and our own future. It's an enormous opportunity to create good-paying jobs for workers in each of our countries and to spur long-term economic growth that will improve the quality of life for all of our people. We also have to support the countries and people that will be hit the hardest and that have the fewest resources to help them adapt. In April, I announced the United States will double our public international financing to help developing nations tackle the climate crisis. And today, I'm proud to announce that we'll work with the Congress to double that number again, including for adaptation efforts. This will make the United States a leader in public climate finance, and with our added support, together with increased private capital and from other donors, we'll be able to meet the goal of mobilizing $100 billion to support climate action in developing nations. As we deal with these crises, we're also encountering a new era, an era of new technologies and possibilities that have potential to release and reshape every aspect of human existence. And it's up to all of us to determine whether these technologies are a force to empower people or to deepen repression. As new technologies continue to evolve, we'll work together with our democratic partners to ensure that new advances in areas from biotechnology to quantum computing, 5G, artificial intelligence, and more are used to lift people up, to solve problems, and advance human freedom, not to suppress dissent or target minority communities. And the United States intends to make a profound investment in research and innovation, working with countries at all stages of economic development to develop new tools and technologies to help us tackle the challenges of this second quarter of the 21st century and beyond. We're hardening our critical infrastructure against cyber attacks, disrupting ransomware networks, and working to establish clear rules of the road for all nations as it relates to cyberspace. We'll reserve the right to respond decisively to cyber attacks that threaten our people, our allies, or our interests. We will pursue new rules of global trade and economic growth that strive to level the playing field so that it's not artificially tipped in favor of any one country at the expense of others. And every nation has the right and opportunity to compete fairly. We will strive to ensure that basic labor rights, environmental safeguards, and intellectual property are protected, and that the benefits of globalization are shared broadly throughout all our societies. We'll continue to uphold the long-standing rules and norms that have formed the guardrails of international engagement for decades, that have been essential to the development of nations around the world. Bedrock commitments like freedom of navigation, adherence to international laws and treaties, support for arms control measures that reduce the risk and enhance transparency. Our approach is firmly grounded and fully consistent with the United Nations mission and the values we've agreed to when we drafted this charter. These are commitments we all made and that we're all bound to uphold. And as we strive to deal with these urgent challenges, whether they're long-standing or newly emerging, we must also deal with one another. All of the major powers of the world have a duty, in my view, to carefully manage their relationships so they do not tip from responsible competition to conflict. The United States will compete and will compete vigorously.
All right, we just want to move away from President Biden from earlier today. There's just a live look. He was in New York City this morning. He's back in Washington, but you can see the Statue of Liberty there. We also have a live look at the White House at this hour, as always. Earlier there, he met with UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, and so we're going to be showing you that. It was a bilateral meeting in the Oval Office between the two leaders. And so we want to get to that. But the news right now, and that is the most pressing, is what is happening with the Gabby Petito case. And just a couple of hours ago, we learned that the coroner there in Wyoming has positively identified Gabby Petito's remains. I do want to read from this tweet that they have, that they put up just hours ago. They say the Teton County coroner, Dr. Brent Blue, confirmed the remains are those of Gabrielle Venora Petito, date of birth March 19th, 1999. Coroner Blue's initial determination for the manner of death is homicide. The cause of death remains pending final autopsy results. And so that's really the crucial element and component of this story here, that the determination for the manner of death is homicide, the initial determination. Of course, we're awaiting a full and final and more complete autopsy report in the next several days and weeks. We don't have any timing on when that could come down, but this is significant. This is the latest and most important development we have gotten out of this case that has really captivated the country and is just so tragic for the Petito family. Of course, that you'll remember yesterday, we had gotten word that the attorney for the family of Brian Laundrie, remember the search now is still underway for where is Brian Laundrie. He is the 23-year-old fiance of Gabby Petito. Well, they were initially supposed to hold a press conference today. That did not happen. That was canceled last night. We do know that just a brief statement from the attorney there for the Laundrie family said, rest in peace, Gabby, and they sent their condolences. I just want to put, this is from our Fox 5 reporter, Jody Goldberg. She got that statement, and it says, may Gabby rest in peace. And so here at Live Now from Fox, we have also reached out to the Laundrie family attorney in the hopes that he will speak with us or offer us more information as investigators are still searching for Brian Laundrie at this point in time in Florida. There have been numerous search efforts underway covering thousands of acres. The latest one, and I just want to update you, and I want to give you some more information because we just got live reporting from that scene about 45 minutes ago, and that is at the Carlton Reserve. It's a natural preserve. It's 24,000 acres in Sarasota County, Florida. Investigators from both the FBI, the Northport, Florida Police, and state agencies have searched different aspects of that nature preserve. And so we have some aerial video of kind of what that looked like earlier today. I want to put that up. You can see kind of the extent of the operation, and you can see all the agencies responding. I do want to say this is from the city of Northport, Florida. I want to read from them because their search, they say, of the Carlton and nearby lands of what you're seeing right now from earlier, they said that's concluded for the evening. They have nothing of note to report back about possible leads or evidence or things that they've found. They say the current plan is to return tomorrow with a similar operation. They say this is an FBI-led criminal investigation. You heard that from Fox's Robert Sherman on the ground, that the FBI are taking the lead on this. Northport, Florida police are assisting, but they said any media inquiries should be directed to the FBI Denver field office. Now, I found that to be particularly significant because that is kind of the nexus of where this all started, the investigation started. You remember, I'm going to put this back up on the screen, this timeline and kind of map of this whole saga, this whole ordeal that started back in June when Gabby Petito, 22 years old, her fiance Brian Laundrie, 23 years old, set out on this months-long cross-country road trip in that white van, of which you've been seeing so many pictures and video of. Remember, it was recovered. And so they set out in June across the country, stopping in national parks. And of course, we've been watching and seeing so many of that body camera footage from Moab, Utah police, because they were called in over a domestic altercation between the couple. Initial reports suggested that Gabby was the instigator in that altercation. We later found out through a 911 call by just some people who were passing by and saw and witnessed Brian Laundrie slapping and hitting Gabby. Of course, Brian said to the Moab, Utah police, he had, scratches and red marks and things on his arm and neck. And so it really kind of flipped the script and flipped the narrative of who was instigating who may have been abusing who. And of course, that was more than a month ago. That was August the 12th. And then, of course, August the 25th was Gabby's last call to her mother at Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming. And so then, of course, 2 days later, she tells a friend she was heading to Yellowstone in Wyoming. Fast forward to September 19th, just this past Sunday, remains were found in Wyoming near the Grand Teton National Park. And of course, that brings us to today, where we are still reporting on the major development that the coroner in Teton County, Wyoming, has positively identified the remains that were found on Sunday as 22-year-old Gabby Petito. And so at this point in time, we're in continuing live coverage of this event. We've been bringing you expert analysis really on, what goes into determining the cause of death of something like this. And they have it initially ruled that it is a homicide. And so remember, Brian Laundrie remains just a person of interest. Remember, just days ago, before those remains were found, he went missing. According to his family's attorney, they did not know where he is. And so that presents a whole host of challenges in finding out what exactly happened to Gabby. And so there are, so many theories about, will Brian Laundrie be found? Will he turn himself in? Is he himself deceased? No one knows the answers to those questions at this point in time, and that's what we are trying to figure out as well. I just want to put up another tweet for you from the Northport Police Department, and they put up this earlier today. They say the search of the Carlton and nearby lands concluded for the evening, something I've already referenced. They said nothing of note, and so they just kind of posted this drone shot as well of the command center of the operations at this point in time. And so we're going to be continuing to follow this. In about 20 minutes time, we're going to be bringing in a guest as well, a retired FBI agent, just to kind of walk us through this investigation, what FBI agents look for as possible clues, what they look for as possible leads as well. And so, that's also for people who don't know how this all works. It's so crucial and so elemental to the story. What do agents and law enforcement officials glean from evidence? What type of information do they have to initially seek out? We're just showing you some file footage of Gabby Petito. So young, her body found Sunday, and her positive ID coming back today. And so our hearts go out to the Petito family, her friends, and so many people around the nation who are following this every step of the way as we bring this to you live, raw, and unfiltered. So in the meantime, we do want to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more on the Petito case when we come back. We've been covering all angles of it here on Live Now from Fox, but we'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we want to thank you for choosing Live Now as your go-to source for live, raw, and unfiltered feeds and events from around the country and around the world. We want to keep with the Gabby Petito case as we are continuing to monitor all the developments and all the latest information as we get in. And as you know, just a couple of hours ago, the most recent development was that the coroner in Wyoming, who was tasked with doing this initial autopsy, did confirm that those remains found on Sunday were indeed, and in fact, 22-year-old Gabby Petito. We have that tweet we do want to bring up here, as you can see, from the FBI Denver field office. And the coroner there in Teton County, Dr. Brent Blue, said, confirming the remains are those of Gabby, her date of birth, March 19th, 1999, and that the initial determination for the manner of death is homicide. The cause of death, though, remains pending final autopsy results. And so in the meantime, quite significant. We here at Live Now have reached out to the Teton County coroner, Dr. Brent Blue, to see if he'll be doing any interviews or if there might be a press conference from his office a little bit later. Remember, we have not heard from any of these individuals on camera very, very recently, let alone at the FBI field office in Denver, of which we have also reached out, and they have declined any more comment on this for the time being. Let's just put up another tweet, because this was the long initial statement that they released in addition to this news today, and I'm going to put that up. I'm going to drop this graphic here just so you can see it. They say the FBI Denver field office appreciates the collaboration of all agencies and personnel who assisted in the search, recovery, and identification efforts. So they worked in tandem, the FBI field office in Denver, with the county coroner's office in Teton County. And so remember, that is what's been happening in Wyoming and in Denver. Those partners and those agencies have been working in tandem to try to get to the bottom of this and to positively identify the remains of Gabby Petito, of which we now know they have done so. But also you have to remember that this also is happening across the country with the search of her fiance, Brian Laundrie. And so the Laundrie family attorney today is responding in this very, very short statement to our Fox 5's Jody Goldberg, who's been on this story, saying that the family attorney for the Laundries said, "May Gabby rest in peace." Very short, very brief. Remember, they were supposed to have a press conference today in New York. Since that has been canceled, that was canceled last night. And so in the meantime, we're getting more and more tweets from agencies that are responding in Florida, and especially from the Florida governor, who says at the request of the Northport Police, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission, law enforcement has been assisting in the search of Brian Laundrie. He says, "I have directed all state agencies under my purview to continue to assist federal and local law enforcement as they continue to search. We need justice for Gabby Petito." And so you can see there, that is the image that has been plastered all over news outlets and online of the person of interest, her fiance, 23-year-old Brian Laundrie. And you can see there that the search effort continues. Not going on any bit longer tonight, though. They're going to be coming back tomorrow at that same area. You can see there the Carlton Nature Preserve. And so they're asking if anyone has any information or tips to call 1-800-CALL-FBI or email tips.fbi.gov. So at the moment, that is where things stand with this. We've been speaking, though, to reporters in the field, not only in Florida, but also in Wyoming, following all the leads in this. We just want to put up again some of this video that we do have of the scene itself today in Florida at this nature preserve. You can see here, I'm going to put that up. And you can get a sense of the, extensive operation that is underway. That's kind of the command center that you're looking at right there. So we just wanted to give you a sense. We've been showing these pictures throughout the day, but you can see there the extent of the operation there in that nature preserve in Florida. And reminder, it's about 25,000 acres, and so they'll be back tomorrow. But we just wanted to show you yet again, this really, I don't think we've showed this to you, but this is from Instagram. This is from Gabby Petito's father, who posted that just minutes after the news came today, saying hashtag Gabby Petito, she touched the world, and an image of her with that mural of angel's wings behind her. And you really cannot imagine what this family has gone through, especially today. You really have to ask yourself, what type of closure this gives the family, knowing for certain that was their daughter who was found on Sunday. And so right now, we do want to just keep with this story in the hopes that there are any more developments. We're going to be at the top of the hour speaking with a retired FBI agent about what FBI agents and law enforcement go through. What do they talk about? What do they hope to glean from any leads or evidence or possible information in such a complex case like this, one that literally spans across the country? And so what I want to do now, though, we have a great interview that you saw live in the 3 o'clock hour, I believe, of my colleague Daytona Everett, speaking with Fox News correspondent Laura Ingle. She was right outside the coroner's office in Wyoming when this news came down. Let's show you that interview right now.
Talking to a forensic scientist about this autopsy report, we do want to bring to you, the latest from FBI Denver, as they're saying the Teton County Coroner's Office has confirmed that the remains that were found this weekend are, in fact, Gabby Petito. We want to bring in Fox's Laura Ingle into this. She's outside of the Teton County Coroner's Office. Laura, what are you learning from down on the ground there?
Hi there. Well, of course, as we just learned, this is a 100% confirmation. It is the news that the family feared but knew was possible. And here we have that official word coming from the FBI Denver office in a tweet, as we were told it was going to come. There's been reporters outside of this coroner's office all day long. We were not expecting any kind of a news conference, but that information did come to us from the FBI. I just spoke with the family attorney for the Petito and Schmidt family in New York, and he told me that the family had been informed. They do know that it is Gabby Petito's remains, but they could not really comment much more than that. And right now the focus is, of course, learning more about the final autopsy results when they will become available. It has been determined to be a homicide, but the manner of death will be important. The time of death, of course, important on this timeline of this crime.
Yeah, Laura, we've been waiting on these results. Did the timing surprise you? This actually came out a lot sooner than we all thought it was going to come out.
Yeah, we've been in contact with the county coroner since we've been here. We were here over the weekend. They were talking with us once there were the remains that were found, but then they kind of shut down. We were told that the autopsy, a normal autopsy, could take anywhere from 1 to 2 hours. But if there was a complicated case, it could take longer. This seems like it could be a complicated case. The area where her remains were found is this beautiful area along a stream outside of a campsite with rocks and trees, and there are now markers from where the investigators had gone and marked with orange spray paint, and there are a lot of marks. So we don't know what that means. We don't know what type of evidence was obtained at the scene, but we know that it appears, at least on first sight, that there was a lot of it. So, we have this initial information, and there's more to come. The stepfather, Jim Schmidt, is still here in Wyoming. He wanted to be here in case he was needed. We did not see him. He was not here to make any type of identification. We don't know exactly how that happened, but now his goal and the goal of the family is what he said, to bring Gabby home.
Yeah, Laura, let's walk everyone through what led us to this point. How did they eventually narrow down to the Grand Teton National Forest to search for Gabby Petito? How'd they get there?
Yeah, it's a really interesting story, and it's a one that involves citizen journalists and detectives, really, because once the call went out from the FBI asking for people, if you were in this area, they believed that they were here in this area. We know it was part of their planned journey. This was a dream destination for Gabby Petito. She spoke to her family often about coming to this beautiful part of the country, and we know that they were going from Utah through here and eventually, hopefully, up to Oregon by Halloween was the plan. So that they knew that they were right around here, but it was this YouTube blogger, this travel blogger, who had taken video back on August 27th in that time frame. And when the word came out, go back and look at your videos if you were in this area, she jumped out of bed. She told Fox News this, and she went to her videos and she was editing, and she goes, oh my gosh, there's the white van that we've been being told to be on the lookout for. So she slowed it down, turned that into the FBI, turned it into the family, and that gave the FBI not only a very specific area of the park, and we're talking over 300,000 acres of land here. It gave them a very specific campground to start, like ground zero, and move out from there. And it was not long after that, Sunday afternoon, that we learned that human remains had been found nearby.
It's just amazing to think the role that citizen journalism has played in kind of cracking this case, and no doubt it will moving forward with all these pictures and videos, just out and about evidence that likely will be used in the future. Laura, last question for you. When do we think that final autopsy report will be released?
You know, we were just looking through the FBI statement. There was the tweet and then there was a longer statement. They didn't mention how long that could be. We know that it could take some time. I think that what they wanted to do was get those first two initial pieces of information to the family first and then to the public, that it is 100% Gabby Petito and it was a homicide. Now, for the rest of it, we know that that could take a lot longer. We're just not sure. I asked the family attorney, what is he hearing? He said he just couldn't say, he didn't know. And as soon as we know, of course, we'll bring it to you. All
right, Fox's Laura Ingle reporting live for us in Wyoming tonight. Thank you so much for breaking it all down.
All right, and just great reporting there from Fox's Laura Engel in Wyoming with my colleague Daytona Everett just a little bit ago, right when the news broke that the coroner there in Wyoming has positively identified those remains as 22-year-old Gabby Petito. Let's take it, though, to Florida now. We spoke earlier with Fox's Robert Sherman, but also Fox's Charles Watson is there on the ground with the latest update in this case. As you know, the search for Brian Laundrie is intensifying, and so here is his report from earlier.
The FBI tonight confirming that the remains found on Sunday in Wyoming belonged to 22-year-old Gabby Petito. The coroner ruling Petito's death a homicide, though the exact cause is still undetermined pending full autopsy results. Meanwhile, in a witness statement obtained by Fox News, the 911 caller who reported an argument between Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie last month believed the couple was fighting over a phone. The caller told police Laundrie may have been trying to ditch his fiancée. Officers in Utah responded to that call just weeks before Gabby was reported missing.
There should be some mental health input into what the police are doing when it comes to people as in domestic disputes, not just handcuffing them or letting them go.
Authorities combed through a gator-infested nature preserve in Florida today where Brian Laundrie's parents say he went to hike last week. Investigators looked through the Carlton Reserve over the weekend with no success. The search was paused yesterday as FBI agents raided the Laundrie's home.
It may be that they have to really round this out and make sure that he's not in there. That's not the kind of place where you can live for an extended period of time.
Northport police say the area's terrain is unforgiving with waist-deep water and flooded trails. Search teams are navigating the swampy preserve with canines, drones, and ATVs. The results of the full autopsy could take several weeks. In response to the news, Stephen Bertolino, the Laundrie family attorney, said, "May Gabby rest in peace." In Northport, Florida, Charles Watson, Fox News.
Charles, thanks so much for that update. We just want to put this back up on the screen for you in case you might have missed it. But this is just a heartbreaking Instagram post from Gabby Petito's father, Joseph Petito, saying she touched the world with an image of Gabby, only 22 years old, flanked by these angel wings on this mural there. and that was posted by her father, and it just breaks your heart, and it makes you think of what the family has gone through over really the past month and a half, and really since June, since they set out on that cross-country road trip with her fiance, Brian Laundrie. And so in the meantime, we're going to be going just to a quick 2-minute commercial break, though. When we come back, we're in continuing coverage of the Gabby Petito case. I'll be speaking with a former FBI agent on the next steps in this investigation and what law enforcement officials will be looking for as they go forward. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us here on what has been just a very busy Tuesday night. We have still some more stories left to get to, but want to remain on the major story of the day here, and that is the Gabby Petito case. As you know, the FBI field office in Denver, along with the Teton County, Wyoming coroner's office, announced just hours ago that the remains found on Sunday are, in fact, those of 22-year-old Gabby Petito. We're going to be covering this throughout the night here, and to join us right now is retired FBI agent Stacey Aruda. Stacey, so good of you to join us to kind of go into what exactly happens now, because the search there in Florida at that nature preserve for Brian Laundrie has concluded for the night. They'll be back there tomorrow. What do you expect going into tomorrow?
Well, Andrew, they're going to continue to search for Mr. Laundrie in the preserve.
What exactly do you think they would be looking for particularly? Because they were there all day today. We know this is, 25,000 acres of this huge expanse of natural land. Much of it is very marshy and very swampy. We know one of their vehicles was recovered there. And so, as a former agent yourself, we've been showing the pictures of the command center there at the park. What are they looking for? How many people are on the ground? Kind of give us your sense of, if they get a lead, what do they do with it?
So how this works is as the leads are called in, they have agents around the country, depending upon where the lead is at, run that lead down. But for what's going on in Northport, I believe that I read that there was at least 50 law enforcement officers searching the preserve. But they're looking for him. They're looking for evidence that he's been there. And they'll continue to look through the preserve until they've exhausted their resources or they find him, or another lead comes in and they find him someplace else. Because as we know from what has transpired today, it's now a criminal investigation. They verified that the body was that of Gabby, but they also determined the cause of death to be homicide. So it is now a criminal investigation.
You know, Stacey, what do you make of the fact that the FBI is still referring to Brian Laundrie as just a person of interest? Is that, is that protocol or is that strategic? Are they doing that? They don't want to kind of give away their cards right away?
Well, the FBI traditionally is very close-lipped. They neither confirm nor deny an investigation is taking place, but in this situation, with all the press coverage and the fact that we were involved with the police, that it is out in the open that the FBI is involved. But you're going to get just what the FBI wants you to get, off of the Twitter updates. If there is a press conference, you'll get whatever you get, and they probably won't take questions.
Yeah, and of course, speaking of press conferences, we know just late last night that one that was scheduled today by the Laundrie family attorney was canceled. It was supposed to take place in New York, and it was canceled in part because they had talked with the FBI, and so you kind of have to wonder, if the FBI maybe talked them out of it, or if their lawyers talked them out of it. What did you make of that cancellation today?
I can't speak to what the strategy is on this investigation because I'm not involved. But like I said, usually the FBI is extremely close-lipped about what they're doing. There's a strategy behind how they conduct an investigation. Really, that's all I can say on that.
No, I totally understand. Obviously, you're not, intimately involved with the details of this ongoing investigation, but maybe in ones that you have been intimately involved in the past, there's really no timetable, is there? I mean, this could go on for days, weeks, or months until they get that right lead. Isn't that right?
Well, if you wanna rewind back a number of years, look how long the FBI looked for Eric Rudolph in the woods in North Carolina.
And that's right. Can you remind our viewers just who Eric Rudolph was? I mean, that was a very important manhunt.
Eric Rudolph bombed a number of abortion clinics and also was responsible for the Olympic bombing in '96, I believe.
And typically, manhunts, for those of us, who may follow them on, TV or in the movies, they are so precise. And like you mentioned, they are also tight-lipped on the people who are conducting the manhunt because, if you give out information, that could kind of jeopardize the investigation itself, isn't it right? You want to get it when it's right and when it's hot. Absolutely.
And there are a number of people involved. It's more than just the Denver field office of the FBI. It's the Tampa office of the FBI, the Sarasota resident agency, and any other parts of the country where leads have been, disseminated out for them to run them down. So it's a much larger investigation than it appears on TV.
And Stacey, just last question for you, and I'm sure we'll be speaking to you again. From ones that you've covered in the past, does this have any hallmarks? Does anything about this case stand out or make it different to something you might have looked into as we go into these next couple of days?
Well, this case from the very beginning was a little different than, I don't want to call it a regular investigation because every investigation is different, but just the activity that took place in the beginning when Mr. Laundrie returned back home and, had an attorney before anybody even ever talked to him, and his parents not talking to anybody. It's just, the whole situation is very strange.
Indeed it is. Stacey Arruda, thank you for coming on Live Now from Fox to offer some insight into how these investigations operate and are conducted. We'll speak to you again.
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, and we do want to stay in Florida. I want to just replay for our viewers in case they might have missed it as it happened live. I spoke with Fox's Robert Sherman. He's down on the ground. He was down on the ground, rather, in front of that nature preserve with some really great details and reporting. As you know, since we spoke with Robert, they have concluded their search for the night. They will be back there tomorrow. But here was my conversation with Robert from earlier.
Carlton Reserve, which is about 5 or 10 minutes away from the Laundrie household. This was the large space where we saw that Brian Laundrie allegedly left his car behind. His family told us that he had gone out hiking. This area was searched 2 days ago, but it was a different portion of this park. Now we see investigators are back here today. And with this news that is broken today, Andrew, with the announcement coming from the Denver field office of the FBI, confirming Gabby Petito's remains, the identity, and then also saying that the initial ruling in terms of cause of death is homicide. Again, we're still waiting for the final autopsy. But with those announcements coming out today, it pretty much, I mean, if there wasn't already enough pressure for the law enforcement officials here to find Brian Laundrie with all possible haste, there's even more now. You see the law enforcement officials are out here today. Inside, it's completely different. We've seen the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We've seen the Northport Police Department, a half dozen other local and state agencies that have been combing this area. And this is a huge plot of land, Andrew. This is about 25,000 square acres, which is why officials have pulled out all the stops. We've seen ATVs put in the field. We've seen drones. We've seen canine units. All of those have been utilized to try and comb through as much of this land as possible. But, you know, keep in mind of the landscape that we're dealing with here, Andrew. You all are out in Arizona right now. Natural reserves and natural landscapes look different out there than they do here. Here, it's a lot of swampland. That means you have a lot of standing water, you have alligators, you have snakes and all of the kind. Law enforcement told us today pretty candidly that the task that lies before them is a pretty tall one. Take a listen to this.
Robert, we don't have that sound. We apologize there. We're just going to keep talking here because I want to...
That's fine.
I want to just really hone in on this one particular fact. Just give us a sense, you know, clear as day. What brought investigators to this natural preserve? Was it only that car was found there? Did they have any other leads to suggest that, you know, they might have any evidence of Brian Laundrie's whereabouts?
That's our understanding, is that this is the natural reserve where the car was parked. We also heard from the family that this is an area that he liked to hike, that this is where he set off for, and then he never came back. So that's why this area is being combed. But with this being such a massive plot of land, you can understand why they started that search 2 days ago over in east of here, several miles east of here, and they said that they felt as though that they had exhausted the search effort, but now they've resumed it over here west, a bit more towards another town in this area called Venice. There is just so much land here and so much reserve that you can understand why all of these resources have to be put in the field, why it takes such a concerted effort to do this. So that's why they're out here putting on the full court press.
And Robert, we just read for our viewers as well, just while we have you, that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis just tweeted that he is putting the full force of state agencies behind this effort as well. Do you have any more information on that? I believe this is really the first time we've heard from the Florida governor.
Yeah, and the Florida governor, in that tweet that he mentioned out, he said that he mentioned that it's how important it is to bring justice to this case and get Gabby Petito justice. We saw the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission out here. That's a state agency. They're going to patrol a lot of Florida's waterways and a lot of their natural lands and a lot of their natural reserves. So it's understandable why they've been out here today. You have one thing to keep in mind here, Andrew. We talk about Northport, Florida, and the Northport Police Department. They emphasize today that this is the FBI's show, that this is an FBI investigation. They and all these local and state agencies are assisting the Federal Bureau of Investigation. those are the folks who are quarterbacking this whole situation. They're the ones who are calling the shots right now. So that's why you've seen such an emphasis placed out west in Wyoming, and then you see it come back here as well, navigating across state lines. That's why the FBI is really taking the lead on this.
And Robert, it's almost 7 p.m. where you are. Are they going to be, doing this throughout the night? Have they kind of wrapped up for the day? What's that timetable look like? Do you have any information on that?
It's been a slow but steady wind down, Andrew, over the last couple of hours. I mean, this area has been cordoned off throughout the entirety of the day. We have seen a few different, whether it's sheriff's cruisers or some of those state vehicles from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission that were starting to come through here, and they left this area. So we have seen some of those cars start to file out. There is still a presence here, but it's very apparent that slowly but surely it's starting to wind down, because with this being a natural reserve, there isn't a single light out here that you can see anywhere, not even a single street light on either one of these roads. We're right at an intersection right now. That's going to cause problems in about an hour and a half, which, you understand why things start to wind down at this hour.
Yeah, and Robert, just lastly, and we thank you for your time and your reporting, but give us a sense, how far is that from the home in Northport, would you say?
Not too far at all, just a couple of minutes away. And everything has been pretty closely situated. So you have the home in Northport, which is actually less than a mile away from the police station. Both of those two properties were less than 10 minutes away from the first area of this natural reserve that they were searching. And now, once again, you're about 10 minutes away or so from the home, from the police station. This whole investigation, it's really taking place in a pretty tight little bubble geographically.
All right, Fox's Robert Sherman there live for us in Florida. As he follows this case, we're following it alongside you. As the question is still very, very hot on so many people's minds, where is Brian Laundrie? We'll be speaking to you a little bit later. Thanks so much, Robert.
You got it.
All right, we thank Robert Sherman for that reporting from earlier. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break with more news where that came from in just a moment.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We do want to get to some of these other top headlines on this very busy Tuesday. I want to thank you for being with us. We do have some very, very sad news to report out of the world of Hollywood and entertainment at the moment. You may remember the actor Willie Garson. He has passed away. He starred most notably in Sex and the City as Stanford Blatch. If you're a familiar face to that show, he was Carrie Bradshaw's gay best friend throughout all of it. He appeared in so many of the season's 27 episodes. But there, one of his friends, Rob Morrow, tweeting, "Our sweet pal, Willie Garson, has passed on. Dear soul, rest easy." He apparently was battling cancer, and he died just today. And so we wanted to bring that to you. We're going to be getting any more reaction from his co-stars on the hit HBO series Sex and the City. Quite groundbreaking at the time, a prominent gay character on television on HBO. And so he portrayed Stanford Blatch on Sex and the City for so many seasons. But Willie Garson has passed on, according to his friend there, Rob Morrow, TMZ, first reporting that news. Anyway, we do want to move on to some of these other stories. We've been following all the latest out of New York at the UN General Assembly. President Biden spoke there earlier this morning. He made his way back to Washington, and he did hold a meeting in the Oval Office with the UK Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson in the U.S. for the UN General Assembly, making his way via the Acela Corridor. He rode the Amtrak today, obviously a favorite of President Biden's, from New York to D.C. Let's listen into what they had to say. This is very, very brief today in the Oval.
Minister. Good. And we're promoting our democratic. We're going to be there. Fantastic. With bells on, as they say. And we're going to also, our economies have to work together, including through our Build Back Better World initiative that we launched at Carbis Bay. And today we're going to discuss the next steps on all of this, and as well as how the U.S. and UK can continue our cooperation in Afghanistan and the Indo-Pacific and around the world. And I want to thank you again, Boris, for making the effort to be here. And I understand, Boris, I just want you to know, Boris, you came down on Amtrak, is that right?
I did, and you're a living deity.
I am. I've traveled millions of miles. You think I'm joking?
They love you.
Well, they should. I travel more on Amtrak than I think. If I were a conductor, I'd be #1 in seniority. I got to tell you a quick story. It has nothing to do with anything. When I was vice president, the Secret Service didn't like me traveling on Amtrak because there were too many options for people to cause trouble along the way. But I insisted I do it, and one day they put in the newspaper, Biden travels 1 million, I think, don't hold me the exact number, I think it was 350,000 miles on Air Force 2. And so I, walking up to getting the train on that Friday, and a guy who was the #3 guy from New Jersey on seniority as a conductor walked up and grabbed me, and he goes like this, "Joey, baby," grabbed my cheek. I thought the Secret Service was going to shoot him. And I said, no, he's a friend. He said, "Joey, big deal. 1,300,000 miles on Amtrak, on Air Force 2. You know how many miles you traveled on Amtrak?" I said, "No." He said, "With the retirement dinner, we worked it out." He said, 36 years in the Senate, X number of years at that point as vice president, average 131 days a year, 257 miles a day. Joey, you traveled over 2 million miles. Big deal. I thought they should name the railroad after me or something. But at any rate.
They made the station up.
Yeah, they did.
It's big news.
Anyway.
Joe, I want to thank you, Matt, and I share your belief in transport infrastructure, particularly trains. I want to thank you very much for the warm welcome today, and it's great to be with you in the White House. And this is a very important trip for us in the UK, and we've seen some great progress just in the last period, and it's great that the ban has been lifted on British beef, and the people of the United States of America can eat British beef. And
we're going to be working on lamb too.
And the lamb, we're working on the lamb. But what you did with the travel so that people can travel to the US with 2 jabs is also fantastic and very welcome. We've been working on that for a long time. But I think the most important thing today has been your speech, Joe, to UNGA, where you made a commitment on supporting the world to adapt to climate change, doubling the American commitment. That's very important for us. We've made a £11.6 billion commitment I made when I first became Prime Minister, but it's fantastic to see the United States really stepping up and showing a lead, a real lead. And then, of course, there's the progress that we're making in the defense technology partnership that you've led and with our Australian friends, that I think has great potential to benefit the whole of the world and the security of the whole of the world. So, Joe, thank you for having us, and I think we're boosting our shared agenda. We want to build back the world together with you, and I think we want to renew and strengthen our transatlantic bond, and it feels to me like it's going very well. But I think would it be okay if we just have a couple of questions, just a couple of
Good
questions
luck.
and I think we're going to be ruthless. I'm going to go to Harry Cole from the Sun.
Mr. President, he asked him the question.
I'll take it.
Mr. President, is Britain still at the back of the queue for a trade deal, a free trade deal? To Britain's President Obama.
That's a nice question.
What possible justification is there for Abbott not to be extradited to the United Kingdom to face justice over the death of Harry Cole?
2 things. One, that latter case is being worked on. I was under the impression, but I don't know this, I want to be clear, I was under the impression there had been a civil settlement reached, but I don't know that.
That's correct.
And based on what I've been told, it was not an intentional act. It was someone who is new to driving on the wrong side of the road, quote unquote. And but I'll follow up on that. I expressed my sympathies when it occurred, but I don't know the status of that case right now. The other question was?
Brexit free trade deal.
Brexit free trade. Well, we're going to talk about trade a little bit today, and we're going to have to work that through.
Let me just say on that, Harry. I mean, don't forget, folks. So we've settled the Boeing Airbus thing, which was a massive problem between us. So we're making a lot of progress. To say nothing of the beef and the whiskey, which I already mentioned. And can I just say on
smile when you said the whiskey.
Well, he's a great ambassador for that. But on the Harry Dunn case, which is a very sad case, and everybody's sympathies are with the family of Harry Dunn. I know that the president has been personally trying to move things along, and I'm grateful for that. We're going to take one more question. I'm going to go to Beth.
Thank you. President Biden, President Trump said that the UK was in front of the queue when it came to a trade deal. You seem to have a different approach. Is that because of your heritage, your concern about the Irish protocol? Is that what's holding it back when it comes to doing this deal with the UK?
There are 2 separate issues. On the deal with the UK, that's continued to be discussed. But on the protocols, I feel very strongly about those. We spent an enormous amount of time and effort in the United States. It was a major bipartisan effort made, and I would not at all like to see, nor I might add, would many of my Republican colleagues like to see a change in the Irish Accords, the end result having a closed border again.
That is absolutely right. And on that point, Joe, we are completely at one, and I think nobody wants to see anything that interrupts or unbalances the Belfast Good Friday Accords. That's the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. That's the.
Okay, so we just wanted to show you that bilateral meeting with the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson alongside President Biden there in the White House, taking a number of questions there. They were talking about a number of topics. They did not take any questions. President Biden didn't, but the UK Prime Minister Johnson did from two British reporters in the Oval. So I just wanted to note that fact there. What we want to do right now is continue playing out the remainder of the president's speech today at the UN General Assembly. There's about 15 minutes more. I just wanted to highlight just some of the things he talked about, like climate change, China, the war in Afghanistan, and democracy abroad. So here's the rest of the president's remarks from earlier this morning in New York City.
And as we strive to deal with these urgent challenges, whether they're long-standing or newly emerging, we must also deal with one another. All of the major powers of the world have a duty, in my view, to carefully manage their relationships so they do not tip from responsible competition to conflict. The United States will compete and will compete vigorously and lead with our values and our strength. We'll stand up for our allies and our friends and oppose attempts by stronger countries to dominate weaker ones, whether through changes to territory by force, economic coercion, technical exploitation, or disinformation. But we're not seeking, say it again, we are not seeking a new Cold War or a world divided into rigid blocs. The United States is ready to work with any nation that steps up and pursues peaceful resolution to shared challenges, even if we have intense disagreements in other areas, because we'll all suffer the consequences of our failure if we do not come together to address the urgent threats like COVID-19 and climate change, or enduring threats like nuclear proliferation. The United States remains committed to preventing Iran from gaining a nuclear weapon. We're working with the P5+1 to engage Iran diplomatically and to seek a return to JCPOA. We're prepared to return to full compliance if Iran does the same. Similarly, we seek serious and sustained diplomacy to pursue the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. We seek concrete progress toward an available plan with tangible commitments that would increase stability on the peninsula and in the region, as well as improve the lives of the people in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. We must also remain vigilant to the threat of terror that terrorism poses to all our nations, whether emanating from distant regions of the world or in our own backyard. We know the bitter sting of terrorism. The bitter sting of terrorism is real. We've almost all experienced it. Last month, we lost 13 American heroes and almost 200 innocent Afghan civilians in a heinous terrorist attack at the Kabul airport. Those who commit acts of terrorism against us will continue to find a determined enemy in the United States. The world today is not the world of 2001, though. And the United States is not the same country we were when we were attacked on 9/11 20 years ago. Today, we're better equipped to detect and prevent terrorist threats, and we are more resilient in our ability to repel them and to respond. We know how to build effective partnerships to dismantle terrorist networks by targeting their financing and support systems, countering their propaganda, preventing their travel, as well as disrupting imminent attacks. We'll meet terrorist threats that arise today and in the future with a full range of tools available to us, including working in cooperation with local partners so that we need not be so reliant on large-scale military deployments. One of the most important ways we can effectively enhance security and reduce violence is by seeking to improve the lives of the people all over the world who see that their governments are not serving their needs. Corruption fuels inequality, siphons off a nation's resources, spreads across borders, and generates human suffering, is nothing less than a national security threat in the 21st century. Around the world, we're increasingly seeing citizens demonstrate their discontent, seeing the wealthy and well-connected grow richer and richer, taking payoffs and bribes, operating above the law, while the vast majority of the people struggle to find a job or put food on the table, or to get their businesses off the ground, or simply send their children to school. People have taken to the streets in every region to demand that their governments address people's basic needs, give everyone a fair shot to succeed, and protect their God-given rights. And in that chorus of voices, across languages and continents, we hear a common cry, a cry for dignity, simple dignity. As leaders, it's our duty to answer that call, not to silence it. The United States is committed to using our resources and our international platform to support these voices, listen to them, partner with them to find ways to respond that advance human dignity around the world. For example, there's an enormous need for infrastructure in developing countries. But infrastructure that is low quality or that feeds corruption or exacerbates environmental degradation may only end up contributing to greater challenges for countries over time. Done the right way, however, with transparent, sustainable investment in projects that respond to the country's needs and engage their local workers to maintain high labor and environmental standards, infrastructure can be a strong foundation that allows societies in low and middle income countries to grow and to prosper. That's the idea behind the Build Back Better world. And together with the private sector and our G7 partners, we aim to mobilize hundreds of billions of dollars in infrastructure investment. We will also continue to be the world's largest contributor to humanitarian assistance, bringing food, water, shelter, emergency health care, and other vital life-saving aid to millions of people in need. When the earthquake strikes, a typhoon rages, or disaster anywhere in the world, the United States shows up. We'll be ready to help. And at a time when nearly 1 in 3 people globally do not have access to adequate food just last year, the United States is committing to rallying our partners to address immediate malnutrition and to ensure that we can sustainably feed the world for the decades to come. To that end, the United States is making a $10 billion commitment to end hunger and invest in food systems at home and abroad. Since 2000, the United States government has provided more than $140 billion to advance health and strengthen health systems, and we will continue our leadership to drive these vital investments to make people's lives better every single day. Just give them a little breathing room. And as we strive to make lives better, we must work with renewed purpose to end the conflicts that are driving so much pain and hurt around the world. We must redouble our diplomacy and commit to political negotiations, not violence, as a tool of first resort. To manage tensions around the world, we must seek a future of greater peace and security for all people of the Middle East. The commitment of the United States to Israel's security is without question, and our support for an independent Jewish state is unequivocal. But I continue to believe that a two-state solution is the best way to ensure Israel's future as a Jewish democratic state, living in peace alongside a viable, sovereign, and democratic Palestinian state. We're a long way from that goal at this moment, but we must never allow ourselves to give up on the possibility of progress. We cannot give up on solving raging civil conflicts, including in Ethiopia and Yemen, where fighting between warring parties is driving famine, horrific violence, human rights violations against civilians, including the unconscionable use of rape as a weapon of war. We'll continue to work with the international community to press for peace and bring an end to this suffering. As we pursue diplomacy across the board, the United States will champion the democratic values that go to the very heart of who we are as a nation and a people: freedom, equality, opportunity, and a belief in the universal rights of all people. It's stamped into our DNA as a nation, and critically, it's stamped into the DNA of this institution, the United States. We sometimes forget, I quote the opening words of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, quote, "The equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world." The founding ethos of the United Nations places the rights of individuals at the center of our system. And that clarity and vision must not be ignored or misinterpreted. The United States will do our part, but will be more successful and more impactful if all of our nations are working toward the full mission to which we are called. That's why more than 100 nations united again around a shared statement, and the Security Council adopted a resolution outlining how we'll support the people of Afghanistan moving forward, laying out the expectations to which we'll hold the Taliban when it comes to respecting universal human rights. We all must advocate for women, the rights of women and girls to use their full talents, to contribute economically, politically, and socially, and pursue their dreams free of violence and intimidation. From Central America to the Middle East to Africa to Afghanistan, wherever it appears in the world. We all must call out and condemn the targeting and oppression of racial, ethnic, and religious minorities when it occurs whether it occurs in Xinjiang or northern Ethiopia or anywhere in the world. We all must defend the rights of LGBTQI individuals so they can live and love openly without fear, whether it's Chechnya or Cameroon or anywhere. As we steer our nations toward this inflection point and work to meet today's fast-moving, cross-cutting challenges, let me be clear. I am not agnostic about the future we want for the world. The future will belong to those who embrace human dignity, not trample it. The future will belong to those who unleash the potential of their people, not those who stifle it. The future will belong to those who give their people the ability to breathe free, not those who seek to suffocate their people with an iron hand. Authoritarianism, the authoritarianism of the world, may seek to proclaim the end of the age of democracy, but they're wrong. The truth is, the democratic world is everywhere. It lives in the anti-corruption activists, the human rights defenders, the journalists, the peace protesters. On the front lines of this struggle in Belarus, Burma, Syria, Cuba, Venezuela, and everywhere in between. It lives in the brave women of Sudan who withstood violence and oppression to push a genocidal dictator from power and who keep working every day to defend their democratic progress. It lives in the proud Moldovans who helped deliver a landslide victory for the forces of democracy with a mandate to fight graft, to build a more inclusive economy. It lives in the young people of Zambia who harnessed the power of their vote for the first time, turning out in record numbers to denounce corruption and chart a new path for their country. And while no democracy is perfect, including the United States, we'll continue to struggle to live up to the highest ideals to heal our divisions. And we face down violence and insurrection. Democracy remains the best tool we have to unleash our full human potential. My fellow leaders, this is a moment where we must prove ourselves the equals of those who come before us, who with vision and values and determined faith in our collective future built our United Nations, broke the cycle of war and destruction, and laid the foundations for more than 7 decades of relative peace and growing global prosperity. Now, we must again come together to affirm the inherent humanity that unites us is much greater than any outward divisions or disagreements. We must choose to do more than we think we can do alone so that we'll accomplish what we must together. Ending this pandemic and making sure we're better prepared for the next one. Staving off climactic climate change and increasing our resilience to the impacts we already are seeing. Ensuring a future where technologies are a vital tool to solving human challenges and empowering human potential, not a source of greater strife and repression. These are the challenges that we will determine what the world looks like for our children and our grandchildren and what they'll inherit. We can only meet them by looking to the future. I stand here today for the first time in 20 years with the United States not at war. We've turned the page. All the unmatched strength, energy, and commitment, will, and resources of our nation are now fully and squarely focused on what's ahead of us, not what was behind. I know this. As we look ahead, we will lead. We will lead on all the greatest challenges of our time, from COVID to climate, peace and security, human dignity and human rights, but we will not go it alone. We will lead together with our allies and partners and in cooperation with all those who believe as we do that this is within our power to meet these challenges, to build a future that lifts all of our people and preserves this planet. But none of this is inevitable. It's a choice. And I can tell you where America stands. We will choose to build a better future. We, you and I, we have the will and capacity to make it better. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot afford to waste any more time. Let's get to work. Let's make our better future now. We can do this. It's within our power and capacity. Thank you. God bless you all.
So you've been listening in to President Biden right there with the UN General Assembly giving some remarks. We're going to be hitting on what Biden has been up to today, what everyone at the Capitol has been up to today. We'll pull up a live look right now of Capitol Hill. As you know, we haven't really talked about it much because of the Gabby Petito case, all of these developments. When we come back after the break, we'll be going out to some of the Senate Democrats' remarks. And then at the top of the hour, we'll be going back into coverage of Gabby Petito, speaking with some of our reporters who are still out in the field as we speak right now as the search for Brian Laundrie is still on. We'll also be speaking with a cold case consultant, giving us the latest on what she thinks about this autopsy that was revealed by the Teton County Coroner's Office and all the details surrounding this case that has caught everyone's attention nationwide and globally. All of that coming up here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We have a lot more we want to be getting to through the evening here. I want to pull up for you a tweet coming out from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He says, at the request of the Northport Police, his law enforcement has been assisting in the search for Brian Laundrie. He says he's directed all state agencies under his purview to continue to assist federal and local law enforcement as they continue the search. He says we need justice for Gabby Petito. And the search is still underway tonight. Coming up in just a little bit at the top of the hour, we'll be going out to Florida, where a lot of that search has been focused today on Brian Laundrie. We'll be getting a live report from one of our reporters. And there's a lot more to come out of this case. We'll be following it every step of the way. Until then, though, let's go out to a press conference with Senate Democrats. You'll hear from Senator Chuck Schumer talking about some of these top issues that they are facing right now at Capitol Hill, as everyone was welcomed back to D.C. Take a listen.
I don't know. All right. I'm glad to be joined by Finance Chair Wyden, Senator Stabenow and Warner. And first, on deficit. Every member of our caucus, from one end to the other, is outraged at the irresponsible and dishonest Republican default plan. Simply put, Republicans are trying a dine and dash of historic proportion. Speaker Pelosi and I have laid out a path to responsibly pass a continuing resolution to keep the government open and suspend the debt until December of 2022. That is commensurate with the time needed to cover the bipartisan $908 billion emergency COVID relief bill that was supported by 40 Republicans and McConnell. It was passed when Trump was president, when McConnell was leader, with Democratic support. So this debt that we are asking to be spent is all Trump debt, which we supported the spending. But it is Trump debt, not Democratic debt. But Republicans seem intent on driving our country down a dangerous road that leads off a fiscal cliff. Remember, Republicans and Donald Trump added $8 trillion to the national debt in 4 years. And the question that you press always ask is, will McConnell blink? The question is, why is McConnell willing to risk so much in this country to play a political game? I hope you'll ask him that question, because that's the seriousness of this. The Republicans have conjured up a most dishonest and duplicitous arguments to justify the reckless strategy. Two arguments they make. One, they say, well, McConnell says, he comes up with this sophistry, which has no reality and is dishonest. There was a Democratic House, a Democratic Senate, a Democratic President, they should do it. In 2017, there was a Republican House, a Republican Senate, and a Republican President, and McConnell moved to raise the debt ceiling, and we joined him. We could have blocked it. He didn't have 60 votes. So this idea that when the party, that's new McConnell, that's McConnellism. And number two, and even worse, it is that that they're paying for, this is because Democrats are getting the country further in debt. None of this debt that we are asking for has anything to do with what's happening now. Even the Wall Street Journal, don't take my word for it, even the Wall Street Journal, raising the debt limit would facilitate future spending, and Congress would still need to raise the debt limit this fall, even if no new spending programs are enacted. That's the Wall Street Journal, directly contradicting Leader McConnell and the Republican senators. So I hope you'll ask all the Republican senators, not just McConnell, why they're willing to do this. That's the question. That's the fundamental question here. Not who's going to blink. Why would one person risk all of this in a blinking contest? It makes no sense. Remember, the bottom line, this will hurt our economy dramatically. A new Zandy report. Default over a period of time could lead to 6 million jobs lost, send unemployment to 9%, take $15 trillion out of the economy. Who would want to do that? It could stop payment for Social Security recipients, stop payments to veterans, raise interest rates for making a mortgage or a car more expensive. Cost local governments more. There's a tax increase if you let the debt ceiling expire. It's a tax increase because local governments will pay more interest and have to charge their taxpayers more money. So Republicans are driving America towards a default as we heal from COVID. It's going to harm every American, but their arguments don't carry any water. As many reporters have pointed out, the chief argument from Senate Republicans that they don't want to deal to raise the debt because they don't want to deal with future spending is just not is false. It is just not true. Senator Warner.
Well, thank you, Leader Schumer, and Chuck's already laid out. What we're talking about is, are we going to pay the credit card bills that we've already racked up? You know, nothing would be more irresponsible at this critical moment than messing with the full faith and credit of the United States. I was here in 2011 when we got into that zone and when we got put on credit watch, when our interest rates started to go up. Messing with that now, at this moment in time, would be the height of irresponsibility. I know some of my Republican friends say, well, we don't want to see extra spending. Well, if interest rates go up due to a default by only 1%, that adds an additional $200 billion a year minimum on interest costs. $200 billion a year that gets paid out before we write a Social Security check, before a member of our military gets paid, in front of everything else. You want to talk about an irresponsible spending program? That over 10 years is over $2 trillion simply by being irresponsible on defaulting on our debt. You want to stop spending? You want to bring down costs? Do the right thing, and let's raise the debt ceiling. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Warner. Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. And my colleagues have said it very well, and I'm going to keep this really short. First of all, even if this Congress did not spend another dime, you would still need to raise the debt ceiling. And all across the country, when you talk to citizens about this issue and you set aside all the Washington, D.C. process and procedure, they say, of course, you got trouble if you don't pay bills you've already racked up. And that is what this issue is all about. Second, I've tried to crunch the numbers as chairman of the Senate Finance Committee as exhaustively as anybody, and since Congress last raised the debt in 2019, the Trump tax giveaways have cost nearly $500 billion. So you actually can bring home the fiscal consequences of some of the damage that was done in 2017. Two last points. 2011 in particular, when there was an effort to do this to another president, President Obama, just the threat of doing this, not even actually doing it, even the threat of doing it caused substantial economic damage.
Okay, so that was just a portion of the press conference earlier today with Senate Democrats. We want to bring you a bit of breaking news out of the House, though, as the House, along party lines, has passed this short-term government spending through December 3rd to avert that September 30th government shutdown that they've been talking about, with the debt limit increase until December 2022 included as well. The bill is now headed to the Senate. It also will provide $28.6 billion in disaster relief and $6.3 billion to help Afghan refugees who are resettling in the United States. So that's the latest out of the Capitol right there. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we are going out for the very latest on the search for Brian Laundrie right now. The Gabby Petito case just keeps getting more interesting. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Want to bring you some of the latest news when it comes to the Gabby Petito case. Tonight, the FBI has confirmed the body found near Grand Teton National Park is in fact Gabby Petito, the 22-year-old who went missing on a road trip with her fiance, Brian Laundrie. They also say preliminary autopsy reports showed that she was likely murdered. Now the search for Laundrie is back on at a massive nature reserve in Florida. That's where we're going to find Fox's Rebecca Castor. She's there right now with the latest on this investigation. Rebecca, it's looking a little more quiet out there tonight, but what do you have for us?
Yes, Daytona, police wrapped up the search efforts for today a few hours ago with no signs of Brian Laundrie at this point, but they do plan to be back out here tomorrow. Now, this video can give you a better idea of the terrain investigators are dealing with out here. The nature park is about 75% water. Laundrie's family told police he went to the reserve to go hiking last Tuesday. The family attorney says it's now been a week since they've seen or heard from him. Authorities first called off the search in the nature park yesterday, and it's unclear what changed to reignite the search efforts again today. But the Northport Police Department did not shy away from admitting this will be a difficult search with alligators and snakes to be wary of. But they're stopping at nothing to locate Laundrie.
We have multiple drone operators that have been sent out in numerous teams. So we'll mix the resources and deploy them out so that if they encounter flooded areas or terrain that they can't access with these wheeled vehicles, we'll deploy our drones directly out into the wooded areas.
Laundrie and Petito were traveling cross-country, documenting their trip on YouTube. And this is video our crew in Wyoming captured today of the area where Petito's body was found. Red flags were raised when Laundrie returned to Florida without her. Petito's parents then reported her missing, and the FBI declared Laundrie as a person of interest in her disappearance. Now, tonight, the Laundrie family attorney did release a statement following the news that the remains were, in fact, Gabby Petito. He says, quote, "May Gabby rest in peace." Daytona?
Rebecca, question for tomorrow. Is the investigation and the search effort going to be pretty much the same as we saw today with aerial and ground efforts?
Yes, that is what the Northport Police Department tells us, that the efforts tomorrow are going to be a very similar operation to what they had today. They actually had more law enforcement come out here today. It increased by about 10 personnel out here, so maybe they'll have more people on the ground tomorrow as well.
And are we learning any more about the Brian Laundrie family? Are we hearing from them at all? Are we going to hear from them in the future? That's the big question on everyone's mind right now.
Yes, that's right. The Laundrie family attorney was originally scheduled to host a press conference today to speak with the media, answer some of those unanswered questions at this point, but that was canceled late last night. The attorney just saying after speaking with the FBI, they just advised him that that would not be the best to do right now and with this investigation ongoing.
And last question for you, Rebecca. Thank you so much. I know you've been out there all day today, and I've been wanting to ask a reporter this because we've been talking to so many people who have been reporting on what's going on. You know, I'm curious, you're there, you've been there all day today. Do you feel like this effort is picking up? Do you feel like there's a lot of energy out there? Do you feel like it's been kind of a roller coaster of emotions for these search teams? Just what's it been like, the energy?
Right. I mean, it does feel like the energy reignited today after it was, I mean, they said that they weren't going to come back out and search here. So there is a reason that they came back out today. You know, they felt like it was necessary. And they said that they were going to search as much of this area that they can. And now just with the unfortunate news that those remains were, in fact, Gabby Petito, just all the more reason to get back out here full force.
Yeah, and I bet they're all hoping that they're getting close with this, as it has not been an easy search mission there in that rugged terrain that you were just talking about, and some rainy conditions, not great weather conditions out there too, from what we've heard from some of the other crews. So we appreciate you staying here with us, Rebecca, and giving us the very latest. I'm sure we'll be speaking with you tomorrow as we follow this case.
Definitely will be. Thanks, Daytona.
And moving along here, we want to cover all of our bases when it comes to this story. You know, this right here was the main development today, which we'll keep bringing to you as we have it. The Teton County Coroner's Office, Dr. Brent Blue, which we have reached out to them, hoping to hear from them, asking for interviews and whatnot. They are not speaking with media at this time, but they did confirm that the remains found were those of Gabby Petito, the 22-year-old who was born on March 19th of 1999. The initial determination for the manner of death, homicide. You just heard from Rebecca Castor right there. The cause of death, though, remains pending those final autopsy results. Coming up here in the next 10 minutes or so, we'll be speaking with our cold case consultant who is going to break down what this autopsy means, what that final autopsy is going to mean for this case, and why it's brought so much attention, how it's hit this national spotlight so quickly. Should be a really interesting conversation. Until then, though, let's go out to a story brought to us by our Fox 13 Tampa team as they were talking about digital detectives. We only got to this point of finding the body of Gabby Petito, well, in part because of the help of a vlogger, a family that was out on a trip and recognized that van that we've seen so many pictures of in the past week or so. So digital detectives, what role are they playing in this investigation? Here's that
If you've
story.
heard about the Gabby Petito case, you've probably heard about this picture that she posted on Instagram on August 25th.
They scroll through her social media accounts.
Here's a more zoomed in version.
Analyzing photos in Google Maps. An army of digital detectives on the case of Gabby Petito, whose story has captivated the internet.
I personally have tried to really focus on sharing facts and sharing things that were being talked about without coming up with crazy theories.
Former homicide detective Ted Williams says the sheer dedication by the online community in Petito's case is uncanny. And with a case that spans multiple states, it's a boost for law enforcement.
It may be that one nugget that law enforcement really needs, but it's like a needle in the haystack when you have that many people.
Here it is on the left.
On Sunday, it was this travel blogger who helped identify the location of Gabby's van. They captured it with their GoPro camera as they traveled through Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming.
That was essential in pinpointing an area where, unfortunately, we believe that Gabby's body has been found.
For years, America has been engrossed with true crime stories, even romanticizing them.
It is something instinctive in us that want to solve crimes, and specifically a crime of this nature.
We are going to be going to the Grand Tetons to see if there's anything that we can do to help in the search of Gabby Petito.
People go missing all of the time, Williams says. But what's made this case different is that Gabby gave us almost daily insight into her life.
On a daily basis, she's putting out something about where she is, how she's enjoying the trip, etc., etc.
Us being able to see so much of her life led a lot of people online to be so invested in it because we could analyze a lot more.
And when those posts stopped, that's when the work of the digital detectives began. In Tampa, Jennifer Holton, Fox 13 News.
And continuing along those same lines, we want to play out just a portion for you of this interview with Fox 13 as they spoke with that vlogger who helped out during the investigation. We'll listen in to their interview, their raw interview right now.
I was just in that moment, like relief just washed over me because I could give this to their parents, to Gabby's parents, and say, hey, here's the van, go do whatever you need to do. Like, I was just so happy that we caught that on camera and were able to give that to them.
You very much, I mean, Gabby, I'm not sure if she ever saw your stuff, but she was trying to follow a lifestyle that you and your family are living. This case is not ending the way that any of us wanted it to, but just knowing that you're able to give the family at least closure and possibly some information for whatever is going to develop over the next couple of days. I mean, it almost feels like you were meant to be there at that point in time. Your camera was meant to be rolling.
There was so many things that were just coincidence that lined up for it to be kismet, I guess. And we were just at the right place at the right time. And so thankful that we were able to capture that.
That area, I'm down here in Sarasota right now from Tampa. How would you even describe that area to people that aren't from that area, that don't know those national parks, have only lived in Florida or different towns their whole entire life?
It is a very desolate area. Cell phone service was not good. We barely got any signal while we were there personally. And it's very dense. Like there's a lot of bushes, there's a lot of trees. All of the off-grid like camping sites are tucked away behind different trees and bushes and stuff. So you're very separated from everybody else and kind of secluded, even though like it was very packed.
So with the footage, did you call the FBI right away? Or I'm not sure how much you can actually go into some of the stuff with the investigation, but what did you do immediately when you saw that and kind of heard about this?
We found the footage at like about 12:05 in the morning. And coincidentally, it was Ethan's birthday when we found the footage. And we called the FBI at 12:08. I had to look up their number, called them. I was shaking. Like, I was like, listen, I have found the van. You have to do something. Like, I need to talk to somebody. Like, I knew it was her van. And they were like, well, we're going to direct you over to our website where all the tips go. And you just upload your video there. And if they need any more information, they'll call you. I haven't received anything. We've been kind of inundated with phone calls and all the things, but I keep checking back, and I'm definitely available and will cooperate fully with them.
Okay, and then I know you have others to go to, but just talk about Ethan a little bit. Tell me about this journey that you are on, especially for your son and your family.
Yeah, we lost Ethan back in September of 2011 in a car accident. We were on our way to Disney for his 7th birthday, and he would have turned 17 yesterday, and I fully believe that Ethan had a hand in bringing Gabby home, for sure.
I think you're right, and I just got goosebumps, so that means that you're right. Is there anything else that you'd like to say?
No, I just want to say that Gabby's family is so amazing. I've talked to her mom and her dad. Such wonderful, kind-hearted, beautiful people that I am blessed to know. They're hurting right now, and I think, you know, we still need to be focused on finding Brian and anybody that still has clues or was in that area around that time. Or if they've seen him in Florida, no clue is too small. If you think you have video footage, send it in. Like, we've got to get the rest of the answers for this family.
You're amazing. And then obviously.
So again, that was just a portion of that interview, a critical interview talking about Gabby Petito, the last place that they saw her, the image from a GoPro being utilized by the FBI to track down her location where her body would be. So we're going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We have more to come as we're going to speak with a cold case consultant about everything concerning this case, what the autopsy means that was released today, and so much more. See you back here in 2 minutes on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We are going to go into this story. Gabby Petito, really dive deep into this. I'm going to bring on Dr. Sarah Stein. She is a cold case consultant and an expert on all things along these lines. Sarah, I have several different questions for you, but I want to start off first with what your thoughts were of this autopsy being released today by the Teton County Sheriff's Department, or Teton County Coroner's Office.
For having me this evening, and I'd like to start by expressing my sincerest condolences to Gabby's family and all her loved ones. The news of the autopsy today and the release of information that it is indeed Gabby was heart-wrenching to see, certainly, but it did give us some information, at least to begin with. And of course, the most important piece of information being that the manner of death for Gabby was indeed homicide. So we do have that knowledge tonight that it was a wrongful death.
Yeah, I mean, we had no idea that it was going to come out this early, and like you said, this initial determination is that the manner of death is homicide, but we're still waiting on the final autopsy results. So can you kind of clarify what that means for all of our viewers right now?
Certainly. So there will be a few things pending this evening and into the coming days and potentially even weeks ahead. One of those things will be toxicology results to determine if Gabby had any unusual substances in her system at the time that she passed, that she was murdered. And the second thing, of course, being the actual cause of her death. And we don't know what to expect there. There could be any number of causes of death. However, considering the fact that the coroner was able to determine that this was a homicide, that does seem to indicate that they have an idea of what might have caused her death, whether that be strangulation, in which case we would see breakage of the bones in the hyoid in her neck, or if it was a blunt force trauma, there would certainly be evidence of that. So the fact that they were able to determine that it was a homicide is significant.
Yeah, definitely a significant development in all of this. I want to circle back just to kind of the beginning of this case. As you know, this has gotten incredible national reaction and attention, whether that be online. We just showed all of these digital detectives who are trying to crack this case alongside the FBI. You know, I'm curious what your thoughts are of this reaching the national spotlight so quickly.
Mm-hmm. Well, there have been a few media pundits who have been quick to label the interest in Gabby's disappearance and unfortunate homicide as a phenomenon known as missing white woman syndrome. And I read a piece tonight actually on Fox by one of your contributors, David Marcus, in which he referred to missing white woman syndrome as being reductive and dismissive. And it simply would lump Gabby into a category that is not favorably really looked upon. And I don't think at all that that's what galvanized this massive social media response. I have never in my career seen such an immediate response by the public and such a willingness to become involved and be singularly focused on this case and provide information to authorities. It was remarkable that within hours of Gabby's story hitting the national spotlight, that there were actually people starting to descend on the Laundrie home demanding accountability. That's something you just don't see every day in missing persons investigations. But I think Gabby captivated so many people because she truly embodied the American spirit that seems to have been a little elusive in recent times. And she embraced freedom, she embraced adventure, and she made her home out of traveling across the country. So like a lot of us, I'm sure she was feeling a little lost, but also found in her new purpose in life. And we got to live through her eyes on social media and see all her experiences. And that compels people. And I think we all came together to try and bring Gabby home. And the digital detectives and the FBI and law enforcement did that. It was truly remarkable to see.
Yeah, it really has been. I mean, not to mention that the trip that she went missing on, they literally had documented themselves, which brings me into my next question. With it being such a far-reaching investigation, I mean, this is months-long trip, how do you think that's going to play a role in this investigation for the FBI moving forward?
I think it could play a very significant role. The first issue at hand is, of course, we have not been able to locate Brian Laundrie to date. He is still missing. He must be located, and it must be determined whether he had any involvement in Gabby's murder. And the second issue is that he covered, and Gabby as well, covered such a vast amount of terrain in their journey. They left from New York and traveled across the country. And so I think it's really critical that the public remain engaged and alert and continues to review their vacation film, their photographs, anything that they might have remembered along the route that was unusual if they encountered Gabby or Brian. And I certainly think that their travels play a significant role in determining what happened to Gabby.
Sure. I think the question on everyone's mind right now is, if Brian Laundrie is not found, what happens next? How long does this story remain a story?
Well, I think Gabby's story will remain a story for as long as we continue to be present and continue to be involved and continue to demand accountability. One thing that I thought was very impressive, and certainly it's a desire for this type of action to be taken in every single missing persons case and every homicide case. But Governor Ron DeSantis came out today and vowed decisive action. He vowed additional resources to contribute to finding Mr. Laundrie. And I think that was a very admirable and courageous step for him to take.
Do you think that's going to make a major difference in this investigation right now, allotting more resources?
I think certainly it will be helpful. As we know, law enforcement has faced a myriad of challenges during the past several months, and one of them is funding and personnel, and law enforcement needs all the help that they can get right now. So I do believe that that might make a difference.
Doctor, I'm just curious, from your point of seeing so many of these cases, is there anything in particular that has stuck out to you that you have found interesting or unique for this case in particular?
I think that one of the things, the biggest thing, is the social involvement, the social media, how quickly people got involved in Gabby's case. The second thing that really sticks out to me is, I hate to say it, but the tragedy of this whole case. We have, as you said, Gabby's photographs, her videos, her documenting her entire life for the world to see, which was so beautiful. But at the same time, we have this heart-wrenching video from the body cam of the Moab police officer who responded to the potential domestic violence incident between her and Mr. Laundrie. And we really got a window into Gabby's spirit and into her soul and her struggles that we're not privy to in other cases like this. And to see that she was in such distress prior to her death was heartbreaking. But by that same token, seeing that body cam footage, that is nothing but exemplary policing. The Moab Police Department did everything right. They separated the two of them. They prevented Mr. Laundrie from leaving the scene. They arranged for them to spend the night apart. and they did everything that they could, but it's still tragic to see that and to have a firsthand view of what she went through in the final days of her life.
Yeah, you're so right. We know that body camera footage is going to be seen several more times in the future here as evidence. But I am curious what your thoughts are on the role that the two sets of parents are playing in this, because arguably, I mean, they've been getting more screen time than anyone, or a lot of people asking them questions. We've seen the parents of Brian Laundrie coming out of the home for just brief moments, not speaking to media. The attorney is supposed to hold a press conference for the Brian Laundrie family. That not happening either. What does all this mean?
Well, it could mean several different things, and to play devil's advocate and to look at all the different scenarios, Mr. Laundrie has not yet been charged with a crime. And even if he has been charged with a crime, it is his constitutional right to decline to speak with authorities. And that's certainly within his right to make that decision. However, in terms of his family's activities, it is very disheartening to see that despite the fact that Gabby had shared their home with them, that they ostensibly love her, that they would not choose to take this opportunity to clear up any misunderstandings, to defend their son. And certainly Mr. Laundrie fleeing is not a good indicator behaviorally of his innocence, but we certainly can't jump to that conclusion yet. And as for Gabby's courageous and phenomenal family, she has such a support network. And what I have observed during my career is that it is the families who commit themselves, certainly every family commits themselves to search for their loved one until they are returned home. But it's the families who really commit as hard and as gut-wrenching. I can't imagine what it would be like to be her family right now, but who commit to doing the hard things, going on camera, going on television, pleading for any bit, any piece of information that might bring their loved one home. That can make all the difference in the world. And so I applaud their courage.
All right, Dr. Sarah Stein, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for giving us insight on this. In your expertise, what do you think the timeline is for that toxicology report to be released?
It depends truly on the jurisdiction, how quickly they can get those labs processed and get them returned to the coroner. I would say days, even up to weeks. It's difficult to know, but it hopefully will not be too long before the actual cause of death and any additional testing will be released to the public.
Okay, so two things that we're going to be watching moving forward: the release of that toxicology report, and then also watching this search that's underway for Brian Laundrie right now. Dr. Sarah Stein, again, thank you so much for being with us on the show. We'll definitely have you back on to dive deeper into all of these developing details throughout the weeks here.
All right, thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much. We're going to take another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox as we are tracking all of this. If we get any new details, we're going to try to get it to you as soon as possible. We're also at the top of the hour going to be heading out to coverage from Fox 13 in Tampa, as they have been on this from the very beginning too. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes.
I'd love to come back on. Thank you so much.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are staying on this Gabby Petito case. Want to pop up a tweet for you from the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, saying that at the request of Northport Police, who was leading the investigation in the Gabby Petito case and searching for Brian Laundrie, he says that his law enforcement has been assisting in the search for Brian Laundrie. He says he's directed all state agencies under his purview to continue to assist federal and local law enforcement as they continue to search. He says we need justice for Gabby Petito. So we're going to see a pickup in the resources that are searching for Brian Laundrie at this time. We've shown you this video from overhead of the search that was there, as the terrain is just not great. It is tough for those teams who are out there trying to find him, but it should continue tomorrow, and you know we'll have full coverage on all of that. Until then, though, let's go out to Governor DeSantis from earlier today. Different remarks, but still the governor out of Florida. We haven't played it yet, so this is fresh.
Looking forward to that, and whatever, anytime they have complaints, we mention Disney World and everything's okay again. So I'm very happy to be in this position, very happy to be joining the faculty of University of Florida also. And I talked to the governor, and there are a few things that we're going to keep in mind as we approach public health here in the state of Florida. So the first is that Florida will completely reject fear as a way of making policies in public health. So we're done with fear. That's been something that's been, unfortunately, a centerpiece of health policy in the United States ever since the beginning of the pandemic, and it's over here. Expiration date, it's done. So we're compassionate. We get it. There are scary things. We've seen a lot of fear from COVID over the almost past year and a half, and it's very understandable. But the way to approach that is not from a place of fear, because it doesn't lead to good decisions. And we've seen a lot of that, where the risks and benefits of decisions haven't been considered wholly or thoughtfully. So that's over here. In terms of our approach, we are going to have a positive approach. We're going to acknowledge the fact that, there are some things that are scary, but that's not the only thing. That's not the place that we're going to make decisions from. So we're going to really think globally about the health policy decisions that we make in this state. The second thing that I plan to be sure is very clear in our policy making is that we're going to make it very explicit. We're going to be very explicit about the differences between the science and our opinions. So we all have opinions, we all have a perspective, and we are absolutely entitled to those perspectives. What's been happening over the past year is that people have been taking the science and they've been misrepresenting it. They've been using the science, and it's been unclear when the discussion about the science ends and discussion about how you feel about the science and what you want people to do with the science begins. And that will never be a problem here. That's never going to be something that we do here. You'll know when we're talking about data, and you'll know when we're talking about our opinions, our impression, our preferences about the data. That will always be clear here. So you can count on that. And then the third thing is that we are going to never lose sight of the fact that public health is not one thing. So public health is not about a single item. It's not about how many cases of COVID there are in a location. It's about, and that is a part of public health, but it's not the only thing. And, as all of you know, that's how public health has been treated over the past year and a half. So that's over. It's not going to happen here. We're going to keep, we'll be interested and concerned about all aspects of public health that we think are important. And that goes for, it goes for schools. So this, as just a perfect example of how glaringly we've ignored what public health really means has been how we've just brazenly pulled children who need the structure of school and need the structure of a routine in their lives out of school and done that. And we've done that for not even, it's terrible to do it for all kids, but we've also done it for kids with disabilities, and people have hardly even batted an eye. So our interest in public health will truly be public health. It will not be sort of one thing or whatever the flavor of the month is going forward. So those are the main items I wanted to communicate you all. And again, we're really excited about coming here to Florida. Really happy to be here.
Anyone have any questions?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, please. Oh, sure. Yeah, no. So before I answer your question, I'll tell you that, part of that fear that you're talking about and part of, I think you said, did you say conspiracy? Conspiracy theories? Sure. So part of why that is an issue is because of the climate of distrust that has been engendered over the past year and a half. And that was a direct result of scientists, my colleagues, some of them, taking the science and basically misrepresenting it to fit their agendas, their interests, what they wanted to see people do. So it's partly a product of that. And in terms of that, I think vaccines will treat like any other preventive issue. So the goal will be education, and that will be the goal. And this idea that people don't get to make their own decisions, on issues of health related to their own personal health is wrong, and it's not something that we're going to be about. So we're going to be about education. We're Well, that's an interesting question. So there are good reasons to reject lockdowns. There are a lot of them. They don't even have anything to do. They don't even have to have anything to do with fear. So one of the things, again, with misrepresentation of science is that a great study, a really high quality study, came out of the National Bureau of Economic Research a few months ago, and no one heard about it because it didn't fit the agendas that some of our public health officials have been advancing. And that study that showed that in the United States, after lockdowns, overall mortality increased. I'm just going to say that again. After lockdowns, overall mortality increased. Lockdowns are bad. Lots of reasons why they're bad. That's just one really good one. Yes, I am. In fact, Jay Bhattacharya is a good friend of mine. Yes, I am. Yeah. And I think, part of the reason, I think, again, just sort of the step back here. So there's this idea that, that things are black and white. You wear the mask all the time or you don't, or you have to have the vaccine or you don't. And even with that Great Barrington Declaration, there were a couple things. I talked to Jay before he made it public. There were a couple things that I didn't totally agree with, but the spirit of what they believe, that that we need to respect human rights, that people do have autonomy over their lives, and it's not okay to. It's not even not okay, but it's not virtuous and it's not right to just sort of take away those rights from individuals. Completely agree with that. That's why I signed it.
You didn't mention vaccine. Is vaccine personal choice that you see as something that's up to the person? You're not going to.
Okay. So just to be clear, you asked a few things there. So vaccines are up to the person. There's nothing special about them compared to any other preventive measure. So absolutely, great things about vaccines for COVID-19, prevent the risk of serious illness. Fantastic. People get to make a choice about what they want to do with that information.
Do you think the state should be promoting that?
The state should be promoting good health, and vaccination isn't the only path to that. It's been treated almost like a religion, and that's just senseless, right? There are lots of good pathways to health, and vaccination is not the only one. So we support measures for good health. That's vaccination, losing weight, it's exercising more, it's eating more fruits and vegetables, everything. We support it all.
How did the University of Florida get wind of your appointment as Surgeon General and tell their faculty you have to go to this?
Yeah.
You'd have
a little bit about that, or did the governor?
Well, I mean, so he did the university separately, and that was not that was just based on his credentials. And then no, so
I don't think anyone who interviewed him knew that he was going to be appointed this. That wasn't anything that we had done, and obviously we wanted to see how that shaked out before we formally offered him. But I view it as, look, University of Florida, number 5 now, public university. One of the top is UCLA. It's ahead of us. To be able to get someone of Joe's caliber to a Florida university, that's a coup in and of itself. And yeah, I'm happy that he's going to do this job, and I think he's going to do a great job. But that's a big deal. And so I think any university would be foolish not to want to get this guy.
Was there any communication between the governor's office and the university?
Go ahead.
Well, remember when the legislature provided additional for some of the folks, and so the salary for the Surgeon General is now higher, and then you do have a similar arrangement where you will be at UF and then also be doing. I think it's a similar contract. Yeah, I think that's. I have not reviewed. Yep, we'll give you the answer on that. So do you want to ask me what you really want to ask me? Well, I would just say, one thing, I'll let Joe answer, but it's declining everywhere in Florida now, in all the schools. Remember, we had kids back in school, millions of kids coming back into the classroom, and what happened at the very height of this, and since all that has happened, it's continued to go down. So this idea that somehow schools drive this and that we can't have kids in school, that should be definitively proven wrong. It was proven wrong last year. But from where we are now versus where we were before with all the kids in school, and I would also say you look at most of the districts follow state law. They're providing parental choice with masks. There's a few districts who have kind of gone rogue and they're forced masking the kindergartners, first graders, all that stuff. There's not any difference. It's going down everywhere. And so I just think that, the doctor mentioned having kids out of school, that's a health issue too, because that is devastating. And so we've worked really hard last year to do it. We're working really hard now to do it. And we're going to be working on, when they say schools close, it's usually not because everyone tests positive. Someone will test positive, and then they send the healthy kids home. That needs to be reevaluated. That's not how they do it in most European countries, and they've had very positive results. And so I know we're going to be looking at that because, quite frankly, you talk about Parents' Bill of Rights. A parent has a right to have a healthy kid in school. What are you going to say? You pass someone in the hall, and so you got to sit there for 10 days or 14 days? That has a huge cost on kids' upbringing. And so, but the data is very clear. And I remember a month ago, we knew the data because we've seen this play out. But everyone was saying, if you give parents a choice, you're going to have, major outbreaks leading this. And in reality, not only are we down with everything, and we are big time down with pediatric admissions, but we're down ED visits. We're down huge on hospital admissions. The census was down 8% today on a Tuesday, which usually is an increase because of the way they do discharges. And then, of course, you're seeing the cases go down dramatically as well. So keep these kids in school. If someone's sick, by all means, you send them home. But healthy kids, they have a right to be in the classroom. Yeah. Right. Well, I'm discussing that with my team in terms of recommendations. It's complicated, right? There are factors that may be specific to different school districts. So we're discussing what works best for.
Going forward, reflecting a little bit on you.
There you go, Stefan. Yeah, as a scientist, this is one of the most startling aspects of the pandemic for me. in terms of what some of my colleagues are saying and doing. It is, I mean, you know, you don't need to go to medical school to look at the data and see that there's really great protection, you know, terrific protection, durable protection, robust protection, sort of variant protection that confers some resistance to variants. And obviously the story is still being written, so we don't really know, you know, exactly what's going to happen in the future. There's tremendous data that supports the fact that, you know, that natural immunity protects people from getting very ill, also protects people from being infected again. And so that's what it is, and that's great.
I think let me just talk. So, but I think this is important with natural immunity and why people in these experts have tried to act like it doesn't exist, because, and I think you were going to ask this.
Okay, so we do want to pop in here to bring you an update that we are getting live out of Washington, D.C. right now. Lindsay Watts with Fox 5 in D.C. Is there right now. She says that she just got there. It is where law enforcement sources are saying a special police officer was shot. She confirmed that an adult female is unconscious and not breathing at this time. They're expecting an update pretty soon from officials there. They are live with their own show. We're going to try to get her here on Live Now from Fox as well, try to talk to her, as that's all we really know at this point in time. An officer-involved shooting investigation is underway. We saw a couple ambulances driving past, and you can see this heavy police presence right here on the scene too. So a lot going on there. Apparently a very violent day in Washington, D.C. today. We're going to try to gather some more details on all of that here through the rest of the evening. But again, a special police officer shot, an adult female unconscious and not breathing, and an update coming soon. That's the latest that we have out of Washington, D.C. right now on this street corner. We're going to take another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We have a couple other live looks across the country that we are monitoring. So we've got details for you coming up after the break. So thanks for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We have a pretty active scene here in Washington, D.C. as we are hearing from our teams on the ground that there was an officer-involved shooting. There's one woman, one female, who was shot and is unconscious at this time. Also, a special police officer who was involved in the shooting was shot. This is just one of the ambulances who's been kind of driving back and forth at this time. If we get any more details for you, we are expecting an update pretty soon. We'll play out that press conference for you once we get it. But I do want to alert everyone to a different live look that we have right here. This one out of Los Angeles, California. This is something that we're seeing across the country right now. The body of Marine Lance Corporal Dylan R. Mayoral. He was among those 13 service members killed in that suicide bombing in Afghanistan. He is returned to Southern California today in this procession that is honoring him right now. And I'm going to bring in my colleague, Andrew Kraft, to kind of weigh in on this because, Andrew, this is one of several processions that have happened not only in the California area, but across the country because 13 of these men and women were again killed in that suicide bombing. And it is just heartbreaking for these families who are having to deal with this right now.
Yeah, of course, Daytona, and just watching this unfold right now means that this story of the Afghanistan withdrawal, it's going to stay with us for some time as these families, grieve for the rest of their lives. You can just see these really poignant images of well-wishers and mourners and the community coming out to support the family, waving American flags, standing on these overpasses and alongside the roadway here. But let's just kind of watch as the procession goes by. And you'll remember, most of our viewers will remember, that a majority of those killed in that terror attack, Daytona, 20, 21, 22 years old. They were either not born yet or just babies on 9/11 and were called to assist with the evacuations at the Kabul airport for thousands of not only American citizens and legal permanent residents, but also Afghans fleeing for a better life, most of whom helped the United States in the war on terror there over the last 20 years. And so you can see the hearse right there. Let's just watch. And so if you're just coming to us here on Live Now from Fox, it's almost 7 p.m. on this Tuesday night. And over the highways of Los Angeles County, we've been just following along this really somber procession of the hearse that is carrying the body of one of those Marines, Dylan Mayoral, who was killed very, recently, just weeks ago, in Afghanistan, alongside 12 others from the U.S. Marines. One was a Navy medic who was trying to assist and facilitate many Afghans and American citizens fleeing Kabul as U.S. troops withdrew. And so we also saw the scenes, you'll remember, at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware, the president going to meet some of those coffins draped in American flags on the tarmac for what's known as the dignified transfer. And so since then, we have been kind of showing you some of these processions and funerals and vigils for those brave service men and women who did lose their lives. It was the deadliest day in Afghanistan in the war on terror in a decade, you'll remember, Daytona, and we lost 13 brave young men and women that day. And so right now we're just showing you these live pictures of one of them, and no doubt their family changed forever. But you can see that so many people have come out to witness this, friends and family, and most likely just people who never met Dylan Mayoral or even knew him. They just wanted to pay their respects. You can see there that fire truck with that American flag. These are just stunning images. Let's just watch So many people paying their respects. There you can see the police escort in front of the hearse there, making its way down this highway stretch in LA County. And you can see there so many people who came out to witness this, coming up on the 7 o'clock hour. But this is just one of the 13 who were killed that day in Kabul, outside the airport there. And so I just wanted to show you some of these images, looking at the people stopped alongside the roadway to catch a glimpse, to pay their respects, as still the fallout from the Afghanistan withdrawal lingers still. A coming humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan will soon be underway. And so we're going to move on to some other items right now. We do have, I believe, Fox 11 possibly. Los Angeles is also on this story live.
All right, we're going to go into their coverage right now. Thank you, Andrew, for breaking that all down for us. They have these same aerials. Let's tune in.
Significantly. So what's causing the hesitant to get the shot?
You're watching Fox 11 News Special Report.
And good evening. Welcome to Fox 11 News Special Report. I'm Alex Michaels.
And I'm Marla Tejas. Thank you for being with us. Let's go ahead and begin with a race for LA mayor.
Kevin De Leon, the city councilman and longtime Senate President pro tem, announcing his bid today during a big rally.
Phil Schuman joining us live with how the mayor's race is shaping up. Phil.
Well, it's getting more crowded every day. No major surprise. We expected De Leon to get into the mayor's race. He made it official this morning near Olvera Street.
The district that I have the honor to represent, CD14, is actually the microcosm for the entire city of LA. I have more unhoused individuals than anywhere in the city of LA. The issue of displacement and gentrification has already taken root in Highland Park, but it's already planting its seeds in Boyle Heights. So housing affordability is really, really critical.
Kevin De Leon, 54 years old, a Los Angeles City Council member. In fact, his first term on the City Council after 12 years, as you mentioned, Alex and Marla, in Sacramento as a state legislator. You heard him reference Boyle Heights, El Sereno, Highland Park, much of downtown. Focus has been largely on those at, shall we say, the lower end of the economic scale. It was, he put it, are barely getting by. Big emphasis on housing, on homelessness. Joe Bruscaino, already in the race, also a Los Angeles City Councilman, representing the Watts area, the South Bay, San Pedro. He spent 15 years as an LAPD officer. He's clearly taken more of a get-tough approach on the homelessness issue than his colleagues. Mike Feuer, also in the race, currently the city attorney, also a former state legislator, and before that, LA City Councilman. Got some headlines this morning with a plan to double the size of the city council and cut their salaries. The current number is 15, and they each make more than $200,000. Jessica Lal, president and CEO of what's known as the Central City Association, a business group. She'll build more housing for the homeless, the mentally ill. Not clear how anybody is going to pay for all that. That's the central theme of her campaign. She wants the zoning rules changed so it's easier to build housing, and particularly affordable housing. So, Alex and Marla, we have a lot to talk about with those candidates. That's who've already declared. But what about some other likely possibilities? A familiar face to our viewers here at 7 o'clock, Karen Bass, current U.S. representative representing Los Angeles. She is definitely interested in the race. Her people say she'll make a decision soon, perhaps a week or two. Another interesting scenario, former LAUSD Superintendent Austin Butner, former deputy mayor. He once ran unsuccessfully in the race that ended with Mayor Garcetti in office. He's much better known now. And then there's always Rick Caruso. His name always pops up, head of the USC Board of Trustees, the shopping center magnate, think the Grove. He said it's something he's considering, not clear if or when he will make a decision. So voters in that primary, which will be here before we know it in June, Alex and Marla, certainly will have a wide variety of choices, right?
Yes, they will. And we're going to talk to one of them right now. Joining us now live in studio is LA City Councilman Kevin De Leon. We saw him earlier with his launch event. Congratulations and welcome to the show. Good to have you.
Thank you so much, Alex. Thank you so much for all that.
Thanks for being here.
All right. So we just heard some of the other candidates. These are all people, many of whom you're friends with and have known for a very long time. You're all Democrats. You all agree on a lot of issues. What makes you different? Why you over them?
Well, let me say this. I think if anything we've learned the past year and a half of turmoil, uncertainty, and isolation, especially as we continue to fight the COVID-19, is as Angelenos, we simply cannot go back to the old normal, because all you have to do is look at encampments in almost every neighborhood in Los Angeles. Angelenos lined up blocks on end, waiting to pick up a box of food just to feed their children. A sense of panic and anxiety among Angelenos for rent relief, and the very fact that the only thing that's standing between an Angeleno keeping a roof over his or her head and living out on the streets is an eviction moratorium. So that means we need to chart a new course for the city of LA. It's about lived experience. It's about letting Los Angeles know that they're not alone, that they know that they can have the mayor, the next mayor of Los Angeles, know what housing insecurity feels like. And I can tell you this, I can remember as a young child when we would hear that knock on the door by the landlord demanding his rent, and my mother would, take her finger to her lips and say, shh, cállense todos. Shh, be quiet, don't say a word. That sense of embarrassment, quite frankly, and that's what I went through as a young child. So I think that LA needs to know that they're not alone during this great moment of crisis.
You say that you want to tackle LA's challenges. Of course, you just talked a lot about housing affordability and also the homelessness crisis, which is absolutely at crisis level here now. What is your plan?
It's a humanitarian crisis unlike anything we've ever experienced before. I have more unhoused individuals in all of Los Angeles, more unhoused individuals in my district alone than the cities of Chicago and Houston, third and fourth largest city in America. But in spite of that, I have housed nearly 2,000 unhoused individuals in the last 9 months alone. To give you some context, I put forward a plan that the city of LA has voted for unanimously, which is 25,000 housing units by the year 2025. Let's be very clear. If you're unhoused, if you're living on the streets, on the sidewalks, in parks, in your own car, by definition, you have no roof over your head. So it's that simple. Let's put a roof over the head, whether it's building, but building with value for our taxpayers, not exorbitant HHH, that's $700,000, $800,000 per unit, whether it's adaptive reuse, purchasing buildings, commercial property, converting them, and master leasing, taking advantage of all the vacancies.
You've been on the city council for not all that long, but you were one of the most powerful people in all of Sacramento, and Democrats have been in charge on this issue for a long time, and yet the problem keeps getting worse and worse. Why should we trust that it's going to get better? What are you going to do differently than what Mayor Garcetti's already doing?
Well, listen, I don't think we should, define the past or look towards the past to define what the future may look like. I think Mayor Eric Garcetti has done an exemplary job. But let me put this in context.
But how do you, people are going to say exemplary job? You just talked about the fact that you have all those homeless in your district.
I'm going to put this in context because this means it's all hands on deck. That means the President of the United States. That means the Congress of the United States. That means the governor, the state legislative body, where I came from as a leader of our California State Senate. That means the county board of supervisors, the mayor, and council. Let me tell you this. LA's mental health facilities are the open streets of the city of Los Angeles. When you see someone running naked down the street or half naked with feces caked onto their skin, having a schizophrenic, psychotic breakdown, we've normalized that in Los Angeles. It's almost like it's the natural landscape. It is white noise. Instead of them getting treatment, because the city of LA, last time I checked, doesn't have a mental health department. That is LA County. That's why we need to work together, not against each other, to improve the human condition for all individuals living on the streets.
We want to get Phil Schuman in the conversation as well. And maybe look over here. Phil?
Well, Councilman, if I was an elected official and I saw that naked person running down the street, I hope I would pull my car over and stay there until I made sure that they were getting the help they needed,
Absolutely.
Which I'm sure you'd agree with. Now, look, with all due respect, viewers have heard these political positions, plans, speeches, lofty goals forever. And a lot of it just goes right over their heads because you could just substitute one person for another. It seems like people really want leadership. And so my question for you is, who is a leader who you've admired? Who has a leadership style that you've tried to emulate in your career as a politician?
Well, you know what? That's a very good question. I'm not quite sure if I've emulated other elected officials, other politicians, but someone who I admire greatly is my own mother, a single immigrant mother with a third-grade education who worked her fingers to the bone to clean the homes of the very wealthy. And it's that where I got my strong work ethic and the courage and the values to move forward, to work every day for Angelenos, to lift them up so they can achieve their dreams in the city of LA. It may not be the standard, canned political answer, whether it's JFK or who's been a great president, RFK and other folks, but quite frankly, it's a Latina single immigrant mother who was a housekeeper for the very wealthy in a neighborhood with the palatial homes overlooking the Pacific Ocean. That was my role model. And
All right, Phil, you have a follow-up.
I'd like to meet your mother. What do you understand about the woke LA voter that your rivals just don't seem to get?
Well, I think that there is anger right now because that we are witnessing, so many Angelenos, like I said a few moments ago, standing for blocks, waiting up to pick up a box of food. The very fact that all you have to do is look at our Latino, Asian American, and black brothers and sisters who are on the front lines, yet relegated to the back of the line for life-saving vaccines. I was explaining, earlier that the district I represent at the peak of the pandemic, my district was ground zero for both infections as well as mortality rates. My residents, they can't Instacart Whole Foods or Gelson's or Sprouts. They can't Postmates sushi to their home. They don't have a 3,000, 4,000 square foot home. They can't Zoom or Google their meetings. They're essential workers, yet treated like they're expendable workers, multi-generations under one roof. And the vaccinations simply were not getting to ground zero, where people were dropping like flies or dying.
Let me ask you, if I could, just about the fact that there's a recall petition circulating, and these are from your very own constituents in District 14, and they cite how you've handled the homelessness crisis. So now you're going to be asking more voters, more of your constituents to get their vote. So how do you reconcile that?
Well, the way I reconcile that is, I respect all individuals regardless of the political party. They were staunch right-wing Trump supporters. They don't like the idea that I'm building a tiny cabin shelter in a part of Eagle Rock community where we already have unhoused community members actually currently living there. This is an issue that has festered for years, if not decades. And I campaigned for the city council saying, I'm going to tackle this issue. I'm going to tackle it head on. I'm not going to sweep it under the rug. And now we're building tiny cabin shelters. They don't like it. I'm respectful of that.
Yeah, they say that it's going to threaten the family unit and kids in the neighborhood.
It's not going to threaten any of the family members there. We're going to have 24/7 security. We're going to have bathrooms and showers. Why wouldn't we want to organize it in a clean, orderly fashion, have meals served, as opposed to the current state that we have in Skid Row and everywhere else in the city of LA? So listen, this is a very complex issue, and folks are going to push back. Right. But if we're going to have real political action and leadership, we can't run away from the issue because some neighbors get angry and upset. We have to step up and do what we know is right for the city of LA because, quite frankly, it leaves an indelible mark of shame on a great city like LA.
Let's talk about the issue of immigration for a moment. You're one of the most significant leaders that are Latino that we've ever had in this state. And when people hear that sanctuary state, that's you. That was your bill that made California a sanctuary state. California's done a lot for the undocumented, even in the last year, including expanding health care for the undocumented. You, as LA mayor, what more, or is there anything more that you could be seeing in terms of an expansion of rights for the undocumented that isn't currently in place now?
Well, listen, the bottom line is this, is we need Congress to step up and get immigration reform done. You have, hundreds of thousands of folks who are working on the West Side in the finest restaurants in the world, cleaning the most palatial homes on top of the hill, whether it's in Palisades or in Brentwood or Bel Air. And they've been doing it for decades. Yet we have a Congress who have yet to get their act together and normalize the legal status of so many folks who've been paying their taxes every year, who've been raising their children. Many of their children are dreamers who have gone on to the University of Southern California, UCLA, Cal, Stanford. And still, after so many decades, we still don't have immigration reform. It's that simple, because it'll be an injection into the economy where folks feel 100% that I am an Angelino, I am a Californian, and I am an American because I've contributed so greatly to the economy. We're the 5th largest economy on planet Earth. That means there's only 4 economies. The United States as a whole, it is China, Japan, Germany, and then the great state of California. A lot of those workers are the backbone of this economy.
And lastly, just because we also like to have a little bit of fun, and this is
This
something
is a hard turn.
from our political show, The Issue Is, which you also got to come on sometime soon. We like to ask some random questions. Since we just had the Emmys in Los Angeles, such an important part of the industry
It is,
here.
without a doubt.
Favorite TV show?
I don't know I have a favorite TV show right now. I think Netflix right now, I've been waiting for the next episode installment of Narcos, you know.
Okay.
I've been waiting for that. It hasn't come up yet. There was a documentary that I just saw recently that floored me, which is a 3-part series of Naomi Osaka, racially mixed Asian American, Haitian family. What was really telling to me was her openness, her courage to share her mental struggles, her mental illnesses. And I was just floored away with it. Just the courage, the bravery of a world-class athlete who's actually living, I think, right here in Los Angeles. And to be so open about it, which is, you know, we can dispel the stereotypes in the midst of mental illnesses, especially during COVID-19, where so many of our families, working families, and kids have been impacted so greatly.
Well, she is such a brave young lady. And Kevin De Leon, City Councilman, we appreciate you taking the time to join us tonight on the Special Report.
Nice to have you in the building, too. Hopefully this is the first of many.
I hope so.
As now, I finally am taking a breath from the recall coverage, and now it's a whole new campaign.
That's right. From one to the next.
Great to see you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. All right, still to come. Somber story here. A procession to honor a Marine from Ranch Cucamonga killed in Afghanistan. We are live as a community honors that fallen hero.
Plus, autopsy results confirm that the remains found Sunday are those of Gabby Petito, who disappeared while on a trip with her fiancé. Tonight, the new details about the 911 call placed in the final weeks of Gabby's life.
And we have both those stories coming up here on Live Now from Fox. A look of that procession that they were just talking about, the body of Marine Dylan Marola, who was among those 13 service members killed in a suicide bombing in Afghanistan, has returned to Southern California, carried in a procession to Forest Lawn Covina Hills. Marola, who was only 20 years old, lived in Rancho Cucamonga in San Bernardino County. He died on August 26 in the attack at Kabul Airport that also killed 10 other Marines, a U.S. Navy corpsman and a U.S. Army soldier, along with more than 100 Afghan residents. So here's the procession as they move through Southern California right now. We'll be going back into some of that coverage from Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they talk about this, but we want to hit on one of these other stories. We just told you about a pretty scary situation out in Washington, D.C. Here's a live look. We are hoping to get some new information about the latest on an officer-involved shooting in Washington, D.C. We're going to play out for you a recent live report from Fox 5's Lindsay Watts with the very latest. Take a listen.
Police sources are telling me tonight that this was a special police officer who was shot. So someone who was out doing private security here in Southeast. Right now, D.C. police only confirming that it was a woman who was shot here and that she is unconscious and not breathing. We'll give you a look at the scene. We are here at the corner of Wheeler Road and Savannah Street. This is where police are going to be giving us an update. The shooting, though, happened about 2 blocks away from where we are here on the 3300 block of 10th Place. This happened right around 8:40 tonight. We still don't know what led up to this, what were the circumstances of this shooting, but police say right now they're looking for a white Camry with dark tinted windows. It was last seen here on Wheeler Road, but going in the opposite direction towards Southern Avenue. This is a large police response. In the time that we've been out here, we've continued to see police officers arrive on what has been such a violent day in the district, with at least 8 people shot just here in the 7th Police District alone. Just as soon as we have more information, we will continue to update you here as well as online. Police.
So again, that was Lindsay Watts reporting out in Washington, D.C. This is now a live look from the scene there, as we'll be monitoring any updates from law enforcement about this story. We're going to continue on here. As we said, we'll be updating you again out in LA as this procession is going on. Let's listen in to Fox 11 Los Angeles.
Of a procession for Lance Corporal Dylan Marola. He's a local Marine who was killed by suicide bomber in Afghanistan.
We have Coco McAvoy. She's live for us in Rancho Cucamonga at the high school where Marola graduated and where the procession passed by already. Coco.
Yes, good evening to both of you. The procession passed by here maybe about 30 minutes or so ago, and it was really an emotional sight. Hundreds of people lined the street here on Milliken in Rancho Cucamonga. They really wanted to show support to Lance Corporal Dylan Marola. And let's show you who we're talking about here this evening. Marola was just 20 years old, and he was killed on August 26th in that terrorist attack in Afghanistan that claimed the lives of 13 service members. And again, there was a beautiful procession out here where hundreds of people lined the streets. And we spoke to people who, some of them have a connection to Marola or his family because of the fact that he's from here. But other people say they just felt like they wanted to show support. They wanted to make sure that the family knew that people were grieving with them as well. And I want to let you listen to one Rancho Cucamonga resident who talks about why it was so important to be out here today.
It's very important to show our support for our military. This is an outpouring of love, and everyone here, you can see the streets lined. The whole route's lined with people, and I can't tell you how important this is. The vigil we had 2 weeks ago for Dylan was amazing. His mother spoke, and it was just heart-wrenching to hear her talk.
And the procession went to Forest Lawn in Covina Hills, and Lance Corporal Dylan Marola will have his memorial service on Sunday, and we'll of course have more for you at 10 o'clock. Back to you.
All right, Coco McAvoy. Thank you very much.
Okay, so back out live to that procession that is still going on right now. We appreciate all of you joining us on this evening here. We're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll be diving into all of the latest news on Gabby Petito. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes.
She died, or where her fiance is, Brian Laundrie. He has not been seen since Tuesday, but just how long could he survive in the Florida wilderness with just a backpack? Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer's been looking into that for us. First, we want to start with Fox 13's Evan Axelbank, who joins us now from outside the Laundrie home. Evan, you first. What's the latest on the search for him?
Well, now that we know that Gabby Petito was the victim of a homicide, focus will turn to the only known person of interest In the case, the search of 25,000 acres of swampland has turned up no sign of Brian Laundrie.
The search of the swampy Carlton Reserve.
You're going to see the trail once you get there.
Is in the hands of those who know it best. In video released by Northport Police, you can see FWC officers using drones and swamp buggies to dodge snakes and alligators as they try to find potentially the only person who knows why Gabby Petito is dead at 22.
We're expecting to get wet by the end of the day and check the entire area for Brian Laundrie.
The 8-day search for Gabby Petito, Laundrie's fiancé and travel partner, brought agents to a remote area of the Grand Tetons. They found her body and brought her to the coroner, who declared today she was a victim of a homicide. They did not say how she was killed, what condition her body was in, or estimate how long she was there for. She was last heard from 23 days before. There's a memorial to her outside City Hall in Northport.
We just feel like, she lived here and this is her community, and we just all want to come out and, show our support.
Gabby Petito's lawyer released this short statement, thanking the media for giving her family time to grieve. Then he said they'll be making a statement when Gabby is home. The only movement at the home of the person of interest, Brian Laundrie, was his dad walking in and out.
Anything to say about Brian's whereabouts?
It's unclear as to what his parents have told police about where he may be or why police began searching the Venice side of the reserve after 2 days on the Northport side turned up nothing.
Terrain's very difficult. Essentially 75% of it's underwater, and other areas that are dry we're trying to clear.
Police said tonight they will be resuming the search at the reserve on Wednesday morning, though they did not specify a time of that. Gabby's cause of death will be released when we have the final autopsy results, Mark.
Evan Axelbank live outside the Laundrie home. Evan, thanks very much. All right, so Governor DeSantis also involved now. He says he is directing all state agencies under his control to assist federal and local law enforcement in the search for Brian Laundrie, saying in a tweet today, quote, "We need justice for Gabby Petito."
Well, from Northport to the Panhandle, deputies in Okaloosa County say a possible sighting of Brian Laundrie was unfounded. Investigators searched on the ground and by drone after a trail cam, this is in Baker, caught this picture of a man that looked like Laundrie carrying a backpack. There you can see it. They say nothing of note was located, but they will remain vigilant. Well, as Evan mentioned, investigators wrapped up their search for the night in the wildlife refuge near Brian Laundrie's home. If Laundrie is hiding in there or in any other wooded area, some wonder how long he'd be able to survive. Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer spoke with an expert to get some answers tonight about that, and joining us live in Tampa. Tell us what you learned, Aaron.
Well, first of all, Kelly, we know that Laundrie he's experienced, he enjoyed camping, at least that's what it appears. But being a good camper and being able to stay alive in the wilderness of Florida, those are two completely different things. I'm told by an expert that it would take a lot of skills and a lot of supplies to stay alive for an extended period of time.
There are 10 million acres of preservation land in Florida, 5,000 miles of hiking trails, and one man possibly hiding somewhere in the wilderness.
The Florida habitat definitely makes it a little bit easier, I feel like, to hide depending on, what kind of habitat you're hiding in.
And that's why a lot of people are wondering if Brian Laundrie is using the state's expansive wooded areas to evade authorities. Laundrie, Gabby Petito's fiance and only person of interest in her death, is accustomed to living outdoors just as he and Gabby had been doing out west. But he's now been missing for a week. All we know is that Laundrie supposedly told his parents he was going hiking, took a backpack, and never returned. The family's car was found near a wildlife refuge close to his home in Northport, which is now being searched for a second time.
Most people, I would say, are able to survive for several days out on their own if they have just the bare essentials.
Like food, water, and shelter, according to Matthew Hall. He's an avid outdoorsman who works at Bill Jackson's Shop for Adventure in Pinellas Park. Hall honed his own survival skills over time and knows what it takes to live in the wild.
Having a tarp or ability to make a shelter with rope, having a knife is really helpful. If they're in an area where there's adequate water sources and they can forage for food to supplement what food they might already have, someone can stand being out. out there for a longer period of time.
He says the sun, rain, even the sharp vegetation can be dangerous.
A lot of the wildlife and a lot of the plants, specifically the plants here, kind of fight back.
And Hall says a skilled hiker can travel 20 to 30 miles a day. But Laundrie has dozens of highly trained investigators looking for him, equipped with some of the best all-terrain vehicles. And a retired FBI agent says it's only a matter of time before he's caught.
This is nothing new to the FBI, tracking somebody down. Unless that backpack was stuffed with money, he's going to have to surface.
And if Laundrie eventually does resurface, experts say that it's going to be very difficult for him to avoid being recognized. Kelly, I mean, it's no secret. This case has been widely publicized. Millions of people have probably seen him. So if he does end up walking around in the street, showing up in a store, stopping to get money somewhere, there's a good chance he'll be recognized.
We hope they do find him and some resolution for Gabby's family. Thank you so much, Aaron.
So Gabby's case continues to captivate America. It's launched a wave of social media sleuths to try to... They're all determined to help the investigation in any way possible. Try to make a difference here. From TikTok to Instagram, YouTube, Facebook. Detectives have been inundated with tips beyond the traditional tip line from an army of digital detectives. Former homicide detective Ted Williams says the sheer dedication by the online community in Petito's case is uncanny. And with a case that spans multiple states, it's a boost for law enforcement, but it's not always perfect.
Sometimes they can be very beneficial because they can hook up with individuals who were or was in the area in which Brian and Gabby would have been seen. Then on the other hand, you get a lot of people who are really not doing things in the best interest of the investigation, who are making comments and they are on the internet, and it takes up a lot of time.
Fox 13 spoke with a TikTok user today who's been posting about the case for weeks. She says Gabby's huge digital footprint has allowed these internet investigators to analyze things that detectives may not have caught. So for the latest updates from investigators and from the Laundrie family, head over to fox13news.com. Look for the story right there on our homepage.
Well, new to
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Live look from the Capitol right now, which takes us into our next story. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi speaking out about all the lives who've been lost to COVID-19. Well, she's hoping some art installations will be able to kind of remember and honor those lives. Take a listen.
Congress and our intention to crush the virus with several of my colleagues, chairs of committees and subcommittees, Chairman Jim Himes of Connecticut, Congressman Paul Tonko of New York, Congresswoman Suzanne Bonamici of Oregon, Congressman Mark Takano, I should be saying Chairman every time, Mark Takano, Chair of the Veterans Committee, Mark Takano, and earlier, Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, who was here to plant some flags earlier today. We're in session, so we are a representation of our members, so many of whom share this grief and bring greetings and unity to all of you. Being an artist, Suzanne talked about the art being open to interpretation, and she talked about this could be a flag of surrender or it could be a remembrance in the rest. But as we look at this work of art and see it fluttering in the breeze, it really is an interpretation of the lives of these people, waving to us to remember, and that is, of course, the theme of today. In America, remember. Remember, 208,286, and the number is growing as we stand here. This number has surpassed the number of Americans who died from the Spanish flu 100 years ago. That's a tragic record to break, and it isn't over yet. We take some pride in the work of Doug, who was acknowledged for joining Suzanne and Samantha, their daughter, who's been a part of this. We were all together well, it seems like yesterday, but it was a year ago, and it was very cold that day when we were at the stadium, when we were like around 250,000 who had died by then, and it seemed like a hopeless number that we had to stop, and here we are, 400,000 more today. Dangerously close to a 700,000 mark. We have to rein it in, we know that. How could this happen in America? That's what it was called last year. Today in America, we remember. The difference between then and now is that President Biden has been determined to crush the virus in every way. Because of his strong leadership working with Congress, 180 million Americans across the nation have been fully vaccinated. Vaccination rates are once again on the rise in recent weeks, and that is important. But to defeat the virus for good, we must get everyone vaccinated as soon as possible, and now the vaccinations are available for children. Suzanne also talked about unity, e pluribus unum. Let us have this visual manifestation of art and life bring us together, express our shared grief, and offer our hope for the future. As I look on this here in this particular setting, I'm reminding of another tribute that I was part of 30 years ago or more, and when the AIDS quilt came to the mall. Nothing could be as eloquent as a manifestation of sadness than art. We all see it as we do, but all of us grieve together, are inspired together, and renew our pledge to remember, and in remembering to make sure that the number doesn't grow. And again, we look at these flags and we think of the families, someone missing from the table at dinner, missing from the conversation in family. I was reading some of the statements on the flags, one of them, to Papa, we miss you, their grandfather, we miss you. Statements of love, which hopefully are a comfort to the family. But I know that many of these people are people of faith, and they believe that their message is being received. And in receiving that message, that not only our prayers, but the prayers of the departed will also bring solution to all of this. So again, thank you, Suzanne. I want to pay tribute to Craig Rupert. This is so remarkable. Thank you so much. This is so much. As always with art, it looks so together, but it takes so much to make it happen. So again, I want to, on behalf of the Congress of the United States, say thank you to Suzanne, Doug, and Samantha, and also to Craig and everyone. There's so many others who help support, finance, design, and spread the word on this beautiful manifestation of humanity in the form of art to inspire us to always remember and try to limit the number of flags in the next manifestation of loss of life. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Samantha, Suzanne, Samantha, and Doug, and also Craig. And I want to thank my colleagues because they've worked very hard. This is a priority for them, for Mr. Himes, Mr. Tonko, Congresswoman Bonamici, and Mr. Takano, and Congressman Dingell, but so many others. COVID, climate, science, let's embrace it for solutions. Thank you all very much.
Okay, this is Andrew Kraft here. We've been watching Speaker Pelosi speak outside on the National Mall in Washington, D.C., and you can see all of those white flags behind her. They're each planted there in the grass on the National Mall. They each represent a COVID-19 victim here in the United States. One of those 600,000 plus victims that have succumbed to the coronavirus since the pandemic began back in March of 2020. So that art installation called In America, taking place there on the National Mall. And so each of those white flags has a name of one of these Americans who have lost their life to COVID-19. In the meantime, I want to thank you for being with us here on this very, very busy Tuesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We will be going into some other stories here, but we did want to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be talking about the crisis down at the southern border as it is swelling as we speak. Thousands of migrants illegally crossing there in the last several days, especially in one sector in Texas. So all that and more here on Live Now from Fox in the next couple of minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. I want to thank you for being with us. Right now, we want to go out to the crisis on the southern border. Fox News' Madeline Rivera has the latest from Washington on what the administration is trying to do to stem the swell of migrants there down on the border. Here's the story.
Images of the Texas-Mexico border appear to show Border Patrol agents on horseback charging at migrants as they cross the Rio Grande. The Department of Homeland Security says an investigation is now underway.
Do you honestly believe that our borders are closed? Senator, I do.
But Border Patrol agents say they're overwhelmed as thousands of migrants, mainly from Haiti, wait in makeshift camps under a bridge in Del Rio, hoping to be processed by Customs and Border Protection.
Texas has been stressed. The Border Patrol has been stressed. ICE has been stressed.
Deportation flights are underway. Hundreds of migrants have been returned to Haiti, a country some say they haven't lived in for years. Several of them criticizing the Biden administration for its tactics.
This is discrimination. That is how I call it.
Domestic outrage and frustration are also growing. Many Republicans are blaming the White House for the influx in migrants.
They're not all being returned. The reality is this administration is putting America last.
Even as the president tries to reaffirm that the situation at the border will improve.
We will get it under control.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas says they're aiming to clear the makeshift camps in Del Rio by the end of the month, adding they expect to see dramatic results within the next several days. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thanks so much. We're going to be continuing to cover the border crisis tonight. We're being joined by Wall Street Journal reporter Alicia Caldwell. She's joining me on the phone from Eagle Pass, Texas, I believe. Alicia, do you have us?
I do. Yeah, and I'm in Eagle Pass. Thanks for having me.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being with us. We're just going to show some of these aerial footage that we've gotten over the last couple of days of just the really just influx of migrants who've really kind of made this makeshift refugee camp, if you will, under that overpass near the Del Rio sector. So give us a sense from your point of view, what have you seen today?
So I was in Ciudad Acuña, which is just across the river from Del Rio, and it's a lot of what we've seen before. You can't actually see the camp under the bridge that connects the two cities in the U.S. and Mexico, but you can see folks just kind of coming and going, a little bit as they please, if you will. The numbers are down today from what I saw just from being at the river on Saturday, where it was people by the dozens climbing into the river at an underwater dam above the bridge. And now they've moved downriver about a mile and a half, and they're just crossing the river at a lower point in the river than other spots, and walking up onto the riverbank. And they're basically able to traverse between the camp and coming back into Ciudad Acuña for supplies, or sort of takeout meals from charities and local restaurants. I saw, over the last several days, lots of people buying water, in some cases soda, and I'm told that some enterprising folks were actually reselling some supplies within the camp for those who could not cross back and forth. But the numbers have slowed today. It's hard to tell how many new arrivals there are versus people just sort of coming back and forth, as I said, for food and water primarily.
Yeah, and Alicia, can we kind of talk about the journey? A lot of these migrants, most of whom are Haitian. What exactly has the path they've taken looked like? And can you go into some of these deportation flights? The Biden administration, along with DHS, are taking them back to Haiti. Isn't that right?
Sure. Yeah. About 1,000 people by now have landed in Haiti. And one important detail to know for your listeners or your viewers, a lot of these folks have not been in Haiti for several years. They left, in many cases, after the 2010 earthquake, amid economic downturns and other issues in Haiti. A lot of them are coming from Chile and Brazil. So for many of the people I've spoken to over the last several days, their trip started in Chile 3 months ago. By foot and bus and private car, a combination of all of those things over roughly 11 countries from South America into Mexico, they've made that trip. That trip includes the Darien Gap, which, if your viewers are not familiar, is a jungle so dense and dangerous that it's just not something that is ever recommended one cross between Colombia and Panama. It's dense, thick jungle. There are a number of natural and human-made dangers in there. So folks are coming up that land crossing, if you will, from South America into Mexico. And they've come to Del Rio in part because smugglers have told them this is where you go. Patients before them have come here, and there's a degree of safety perceived in this region. It's a slightly, I shouldn't say slightly, it is a safer region than others, including the Rio Grande Valley, where most of the people crossing the border illegally in the last several years have traversed. It's the closest point, if you will, if you draw a straight line from Central America to the U.S. border. It's the Rio Grande Valley. And we're seeing a shift here to Del Rio, which is in South Texas, way up north of the Rio Grande Valley. In terms of deportation flights, there have been several over the last several days. It started on Sunday. The administration has returned about 1,000 people, and we're hearing from my colleagues on the ground in Haiti, those who are arriving often don't know until they've arrived that they were being returned to Haiti. So it's a surprise to them. As I said, many had not been in Haiti for several years. Most had not been in Haiti for several years. And it's a shock to them when they're told, welcome home to Haiti.
You know, that's so stunning because obviously we know what Haiti has gone through, especially this year with their recent earthquake and the assassination of their president. Because, you know, to most Americans, I think, who are watching this, including myself, I have customarily thought that the primary, mode of entry for refugees and migrants to the United States is via boat from Haiti itself. And so that's a particular distinction now with this particular crisis. I just want to go into some of the other news that has unfolded over the last couple of hours, especially on the ground in Haiti as those deportation flights have landed. There's been kind of some scuffles on the tarmac in Port-au-Prince. With these airplanes, with the staff, with diplomatic staff and CBP staff as well, who are trying to return these Haitians. Isn't that right? Have you seen any of that?
I've only seen what's on social media, to be candid. But, you know, as a viewer, I suppose I would say it's probably not that surprising. Again, what's happening is, for a variety of reasons, folks are not told where they're going. And they land in Haiti, and there is a surprise. You know, I've talked to people on the ground here, both in Del Rio and in Ciudad Acuña, who say, I didn't know what was happening, and all of a sudden, my friends were back in Haiti. And in some cases, people have decided to leave the camp in Del Rio and head back across the border into Ciudad Acuña. I spoke to some folks today who were bound for Mexico City on a bus from Ciudad Acuña, saying they could not risk the potential of being sent back to Haiti. It was not a place they had been, again, in several years. And it was not a risk they were willing to take for themselves and their families. So they were going to go back into the interior of Mexico. Wow. In other cases, it should be known, you know, because there is such a volume of people, there are people who are released with notices to appear back in immigration court, right? In one case, I saw a woman, a mother with a young child with an ankle bracelet attached. So she's going to have to report back to immigration authorities at her final destination. Those folks at the Del Rio Respite Center were as surprised as anybody that they were released versus other people who were not. Obviously, again, 1,000 or so people have been sent back to Haiti. Mexico is also now stepping up repatriation flights and moving folks from the border region here in Ciudad Acuña further into Mexico and then staging repatriation flights from there. So there's a lot going on, a lot of pieces of the puzzle. And the big issue, I guess, right now is the camp is slowly shrinking.
Okay.
With removals to other border stations across Texas, removals to Haiti, people leaving of their own volition, and then those few who are being processed out and who will be allowed to apply for asylum or other protections in the U.S.
I see. Let's take it back, though, to Washington from the policy angle side of this. DHS Secretary Mayorkas went down there yesterday to see it for himself. Do you think anything came of that visit? We also know Governor Greg Abbott speaking out quite vehemently today. We're going to show our viewers his roundtable and press conference after we speak with you. But what is the administration's plan for this?
I think you're seeing it unfold in live time, right? They increased removal flights. They had stopped removal flights after the earthquake in August. And then when things were deemed stable, they resumed those flights. Not a tremendous volume, but they were removing people under the public health law, Title 42, which basically is not an immigration law. It's a public health law.
Right.
It allows for immigration authorities to quickly expel anyone who has crossed the border without authorization, crossed the river illegally. So they had been doing those. They've stepped those up dramatically. A dozen, half dozen or so flights over the last several days, almost 1,000 people. That is a dramatic ramp up. So you're seeing that live. And they are moving people out to other border stations to process them. I'm told by the Department of Homeland Security, just because somebody's moved out of that camp to a different location and processed in a different border location, be in a processing tent or a physical building, does not mean that they won't be sent back to Haiti under Title 42 or face a variety of, other immigration procedures, or be allowed to proceed into the U.S. with a notice to appear, back at court at a later date, and then a judge would decide their fate.
And Alicia, thank you so much for your time. I just want to ask one question too, because there's been so much back and forth about this, and that is this issue that we've seen generate a lot of attention on social media about agents from Customs and Border Protection on horseback, kind of trying to wrangle some of these migrants and stop them from crossing. We've seen a lot of the rhetoric go back and forth. Did they use whips? Was it the horses' reins? Vice President Harris commented on that today. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki commented on it yesterday about the humane or inhumane treatment of these migrants. Do you have anything that you want to add on that? Anything to clarify? Because there's been a lot of confusion.
Right. So, I was not there, so let's start with that. But I have seen the video. I have seen the still photos. It appears in the photos and the video, the horse-mounted Border Patrol agents were using those horses to wrangle people, using those long reins in a variety of ways. I can't say definitively exactly what happened. Like I said, I wasn't there. But the pictures tell a story. And
totally.
From what I understand, those agents are now being investigated. Agents, excuse me. Those agents are now being investigated and are off the line for the moment. But I was down in Ciudad Acuña today. I did not see any horse-mounted patrols. What I did see was a line of vehicles. Border Patrol, Texas Department of Public Safety, Texas National Guard, along with the accompanying officers and agents and troops with those vehicles. But no one was stopping migrants today. And again, the flow had slowed discernibly from Saturday. But what happened on Sunday, I'll let the photos speak for themselves. As I said, the Department of Homeland Security is investigating. The Secretary has made his comments that he's incredibly concerned. I don't know that I can't quote him because I don't have a statement in front of me, but there is grave concern about what happened. And again, the video and the audio and the photos, I'll let your audience digest and make a call. But they are what they are. They show what they show.
All right. Alicia Caldwell with the Wall Street Journal has been doing some just excellent reporting. We thank you for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We'll be continuing to follow all the latest down at the southern border as we still try to learn, what is going on. That was such a great interview there with Alicia. She offered so much context and background about why this is happening now, why this is happening there in this particular area of the southern border. And so right now, we want to move on to some of these other stories. We're going to go back to the border in just a minute. We want to show you and replay for you those comments made by Texas Governor Greg Abbott. But right now, Chief Conti of the Washington Metropolitan Police Department is giving an update about what exactly happened with this officer-involved shooting just moments ago. Let's listen in.
Hi, Chief. Busy day.
Good. All right. This statement will be very brief. This is a very preliminary investigation. Today, I'm Chief Robert Conte, Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department here in Washington, D.C. This evening at about 8:39 p.m., members of the Metropolitan Police Department responded to the 3300 block of 10th Place Southeast to investigate a shooting. Upon our arrival on the scene, we located a female who was suffering from a gunshot wound. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that this female is a special police officer. Unfortunately, I'm sad to report that this female suffered a fatal gunshot wound at this time. We have just made next of kin notification. The owner of the company is on the scene. I will be talking with him shortly after this press briefing. We're asking for the public's help. Anyone who has information with respect to what happened tonight here in the 3300 block of 10th Place, to please call us at 202-727-9099, or they can text us anonymously at 50411. We are offering up to a $25,000 reward for information that leads to the arrest and conviction of the person responsible for this crime tonight. It's very unfortunate, and again, my heart goes out to the family of this special police officer.
Was she on duty?
She was on duty working on behalf of the complex.
That Camry that you put out a lookout for, do you think the shooter took off in that vehicle?
It's the very preliminary stages. We're not certain exactly what the involvement is for that vehicle.
And any other victims?
No other victims at this time.
Did any witnesses see what happened?
That's part of the investigation. We're working through that right now. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and then just such tragic news there that Chief Conte of the Metropolitan Police Department in Washington had to report to the press. He said this is preliminary, the investigation ongoing, but he said that a female special police officer, she was on duty at the time, shot and killed tonight in Washington, D.C. They're offering a $5,000 reward for any information. They are still trying to seek information on this. We do have just some video of the scene itself. You can see here, it's very active still. And so we have one of our reporters from Fox 5 DC there on the ground. We're hoping to speak with her a little bit later tonight. But this has been quite a tragic week for law enforcement in cities across the country. You'll know that just Monday, Houston's finest in Houston, Texas, lost one of their own in a very tragic shooting as well, as they were trying to serve a narcotics search warrant. But now we are getting word from Chief Conte there on this scene that yet again another brave police officer, a female special police officer on duty at the time, was shot and killed tonight in Washington, D.C. They are issuing a $5,000 reward for any information that could lead to possible leads in this case. They do not have any at the moment. This is in the preliminary stages, and so we'll be sure to follow this and hopefully speak with our reporter on the ground in just a matter of minutes. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and as we are following this story, still just so sad to report. We'll be back in 2 minutes. A live look right now. It looks like they just changed that shot. That is the Bay Area. Well, it used to be Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. We were just following a very tragic update from the chief of police there, Chief Conti of the Metropolitan Police Department, telling the public that female special police officer that was on duty earlier tonight succumbed to her injuries after being shot. And so if we get any more information on exactly what transpired, all we know is they are offering $5,000 for any information that might lead to the capture of a suspect in this really terrible case. Like I said before the break, it's been a very, very tragic week for law enforcement. But in the meantime, we do want to stay with some of these stories, these headlines about the southern border crisis. We just had a really great interview from one of the reporters we speak to sometimes from the Wall Street Journal about exactly what is happening down there. Well, earlier today, Texas Governor Greg Abbott held a press conference and a roundtable with his DPS officers as well as Border Patrol about the crisis itself. Let's play that for you right now.
We have members of the Texas House of Representatives with us, including the Speaker of the House. The reason why members of the House, as well as the Senate, as well as the entire legislature, are so important is a core component of the strategy for Texas to be able to respond to this disaster on the border is the funding that was appropriated by the Texas legislature that I signed into law last week. Altogether, the state has provided $3 billion for the state to be able to address this challenge. But let me start by making a point about the challenge that we're dealing with. We need to understand that if you go back a year ago, President Biden campaigned on having open borders in the United States. I'm sure most people, when they heard President Biden, either when he was as a candidate or as president, talk about open borders, they had no idea it would lead to the type of chaos that we've witnessed just behind me for day after day after day. Contrary to what Kamala Harris talked about trying to solve this problem in the Northern Triangle, what the world is witnessing now is the open border policies that are being utilized by the Biden administration. It attracts people from across the entire globe, including people coming from more than 150 different countries. And when you have an administration that is not enforcing the law in this country, when you have an administration that has abandoned any pretense of securing the border and securing our sovereignty, you see the onrush of people like what we saw walking across this dam that is right behind me. Well, because the Biden administration is doing nothing to secure our border, because the Biden administration has been promoting and allowing open border policies, it has been the state of Texas that had to step up and address this challenge and work with the local mayor, the local county judge, and the local sheriff to accomplish several things. One of our primary goals, obviously, was to assist local officials and make sure that their communities are going to be safe. But in addition to that, Texas is taking unprecedented steps. You can see by all of the Texas Department of Public Safety cars, as well as the National Guard vehicles that surround us here, but go for miles on either side of where we are right now. They have created a steel barrier preventing people from being able to cross the border. One day there were countless people coming across the border. Then that very same day, the Texas Department of Public Safety put up all of these DPS vehicles, and suddenly, in an instant, people stopped crossing the border in this location. That strategy is working. In addition to that strategy, there's something else that we're doing that's been unprecedented, and that is the state of Texas. We are arresting and jailing anybody who comes across the border illegally and trespasses on private property or on public land. And so it's not the Biden administration catch and release policy. It's the arrest and jail policy, sending a message to these folks and anybody thinking about coming here. If they're thinking about coming and crossing this river here in Texas, you may wind up with handcuffs on your hands, going straight to jail, as opposed to being released to the general population. The mayor here and the sheriff here and the county judge here, they've been on the front lines and they've been overwhelmed with what has taken place. It's essential that Texas continues its efforts. One thing that I've learned in briefings, and that is now that we have sealed this particular area of the border, we see the migrants now trying to penetrate other areas of the border. As a result, our strategies are shifting also, because we will continue moving law enforcement and National Guard officials to whatever location people may be crossing the border and use the same strategy to try to reduce the influx that's unprecedented of the number of people coming across the border. I am now going to turn over the mic to the director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, who's been organizing the efforts on the front line. Director McCraw, why don't you come on up? Thank you, sir.
Well, first, Governor, thank you and members of the state legislature for your leadership. You made it very clear to us in the Department of Public Safety and to the Adjutant General, the National Guard, that Texas doesn't need anybody's permission to protect Texas. And as a result, you insisted that we be proactive in terms of assisting our Border Patrol agents in terms of securing this area, which is certainly a public safety threat, but also we're mindful as a homeland security threat. In fact, there's nothing more threatening as it relates to public safety in Texas and homeland security than unsecured international border with Mexico, period. And we've experienced influxes before in Texas, certainly in 2014, 2015, but going back to 1986 was the highest number of apprehensions of illegal immigrants back in 1986. Now it was at 726,000. But today, we've reached the all-time high in Texas, and that's 1.1 million apprehensions, not including what you see over here. These numbers haven't been counted yet. And certainly that's in federal fiscal year, which we count in terms of the Border Patrol aspect of it. So keep in mind that every time this happens, Border Patrol is overwhelmed. And I'm certainly their union representative can talk about that, and certainly their chief can talk about it. And when that happens, Texas becomes less secure because the cartels exploit those gaps. And that's cocaine, methamphetamine, fentanyl, human trafficking, all the above. And if you've got a drug problem in the United States, you've got a cartel problem, you've got a Mexican-Texas international border problem as well. And as the governor made clear, we'll continue as long as needed, working with all our partners. Got to thank the sheriff, the county judge, all the elected officials, because they care deeply and are passionate about protecting Texas. So, Governor, thank you.
Thank you very much. Obviously, the men and women charged with the duty in the United States to secure our border are the Border Patrol officers. These Border Patrol officers are overwhelmed with the amount of work they are required to do, and they're suffering the consequences of an administration that is not providing them either the personnel or the resources they need. To speak more about it, we have Brendan Judd, who is the president of the Border Patrol Council. Brandon, come on up.
Thank you, Governor. First and foremost, I would like to thank the men and women in uniform, our military personnel, our DPS officers, sheriffs. These people put on uniforms because they care. They care about these migrants. They care about the citizens of the United States. They put that uniform on every day to protect life, to protect the way that we have in the United States, to protect our citizens. And they deserve an awful lot of thanks. We have to give gratitude to Governor Abbott for sending DPS here. We saw something yesterday that we knew was going to happen. When those people that were in buses south of Kingsville, Texas, when they found out that they were going to be sent back to Haiti, they took the bus over and they fled. If it wasn't for the men and women in uniform, DPS officers, if it wasn't for that, we do not know what would happen right here under the bridge as word starts to spread that they potentially could be sent back to Haiti. If we don't ask the question, why are we here? What caused this? We won't fix this problem. The simple answer is catch and release. As long as we invite people to violate our laws, as long as we reward them for entering the country illegally and then releasing them into the United States with a de facto immigration status to where they can get work permits, to where they can send their children to school, where they have every right of a United States citizen, they're going to continue to come. We've seen that time and time again. We have to have the proper discussion. If we have that discussion, we can fix this problem. But until we fix this problem, we're going to continue to see scenes like this. We're going to continue to put pressure on Texas resources. We're going to continue to rob Peter to pay Paul. We're going to shift Border Patrol resources from already areas that are troubled like Tucson, and we're going to send them out here. We're going to shift resources from Laredo, shut down checkpoints. We're going to cede law enforcement operations to criminal cartels. The administration knew this was coming. On June 17th, they were warned. On June 17th, they were told to construct a temporary outdoor processing site similar to what we have under the Ansel Lewis Bridge in McAllen, Texas. They ignored it. They ignored the warnings. And then we started to see larger and larger groups coming underneath the bridge and congregating to the point that we're here now. Had we have taken the proper steps, we wouldn't be discussing this right now today. But because we are, Texas has been stressed. The Border Patrol has been stressed. ICE has been stressed. The National Guard has been stressed. There are solutions to this problem. And what you see underneath the bridge, that is not humane. The Biden administration promised that they would have a humane process. That is not humane. It is humane to properly enforce our laws. It is humane to not just give lip service to an issue, but to actually follow it up with actions. That's what we haven't seen. And for that reason, I am grateful to General Norris. I'm grateful to Director McCraw, and I'm especially grateful to Governor Abbott for taking the lead on this issue, an issue that he doesn't have to take the lead on. But he does because he cares about the citizens of the state of Texas and the citizens of the United States. For that, Governor, thank you very much.
Thank you. Brendan Judd made a very important point, and that is failure to enforce laws that exist in the United States leads to chaos, and chaos leads to inhumanity. The Biden administration is a man-made disaster of inhumanity, of epic proportions. It must end immediately, and the way to end it is by the Biden administration stepping up and finally enforcing the immigration laws of the United States of America. I'll take a few questions.
Governor, CNN is reporting that there are at least 30,000 Haitian migrants in Colombia right now that may be seeking to come forward. Can you address your concerns about that? And also, can you speak to the conversations that your administration is having with the Mexican government about possibly interdicting migrants before they make it?
Sure. I missed the first part of your question. Who is saying that?
CNN.
Got it.
Yeah, the Colombian officials are saying that there are about 30,000 migrants that may be seeking to come over.
Right. So there have been reports for a while now about other groups like this that could be coming from other countries. And that's exactly why we are here, because we want anybody who's thinking about coming to Texas, whether it be from Colombia or any other country, that Texas is going to be responding. We have the law enforcement, we have the funding, we have the strategies, whether it be here in Del Rio or any other location on the Texas border. If you are targeting Texas to come to, we're going to show up in force and shut down the border. We're not going to allow the disaster that we saw here in Del Rio to be replicated by additional caravans coming from wherever they may come from.
Governor, first up, two more questions. We have heard that some hundreds of miles along this region are being out patrolled due to the fact that all regions are into this area. Are you concerned about that? And the second, we have heard of another caravan that is similar to this one in Reynosa, maybe attempting to cross into the McAllen area.
So both the Texas Department of Public Safety, the Texas National Guard, as well as local law enforcement are very aware of the different locations that migrants may be trying to cross. Some are leaving this region, going to other regions either in Valverde County or in neighboring counties. And as a result, we are also moving resources to interdict those who may be trying to come in. We have heard information about the possibility of something like this happening in Reynosa, and DPS as well as the National Guard, they are working in collaboration with those on the U.S. side to make sure that we are going to be able to put up the resistance that is needed so that those communities don't suffer the same consequences that Del Rio did. Sure. I will leave. And that's the county judge. The county judge told me that as of right now, there are about 8,600 migrants who remain under the border. And as far as I and the state resources are concerned, there is no intention to depart this location until this location is fully restored to total control.
In terms of, I know you have flights going out and things like that, any kind of estimate on when that will be?
So the flights going out that you're talking about are flights that are conducted by the Biden administration. And candidly, there's been nothing but confusion and shifting different stories about where they're flying them from, where they're flying them to, how many they are flying out. So that's a constantly changing story that only the Biden administration can venture to tell you.
And Governor, Two more questions. Governor, on that point about the flights and when these migrants will be away from that bridge, the Biden administration believes that they can process those remaining migrants by the end of the week. Do you believe that?
They have shown no capability of being able to process all of these migrants by the end of this week. The only thing that they've shown is an incapability of dealing with this crisis, candidly, in a way where they pretend it doesn't even exist. And we're here to tell you, it exists, it's total chaos. And the Biden administration, they need to up their game big time.
Last question.
The Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security said that their response to the border here was commensurate with the need. However, we know that a lot of folks have been saying that you all need help down here for some time now. What are you supposed to do for so long to get here?
So we have been told by the Secretary of Homeland Security as well as others in the Biden administration, stretching back to last March and February, that they would continue to provide resources that were needed to prevent events like this from happening. And all those promises were never fulfilled. And as a result, it had to be the state of Texas working in collaboration with our local partners that steps up and provides the resources that are needed to staunch the flow of illegal immigration on our border, and we will continue that effort. Thank you all very much.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Thank you so much. Q&A's over. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So we wanted to replay that for you, but the governor there also had a roundtable with law enforcement officials as well, from Texas DPS, from the state legislature, assembly members who came down to the border for this visit. So we want to play that out for you as well. And then we're going to be getting to some other stories here for the remainder of the night. Thanks for being with us. But out to Governor Greg Abbott.
Processing 3,000 a day to get out. And if you keep taking in 3,000 to 4,000 a day, you'll never catch up. So it was very important to stop or block the traffic coming across.
Right. And so you see those images of people walking across that dam. When they walk across that dam, are they going from there to that location under the bridge?
Yes, sir.
Got it. And so that is one primary way that people come across. Is there another one or two other primary ways that they're coming across that wind up under the bridge?
So that access point has been secured due to the DPS presence there. And what's happened is that the other access points have moved further north and further south. The northern access points are very few and far between due to the terrain out there, and a lot of that is private ranching in the Vega Verde area, which DPS has also communicated with the landowners there. The access points further south is where you begin to get to the remoteness of Ciudad Acuña and the outskirts of Acuña, and also the outskirts of, it's all ranch land right there. The access points, the actual water crossing there gets a little bit more dangerous for them. And so that's where these pods are just, when I did the helicopter shot a couple of days ago, you can see where they're starting to just gather in these little pods further south, and that's where it goes city, federal, and then right after that is the private ranching property I was describing earlier.
Got it. So then that takes us to the point about where these people are going. You mentioned these flights out and buses out. Here's what I'm trying to figure out. Are they going to other locations in Texas and staying in those locations in Texas, or are they going to other locations in Texas for purpose of being moved from there? And if they're being moved from there, are they going to other locations in the United States or being sent to other countries?
All three. So what you got right now is you've, under the administrative prosecutorial discretion, they make a determination on a case-by-case basis on who they're going to issue an NTA and allowed to stay in the United States. Getting those numbers is like pulling teeth from the administration. It becomes very difficult because there's two prongs. The Border Patrol themselves release give them NTAs and then release them, and then some of the individuals that are transferred to ICE, then ICE will issue an NTA and release them. And so it's really difficult to fix down on that number. What I can tell you is since these flights to Haiti have started, it's barely 1,000 people that have been removed to Haiti to this point right now. So it's not a large number of people that have been removed to Haiti. And because ICE ERO doesn't have the capacity to handle family units, you have to imagine that they are in fact being released by ICE. And if they're being released by ICE, it's going to happen right here in Texas. It's also going to happen in other states where we send the people to for processing. So all three of those things that you just mentioned are happening. People are being sent back to Haiti. People are being processed here in Texas and being released here in Texas, and people are being processed outside of Texas and being released in those areas to further their entry into the United States.
Got it. And then when they're being flown out from whichever city they're being flown out from, where are the locations they're being flown to?
That's fluid. It just depends on where. So if you're going to fly them into Arizona, they're going to look, what is the capacity right now? What's happening in Arizona? Does the Border Patrol have the capacity to take people in Arizona? Do they have the capacity to take them in California, New Mexico? So it's very fluid on a daily basis on whether they're going to be able to transport people out to other locations.
Okay. So do you know why they're issuing NTAs as opposed to just sending them back?
Capacity. It strictly comes down to whether ICE ERO has the capacity to hold these individuals, and if they don't, they will release them with notices to appear.
So where is ICE operating from? In other words, they don't have capacity. Okay.
All over. There's ICE facilities all over. They will be transported wherever there are facilities. They will be transported, but ICE gets. When you consider that ICE is not just dealing with the Haitian problem, they're dealing with 200,000 apprehensions every month. So they don't just set aside space just for Haitians, they have to set aside space for all.
Okay. 1 second.
Another layer of that is some of the Haitians have data where the problem is these Haitians have been living in Chile, Brazil for years, so they're not eligible for these things. They are because of the overturn in May, I believe. So that's just the element.
Right, I know. It's kind of like, that's why I asked what countries they may be sent back to, because arguably the administration could send them to Chile as opposed to Haiti. Right. You could send them back to their country of origin, which for many of them is not Haiti, because they have been away from Haiti for maybe half a decade.
Yeah. They've been away so long, and there's nothing that they remember from their own life.
Exactly.
They speak Spanish.
I saw that.
They speak fluid.
They know Spanish very
yeah.
well, though. They communicate in Spanish now down there on the bridge. So
right. All right. So from the DPS side, what more do we need to know? I finally figured out the answer to those questions I was looking for. What in 5 minutes? What more do we need to know?
So we're working on securing the east side. We're moving on our assets. We put a barrier of troopers on the west side. Now we're focusing on the east side. So as the migrants are being pushed out, the west side is already closed. As they're being pushed out, we're going to bring them in, put them underneath the POE, and close them. But other than that, we're going to start working the flanks. We're going to push troopers out to work the city, to work those flanks, to bring them back in, to make it more difficult for anybody to come across.
Right.
And
So
the Guard as well. The National Guard bringing.
Yeah. So tying that in, so what you've done is very impressive with what we call the steel wall. with your cars back and forth next to each other. My question is, do you have enough vehicles to cover that entire front, or all those fronts that you're talking about?
So how we're doing it is we're augmenting with U.S. Border Patrol. And do we have enough vehicles? We could use more. Yes, sir.
Right. Well, so how many I'll bring in? How many vehicles of whatever kind, whether it be Humvees or whatever else?
It's going to be up-armored Humvees, sir.
Say it again?
Up-armored Humvees with advanced optics. By the end of October, we'll have over 250.
Yeah, that's too late. How many do we have now, and how many can you get within 70 now?
Yes, sir.
So in having that conversation, to answer to your question, is we have a lot of black and whites. We have a lot of TMD, Humvees that are working together, augmenting. But we're also using Border Patrol vehicles. So we're going to meet that mark, and we can also pull from other parts of the state to bring them down if we need them. So right now we're working that to put a secure line. So it's working, sir. It's working. But we're working close with TMD to bring in as many as we can to plug those gaps as well.
Okay. All right. What else do I need to know?
Well, the Mayor appropriately brought to your attention the concern about going to the RGV, Reynosa, in terms of caravans, and we've got that intel. You've already visited with Sheriff Guerra, have you not, about that?
Yes, sir. So I've been in communication with Sheriff Guerra and the Sector Chief of McAllen, and the information we're hearing is they're coming across into Reynosa, but the Tamaulipas, the city, the state, is also pushing them back to Saltillo, and not sure where else they're going to be going.
So the Tamaulipas is cooperating?
Yes, sir. It seems to be that way. According to the information I'm receiving, they're cooperating and making it difficult for them to come across. So that's the latest intel. But we're keeping an eye on the Rio Grande Valley in case we have to shift that way as well.
Okay. And remind me, what are the foremost cities that are on the other side of Reynosa? They're on our side of Reynosa.
So the ones that you got Reynosa, Mexico.
But on the U.S. side.
Oh, you got McAllen, La Jolla. So going upriver, you got McAllen, La Jolla.
I think he's talking about the Mexican side.
No, I'm talking about the U.S. side.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to figure out is what cities we need to be working with. Is that where Roma is and all that other?
It's further upriver. So you got Weslaco, Texas, Weslaco, McAllen, Mission, La Jolla. Those will be the three main cities that are affected by Tamaulipas or Reynosa.
Right. And so you have a real good collaborative working relationship with Del Rio. Do you have the same thing in those cities down there?
Sir.
Okay.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Okay. So you were going to raise an issue about housing?
With the influx of DPS and federal agents here, housing has become an issue of grand proportion. So I know the ranching community has been very helpful in Kinney County, for example, to provide some space. We're trying to allocate some ranching community space. It's just a matter of making sure that we have those relationships established, and I believe every hotel within the next hour and a half radius is booked. But our concern is that we're going to be needing more resources. We're going to need also like tent cities, or if you will, soft shelter for our agents.
Right. What's your thought about that? Because there's going to be more guard coming in. Where are they going to be staying?
Well, sort of that. Basically, the next option we have is to build like a base camp. And our guys come with tents, but they're personal tents and cots and everything for themselves, but that's what we'll end up doing.
And TDM set up base camp for us, and that the TDCJ is using as well to support the processing center that we have in Valverde County. That's being expanded right now, and that's as quick as possible. I think, do you got any updates, Victor, on how long it's going to take out on the fairgrounds to expand it?
So it should be already expanded right now, but we're using state parks, we're using where we can find lodging, and they've been very cooperative. The parks, BCFS should be up and running. Up to 400 more beds.
How many? So finish that sentence.
Up to 400 more beds.
400.
Yes,
and what kind of facility is that they put up?
So it's a standalone facility. It has dining, showers, lodging to sleep. It's a self-contained, and you normally have eight officers to one tent. It's conditioned. It has everything, all the amenities needed to get rest and be fed.
Right. So I've been in the Del Rio Convention Center before. I think that's where I first met you. And what about using anything like that?
It's being used.
Oh, it is being used.
It is being used.
And the county judge in Kinney County, Luis, let me know yesterday, was certainly volunteered if we need to use that as well.
To use what over there?
Civic.
Okay. Okay. And so obviously it would be kind of air conditioned, hence inside, not outside.
Yes.
And I guess cots could be set up, but what I don't know would be shower facilities and things like that.
And that's they're lacking in that, but that's something we're working on, and those things could be
So
augmented.
talk to TDM because I know we've used in hurricanes and some other types of events. But these mobile shower units.
Yes, sir.
That could be used
Yes,
and brought down. So
in fact, they have them, and that's exactly what Brian, Kevin Dennis is doing there at that fairground. So we need to replicate that in those areas. If we're going to use the Civic Center in Kenny County, we'll need to have that capability.
We had those mobile shower units in Beaumont during Hurricane Harvey.
Like platinum.
That's right.
Highly sought out.
And get those down here ASAP. And
probably need some laundry, mobile laundry.
Okay. So NIM Kid can be in charge of all of that. Call NIM.
And some of we're going to need to help Border Patrol out a little bit too, are we not?
Yes, sir. They're bringing in agents, so everything you said, the team is working on that, getting all those amenities, the showers, and it's exhausting whatever space we have here in the surrounding to lodge our personnel, and it's all in the works.
Right. Okay. So how many Border Patrol are we expecting to come in the next couple of weeks?
I believe that they're all here right now, about 400 additional. Now, if the situation gets worse, then it's subject. But that's a sticking point for me, and it really upsets me again that we're in this situation, because when you pull resources from the state of Arizona, all you're doing is creating vulnerabilities there. When you pull it from California, same thing. We can't be robbing Peter to pay Paul. We can't allow this situation to happen to where we have to pull resources from other locations and make those locations a lot less stable. It's just, it's the wrong message to send. What we're doing is we're letting the cartels dictate to the federal government what our law enforcement operations are going to be, and we can't do that.
All right. So we need to go. Any last comment by anybody?
Yes, Governor. In Kingsville, 25 miles south, the bus that was pretty much overtaken by illegal immigrants, the driver pulled over, the illegals forced their way out the doorway. Claybrook County Sheriff's Department responded. They had absconded, but apparently they've been already rounded up.
Great. All of them?
Yes, sir.
Excellent.
A bus from Del Rio to Brownsville.
So what they did by doing that is they committed a crime.
Yes.
And are they being prosecuted for it? Were they arrested and jailed to be prosecuted?
I would check on that.
Yeah, they need to be.
God.
And the people who will assist with that is DPS.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Governor, if I may.
Sure.
There's man camps. I've been traveling from Eagle Pass to Carrizo Springs daily for a trial. That's my regular job.
Right.
There's man camps there that are not full at all because of the drop in the oil and gas boom. That's also another opportunity for TDM because they have everything that you discussed, the individual rooms, showers, sinks, everything.
Can I get you to make a phone call to NIMKID about that?
Yep.
Do you know
He's
them?
been, yes. We've been in constant communication, but just want to let you know that that's a possibility. And I think with a couple of $1 billion from the second special session, maybe we can use some of those for leasing or purchasing,
and
whatever
with the guard coming in, we'll need it. So it's near Carrizo?
Yes, in between Eagle Pass and Carrizo, and I'm
Got
sure
it.
that there's some other
I'm sure
man
there's
camps.
more.
And then just wanted to let you know, the folks in the region, the community, Eagle Pass, Del Rio, Kenny County, have been nothing but, generous and offering assistance to law enforcement officers. I've got ranch owners in Del Rio and Kenny and in Eagle Pass that have also offered housing because they have big ranches and they have a number of properties. So that's also, don't know what those numbers are, but if you want to, please feel free to give me a call and I'll put you in touch with them also. But
Great.
I think those man camps and those ranch owners with some properties would be good.
Very good. All right, we need to go next. Any instructions from you?
Not right now, no, we're all just headed to the bridge.
So we just wanted to show you those two events from Governor Greg Abbott. He was joined also today, you saw the Texas State Assembly Speaker, Republican Dade Phelan, along with him on this journey to the border as they talked about all the issues, especially in the Del Rio sector near Eagle Pass. DHS Secretary Mayorkas was just there yesterday to see for himself. So the problem persists, it remains, and so hopefully there will be some solutions very soon. But as you know, this has been a problem for so long. There are no easy fixes to this. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thank you so much for being with us on this Tuesday night. It has been so busy today. We have more stories left to get to. We want to just take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more, though, from Capitol Hill when we return. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We just want to touch on some of the headlines coming out of Capitol Hill tonight. We earlier reported that the House, along party lines, passed a short-term government funding bill through December the 3rd. Remember, government funding was slated to run out September the 30th. And if that happened, there would have been a government shutdown. But they also included in that a debt limit increase until December of 2022. The bill is now headed to the Senate. A lot of people think it's expected to fail there, but the same bill also provides $28.6 billion in disaster relief and $6.3 billion to help Afghan evacuees resettle in the United States. We have this live look from Capitol Hill. That's in the House chamber. Members are offering and voicing comments, and we'll air some of that. But right now, we want to go out to Fox News congressional correspondent Chad Pergram for all of the latest on this story, this showdown with the debt ceiling, government funding, and policy that affects Israel. So all that here with Chad. Let's take a look.
If it's September, Congress is staring at the possibility of a government shutdown October 1st. But there's double trouble this year as Congress risks a collision with the debt ceiling in October.
We go through this dance all the time, and it's a dance that's very, very dangerous.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warns of an historic financial crisis if the U.S. defaults on its debts.
This is playing with fire. It could stop payments to Social Security recipients. It could stop payments to veterans. It could raise interest rates.
The government can't pay benefits because it's low on cash and can't borrow. Republicans say it's up to Democrats to address the debt limit, especially since they want to splurge on their partisan $3.5 trillion social spending package.
They don't want a single Republican vote on spending measures, but they think we should have to raise the debt limit for them.
Republicans threaten to filibuster a debt limit hike. They want Democrats to wedge the debt limit into the social spending plan, which is exempt from a filibuster. Democrats are already struggling to pass that bill because of its sheer size.
It's an inflation bomb. We need to slow down because we're going to create inflation for decades to come.
Democrats also stuffed the debt ceiling bill with $6 billion to assist Afghan refugees and $29 billion to help with Hurricane Ida recovery. This was a tactic to shame GOP lawmakers from affected areas to vote yes.
I beg them, please do not put the disaster relief on the CR with a debt ceiling increase, and that tells me they're not really serious about helping my state.
Democrats lacked answers if Republicans stymie the bill.
What is the
backup plan?
Ask Leader McConnell.
Democrats also had to strip $1 billion from the legislation to restock Israel's Iron Dome missile shield system after progressives balked. That reveals a Democratic divide over support for Israel. So this is a game of chicken as Democrats dare the GOP to vote no and Republicans nudge Democrats to blink. Both tactics risk default. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Chad, thanks so much for that update there. So you can see just the wrangling between parties both in the House and the Senate. Just wanted to update our viewers on what's going on with funding for the Iron Dome, a missile defense system that Israel deploys when rockets are fired from the Palestinian territories. Many House Democratic progressives balked at that. As Chad said, they do not want to include re-up funding for that. And so one of the House leaders on the Democratic side, Steny Hoyer, thinks that they might have to do that in a standalone funding bill and not in the whole government funding package. So really interesting there. But we want to listen to the GOP side and the Democratic side in the Senate now, because as you know, once this is passed the House, which it did tonight, it now goes to the Senate, where some people are very, very skeptical and pessimistic that it has any chance of passing there. If it doesn't, there might be a partial government shutdown after September the 30th. So first, let's hear from the Senate GOP led by Minority Leader McConnell.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. The drama surrounding the continuing resolution continues. I just heard that the Speaker is apparently unable to add Iron Dome replenishment money to the CR, and so they're in a bit of a tangle over that. So this would be a good opportunity for me to make clear one more time that we're prepared to support a continuing resolution with assistance for Louisiana, with additional funds to replenish Iron Dome. What we're not prepared to do is to relieve the Democratic President, Democratic House, Democratic Senate from their governing obligation to address the debt ceiling. They have the opportunity to do it. I want to repeat once again, America must never default. We never have, and we never will. But whose obligation it is to do that changes from time to time, depending upon the government the American people have elected. And right now, we have Democratic President, Democratic House, Democratic Senate. The previous debt ceiling was negotiated on a bipartisan basis in conjunction with a caps deal. This one is not being negotiated on a bipartisan basis because obviously we're not involved in any bipartisan discussion regarding the reckless taxing and spending legislation that they are having apparently some challenges in putting together because of its comprehensive reach and because of its devastating impact on the American economy. So the debt ceiling will be raised, as it always should be, but it will be raised by the Democrats.
Senator Schumer has indicated that they're going to be bringing another federal election takeover bill to the floor here in the near future. And we've seen that picture before. A lot of the ideas that have been discussed are still included in this latest version of the bill. The original version of this did away with photo ID, something that's really important in a lot of states. And they clearly, as the leader has pointed out, are having an argument now between the left and the far left about how to do the election takeover. But the one thing they all have in common, and that is a federal grab of state election laws. And I will tell you, Republicans will not allow the Democrats here in the Congress and the federal government to tell people in South Dakota how to run their elections. That has historically been something going back to the founding, that the states have administered elections in this country. It has worked remarkably well for a really long time. This is not something that requires federal government intervention. In fact, the American people, I think, would make it abundantly clear that they would become even more leery about elections in this country were they federalized here in Washington, D.C. The other thing that in addition to the federal election takeover, the federal government also is trying to overwrite state laws when it comes to the issue of abortion. We've seen that a number of times. Their legislation coming over from the House would preempt many of the state laws. Again, something that it appears the Democrats are intent on doing, and that is forcing Republican states to bend the knee to their radical agenda here in Washington. And that too is something that Republicans are not going to stand up for. They don't have the votes to pass these things. These are designed purely as a political exercise to satisfy their far left base. But Republicans are going to stand strong against all these efforts to have the federal government take over those things that historically have been left to the purview of the states and perfectly consistent with the intentions of our founders.
Well, since 1939, the debt ceiling has been raised 98 times. So why is it any different this time? Well, it's because of the blowout spending that the Democrats are proposing and doing it without a single Republican vote. Traditionally, when you have to raise a debt ceiling, you have a bipartisan discussion and ways to get spending under control. With a 50-50 Senate and such a close margin in the House, that's exactly what ought to be happening right now. Instead, the Democrats are moving forward with an incredible spending bill based on Bernie Sanders' socialist budget, and Republicans will not be a rubber stamp for this. This administration just a couple of months ago passed a $1.9 trillion so-called COVID relief bill, had very little to do with health care and was put onto the debt. Now they're proposing over twice that amount of spending, again solely on party lines. During the pandemic, we have passed 5 bipartisan relief bills done in a way to move the country forward in a bipartisan way. We have a large debt in this country. The interest alone on the debt is about $400 billion a year. My concerns are this is going to undermine in the long run Social Security and Medicare. Democrats want to pay for all of this by raising taxes on your income, on your retirement savings, and even on your death. Everyone will end up paying more. If the Democrats want to go it alone on the spending, they're going to have to go it alone on raising the debt ceiling.
Well, on that same topic, raising the debt ceiling is always controversial. And for the last 25 years or so, it's always involved a discussion of spending. Under the Obama administration, that discussion resulted in establishing caps on how much money we'd spend on the defense and non-defense parts of the budget, the caps deal, which many people here remember. There would have been no debt ceiling increase without the caps deal. In 2019, June of 2019, Nancy Pelosi announced to many of you that there will be she would not help with the debt ceiling. This is the Speaker of the House, the majority in the House. We would not help raise the debt ceiling unless we increase spending. And Secretary Mnuchin, representing the administration, spent weeks talking with Speaker Pelosi about how much it was going to take to increase spending above those caps to get their help in raising the debt ceiling. Now, suddenly our friends on the other side act like this is routine. Nobody ever asked to be part of the discussion, or if you're not part of the discussion, you shouldn't be offended that you're not part of the discussion. When Democrats decided in March that they were going to spend whatever amount of money they wanted to without including the other side, when they decided months into this year that they were going to spend whatever they wanted to in a reconciliation bill without talking to the other side. They established a criteria where how do you have those discussions? Also remember, we're 10 days away from the new spending year, and we haven't been able to have from the Democrats any decision involving us, as far as I know, not a decision involving them on how much money we're going to spend in the fiscal year that starts in 10 days. To act like this is some kind of normal environment where you have the normal kind of give and take is just unreasonable. And when you establish that as the ground rules to work with, you can't expect the other side to suddenly step up and say, oh, the one thing we want to be involved in, and we hope you'll let us be involved in, is raising the debt ceiling, even though you haven't let us be involved in anything else this year.
Iowans are really upset with this administration, and the Des Moines Register released a poll that indicates that President Joe Biden's disapproval is over 60% in Iowa. Why is that? Just look at Afghanistan and what a debacle that was. It was horribly handled. It was haphazard at best. What else? The reckless spending that is going on across this Congress and within this administration. And then how do you pay for that reckless spending? You implement tax policy that raises taxes on hardworking Americans, just like our Iowa farmers. So there's some tax policy that could be included in this reconciliation package that some young Iowa ag leaders spoke with me about this morning. And they pointed out the elimination of the step-up in basis, which would impact our family farms in Iowa. So our Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack, had penned an op-ed letter to the Wall Street Journal about a week ago and said that this won't hurt our family farmers. But the Iowa Farm Bureau President, Craig Hill, begs to differ. And he penned his own letter back to the Wall Street Journal using the USDA's own information that showed, yes, very clearly, Iowa's farmers would be hurt by this tax policy that the Biden administration wants to implement on those that are feeding and fueling our world. So, folks, we need to get over this. The Democrats need to stop this reckless tax and spending. It's an opportunity to come together. Let's start working together. If they truly want to do that, let's do it. But it can't be done through this reconciliation package.
I think most people in Florida believe the Democrats are not living in reality. If you go around Florida, what you've seen is gas prices are up, food prices are up, home prices are up, used car prices are up, new car prices are up. Inflation is caused by reckless government spending. At a time like this, you would think the Democrats would come together and say, we've got to get our house in order. We need to make sure we fix Social Security, make sure we fix Medicare, make sure we stop running these big deficits. But what are they doing? They're doing exactly the opposite. They're causing more and more inflation. If you talk to businesses around Florida, they're all telling you inflation is not going away. There's significant supply problems. Inflation is continuing to grow, and it's hurting the poorest families, those families on fixed income, those families that are struggling to put food on the table. As you can see, wages have gone up, but not as fast as inflation. So what the Democrats are doing are hurting the poorest families in our country, and they're doing nothing to fix any of these things.
In the past half hour here, I've heard from multiple House and Senate Republicans saying, oh, the Democrats have a problem with Iron Dome. You just cited it, saying, oh, they have to take this out. You said you would support a clean bill if it had Iron Dome in it without the debt ceiling here. Aren't Republicans, though, trying to have it two ways here by saying, oh, no, we wanted Iron Dome in that bill to fund the government and lift the debt ceiling, but then saying, oh, they had to take it out. It sounds like that's riding two sides of the fence there on Iron Dome.
I don't think so. I'm basically just reporting that I think Senate Republicans would be perfectly happy with adding the Iron Dome to the CR. And I was just describing they seem to have some difficulty in the House figuring out whether it's in or whether it's out. And it seems that the latest information was it was out because progressives in the House objected to it.
You voted last month
for the infrastructure bill that added $256 billion to the deficit, according to CBO. So aren't you also responsible for raising the deficit and debt for the Biden administration?
Well, a number of people involved in the bipartisan negotiation on the infrastructure bill actually felt that it was paid for, without getting into that argument. I have said from the beginning of the year that if the Democratic government, President, House, and Senate, wants to look for ways where we might be able to reach a bipartisan agreement, infrastructure is a good example. But look, even if it adds slightly to the national debt, it pales in comparison to what we're talking about here. A massive, massive increase in taxing and spending. My guess is some of the brave Democrats will probably carve back the taxing side, and you'll end up having even more added to the debt. It'll be interesting to see what Manchin and Sinema are able to achieve, or what House moderates are able to achieve. But I never felt we should do nothing with the Democratic administration, particularly in an area that enjoys a lot of Republican support, and that's infrastructure.
The Wall Street Journal reported a couple days ago that President Trump is calling around to find a new Senate Republican leader. Does that have any impact on your decision-making about whether to run for majority or minority leader again in 2023?
I don't have any reaction to that. Thank you.
So Senate members on the GOP side there reacting and responding to all the news that's happening on Capitol Hill. We want to show you just some of Senate Dems. They came to the same podium right after with some remarks on the $3.5 trillion budget reconciliation bill, infrastructure, and the like. Also, they have to make sure that they avert a partial government shutdown. Remember, government funding ends on September the 30th. The House already passed some type of stopgap funding bill that would fund the government through December the 3rd. It remains to be seen if the Senate will also pass it. Here's what Senate Democrats had to say, led by Leader Schumer.
I don't know. All right. I'm glad to be joined by Finance Chair Wyden, Senator Stabenow and Warner. And first, on deficit. Every member of our caucus, from one end to the other, is outraged at the irresponsible and dishonest Republican default plan. Simply put, Republicans are trying a dine and dash of historic proportion. Speaker Pelosi and I have laid out a path to responsibly pass a continuing resolution to keep the government open and suspend the debt until December of 2022. That is commensurate with the time needed to cover the bipartisan $908 billion emergency COVID relief bill that was supported by 40 Republicans and McConnell. It was passed when Trump was president, when McConnell was leader, with Democratic support. So this debt that we are asking to be spent is all Trump debt, which we supported the spending. But it is Trump debt, not Democratic debt. But Republicans seem intent on driving our country down a dangerous road that leads off a fiscal cliff. Remember, Republicans and Donald Trump added $8 trillion to the national debt in 4 years. And the question that you press always ask is, will McConnell blink? The question is, why is McConnell willing to risk so much in this country to play a political game? I hope you'll ask him that question, because that's the seriousness of this. The Republicans have conjured up a most dishonest and duplicitous arguments to justify the reckless strategy. Two arguments they make. One, they say, well, McConnell says, he comes up with this sophistry, which has no reality and is dishonest. There was a Democratic House, a Democratic Senate, a Democratic President, they should do it. In 2017, there was a Republican House, a Republican Senate, and a Republican President, and McConnell moved to raise the debt ceiling, and we joined him. We could have blocked it. He didn't have 60 votes. So this idea that when the party, that's new McConnell, that's McConnellism. And number two, and even worse, it is that the that they're paying for, this is because Democrats are getting the country further in debt. None of this debt that we are asking for has anything to do with what's happening now. Even the Wall Street Journal, don't take my word for it, even the Wall Street Journal, raising the debt limit would facilitate future spending, and Congress would still need to raise the debt limit this fall, even if no new spending programs are enacted. That's the Wall Street Journal, directly contradicting Leader McConnell and the Republican senators. So I hope you'll ask all the Republican senators, not just McConnell, why they're willing to do this. That's the question. That's the fundamental question here. Not who's going to blink. Why would one person risk all of this in a blinking contest? It makes no sense. Remember, the bottom line, this will hurt our economy dramatically. A new Zandy report. Default over a period of time could lead to 6 million jobs lost, send unemployment to 9%, take $15 trillion out of the economy. Who would want to do that? It could stop payment for Social Security recipients, stop payments to veterans, raise interest rates for making a mortgage or a car more expensive, cost local governments more. There's a tax increase if you let the debt ceiling expire. It's a tax increase because local governments will pay more interest and have to charge their taxpayers more money. So Republicans are driving America towards a default as we heal from COVID. It's going to harm every American, but their arguments don't carry any water. As many reporters have pointed out, the chief argument from Senate Republicans that they don't want to deal to raise the debt because they don't want to deal with future spending is just not is false. It is just not true. Senator Warner.
Thank you, Leader Schumer. And Chuck's already laid out. What we're talking about is, are we going to pay the credit card bills that we've already racked up? You know, nothing would be more irresponsible at this critical moment than messing with the full faith and credit of the United States. I was here in 2011 when we got into that zone and when we got put on credit watch, when our interest rates started to go up. Messing with that now, at this moment in time, would be the height of irresponsibility. I know some of my Republican friends say, well, we don't want to see extra spending. Well, if interest rates go up due to a default by only 1%, that adds an additional $200 billion a year minimum on interest costs. $200 billion a year that gets paid out before we write a Social Security check, before a member of our military gets paid, in front of everything else. You want to talk about an irresponsible spending program? That over 10 years is over $2 trillion simply by being irresponsible on defaulting on our debt. You want to stop spending? You want to bring down costs? Do the right thing, and let's raise the debt ceiling. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Warner. Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. And my colleagues have said it very well, and I'm going to keep this really short. First of all, even if this Congress did not spend another dime, you would still need to raise the debt ceiling. And all across the country, when you talk to citizens about this issue and you set aside all the Washington, D.C. process and procedure, they say, of course, you got trouble if you don't pay bills you've already racked up. And that is what this issue is all about. Second, I've tried to crunch the numbers as chairman of the Senate Finance Committee as exhaustively as anybody, and since Congress last raised the debt in 2019, the Trump tax giveaways have cost nearly $500 billion. So you actually can bring home the fiscal consequences of some of the damage that was done in 2017. Two last points. 2011 in particular, when there was an effort to do this to another president, President Obama, just the threat of doing this, not even actually doing it, even the threat of doing it, caused substantial economic damage. So I'll only conclude by way of saying that what is especially regrettable about the McConnell strategy is it moves us yet again towards a double standard that serves this country so poorly. We said during the Trump years, we're all in it together. We've got to deal with these economic challenges that can put the country's very economic future at risk. We're all in it together. The McConnell strategy is once again to try to divide for political advantage. We just hope as we go forward in the days ahead that we recognize, as we did during the Trump years, we are in it together as a country. And divisive strategies, particularly now, as we try to come out of the Delta variant, are so damaging to America.
Senator Stabenow.
What Senator McConnell is talking about is incredibly reckless and incredibly serious. And when we look at what he's talking about after going through the pandemic, all of the COVID packages that we've done, and the fact that this debt ceiling essentially is being raised to pay for what we all voted on a bipartisan basis during the Trump administration. So we come together to address the pandemic, and now Mitch McConnell and the Republicans are saying they don't want to pay for it. We're in a situation where they want to really hold the economy hostage. And when you look at it right now, the good news is that our economy is growing at the fastest rate it has grown in over 40 years. So they want to play politics, hold the economy hostage, and slow down an economy that desperately needs to move forward out of this pandemic. We know, of course, that Leader McConnell back in 2019 said defaulting on the debt would be a disaster. He's right. It would be a disaster. And as my colleagues have said, you're talking about raising interest rates so that it would be a disaster on every family, every small business, every family farm, every local unit of government by raising their costs. We also know that when we talk about this from the standpoint of the economy, that Secretary Yellen has said that failing to raise the debt limit would precipitate a financial crisis. So the bottom line is this. Come on, Mitch, stop playing politics with our economy, with people's lives, with their pensions, with their pay, with their ability to make their own payments, whether it's their house or whether it's their car or whether it's food for their family. This is a moment to be responsible as a country, and Democrats will be responsible.
Thank you, Senator Stabenow.
Given all the uncertainty that's out there, and the fact that Democrats do control all levers of power in Washington, can you guarantee and reassure the American public that ultimately you will raise the debt ceiling, even if it requires just Democrats to do it?
Secretary Yellen has made extremely clear that it would be a tremendous mistake to deviate from a bipartisan solution when we come to raising the debt ceiling, and that's what we Democrats are focused on. Next.
Do you support House Democratic leaders moving forward with the September 27th vote on infrastructure?
Okay, so we just want to step away from that. Showed you both Senate GOP members and Senate Democrats talking about this news on Capitol Hill today regarding government funding. The House did pass that stopgap measure funding the government through December the 3rd and raising the debt ceiling limit through December of 2022. So it remains to be seen in all likelihood if the Senate will or will not take that up. I do want to just flag for you what's going to be happening tomorrow on this front. Apparently a source familiar is confirming to Fox that both Speaker Pelosi and Leader Schumer will meet with the president at the White House tomorrow to discuss the path forward on his Build Back Better plan, both the bipartisan infrastructure package and that $3.5 trillion reconciliation package as well. Biden will also meet in person with a broad spectrum of House and Senate Democrats, both moderates and progressives, tomorrow to discuss his agenda. The White House still has not released the names of those lawmakers. Anyway, I'm Andrew Kraft. I want to thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. We do want to step away from Washington at the moment because we are learning that this is going to be news outside of the country. 5.8 magnitude earthquake has struck Australia, specifically the Victoria state, very near the city, the major city of Melbourne. Just want to put this up here. You can see kind of the shock radius of this. We do have some social media users kind of, posting video of what they experienced during this. This was caught on camera during one of Australia's morning news talk shows. So I just want to show some of that footage we just got. This is from ABC News Breakfast. They were on the air as the shaking started. Take a listen.
Oh, I've never had an earthquake in here before.
Is it an earthquake or a structural thing?
I don't know, but I don't know.
Let's go.
No, it really was.
Yeah, that was a big one.
It's still going.
That's still tremoring. Yeah.
Yeah, because you can see the flaps moving.
But if it's too
Yeah, it's an earthquake. Holy shit. Yeah. Oh, I've never had an earthquake in here before.
Is it an earthquake or a structural thing?
I don't know, but I don't know.
Let's go.
No, it really was.
Yeah, that was a big one.
It's still going.
That's still tremoring. Yeah.
So we just saw that there happen on live television during that earthquake there. We also got this from a ski resort in Victoria State. It's called Mount Butler. It reported that the ground was shaking as the skier went down this slope. Mount Buller Resort reported no damage or disruption to skiers or boarders from the earthquake, which was recorded at about 9:15 in the morning near Mansfield in Victoria's east. That's according to Geoscience Australia. So take a look at this video. This is quite stunning here. You can see the camera shake. No doubt very scary for those skiers coming down the slope there. But this is an Australian ski resort from earlier. Also want to show you some of this video of the damage at the moment. And this particular burger joint partially collapsed. Take a look at this right now. So you can see the extent of the damage there. This video was posted to Instagram by Jeremy Grzuski. This is in the Windsor area of Melbourne. Melbourne is a huge, huge city in Australia. And so this happened around 9:15 in the morning, Wednesday morning. And so we just have one more video to show you of this social media user in Australia. It looked like he was on a Zoom work call, and this shaking started. Take a look.
Show all security teams. This is. Oh, can you feel that? Wow, this is big. Oh my God! Oh my God! Show all security teams.
So definitely scary stuff, no doubt. We did learn that Australia's Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, said thankfully there were no reports of serious injuries as of this Wednesday morning over there. As you know, it's the next day in Australia. But the Australian government agency Geoscience Australia reports on significant earthquakes. It was about 10 kilometers deep. And so we just wanted to make note of that here on Live Now from Fox. So we're going to be moving on to some of these other stories we have to bring to you on this Tuesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, President Biden speaking to the UN General Assembly today in New York City. We want to show you some of those remarks in just a moment. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to go into some of these other stories we want to bring to you today. We've already mentioned it a couple of times, but as you know, the president spoke today at the UN General Assembly in New York City in front of many other world leaders, as they do every September. Fox's Lauren Blanchard looked at the speech itself. We spoke to a number of reporters as well about the implications for the speech, setting the president's agenda on foreign policy and international relations ahead of some major foreign crises that the administration has had to face. So here's Fox's Lauren Blanchard with the latest.
Partnership. The theme word for President Biden's speech before the United Nations General Assembly. But while speaking of partnership, one of America's closest allies is questioning how good the president's word really is.
Because we are allies, because we are partners, we cannot pretend that there's no problem. I would not say it has broken ties. I say it creates a difficult situation.
The French European Affairs Minister says there has been a loss of trust after a submarine deal between the Biden administration, Australia, and United Kingdom, which cut the French out.
The United States and Australia have always shared a partnership that is about a world order that favours freedom. And that's why we've always stood together.
President Biden also called for peace and cooperation in his speech when it comes to the pandemic and climate change, as there are global concerns over the relationship between the U.S. and China.
It will be impossible to address dramatic economic and development challenges while the world's two largest economies are at odds with each other.
The president said the U.S. is not seeking a new Cold War.
The United States is ready to work with any nation that steps up and pursues peaceful resolution to shared challenges, even if we have intense disagreements in other areas.
The White House says they are working with the French to arrange a call between President Biden and President Emmanuel Macron. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thanks so much. What we want to do now is show you some of the president's remarks today in New York at the United Nations, if you might have missed them. It was quite a long speech for the president. We do want to just show you some of it. We have some other stories as well we have yet to get to, including all the latest updates on the Gabby Petito case, as so tragically her remains were positively identified as hers by that coroner in Wyoming today. But first, President Biden.
Honor to welcome to the United Nations His Excellency Joseph R. Biden Jr., President of the United States of America, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, my fellow delegates, to all those who dedicate themselves to this noble mission of this institution, it's my honor to speak to you for the first time as President of the United States. We meet this year in a moment of intermingled with great pain and extraordinary possibility. We've lost so much to this devastating pandemic that continues to claim lives around the world and impact so much on our existence. We're mourning more than 4.5 million people, people of every nation, from every background. Each death is an individual heartbreak, but our shared grief is a poignant reminder that our collective future will hinge on our ability to recognize our common humanity and to act together. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the clear and urgent choice that we face here at the dawning of what must be a decisive decade for our world. A decade that will quite literally determine our futures. As a global community, we're challenged by urgent and looming crises, wherein lie enormous opportunities if we can summon the will and resolve to seize these opportunities. Will we work together to save lives, defeat COVID-19 everywhere, and take the necessary steps to prepare ourselves for the next pandemic, for there will be another one? Or will we fail to harness the tools at our disposal as the more virulent and dangerous variants take hold? Will we meet the threat of challenging climate, the challenging climate we're all feeling already in every part of our world, with extreme weather? Or will we suffer the merciless march of ever-worsening droughts and floods, more intense fires and hurricanes, longer heat waves, and rising seas? Will we affirm and uphold the human dignity and human rights under which nations in common cause more than 7 decades ago formed this institution? Will we apply and strengthen the core tenets of the international system, including the UN Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as we seek to shape the emergence of new technologies and deter new threats? Or will we allow those universal principles to be trampled and twisted in the pursuit of naked political power? In my view, how we answer these questions in this moment, whether we choose to fight for our shared future or not, will reverberate for generations yet to come. Simply put, we stand, in my view, at an inflection point in history. And I'm here today to share with you how the United States intends to work with partners and allies to answer these questions, and the commitment of my new administration to help lead the world toward a more peaceful, prosperous future for all people. Instead of continuing to fight the wars of the past, we are fixing our eyes on devoting our resources to the challenges that hold the keys to our collective future. Ending this pandemic, addressing the climate crisis, managing the shifts in global power dynamics, shaping the rules of the world on vital issues like trade, cyber, and emerging technologies, and facing the threat of terrorism as it stands today. We've ended 20 years of conflict in Afghanistan. And as we close this period of relentless war, we're opening a new era of relentless diplomacy, of using the power of our development aid to invest in new ways of lifting people up around the world, of renewing and defending democracy, of proving that no matter how challenging or how complex the problems we're going to face, government by and for the people is still the best way to deliver for all of our people. And as the United States turns our focus to the priorities and the regions of the world, like the Indo-Pacific, that are most consequential today and tomorrow, we'll do so with our allies and partners through cooperation at multilateral institutions like the United Nations to amplify our collective strength and speed our progress toward dealing with these global challenges. It is a fundamental truth of the 21st century within each of our countries and as a global community that our own success is bound up in others succeeding as well. To deliver for our own people, we must also engage deeply with the rest of the world. To ensure that our own future, we must work together with other partners, our partners, toward a shared future. Our security, our prosperity, and our very freedoms are interconnected, in my view, as never before. And so, I believe we must work together as never before. Over the last 8 months, I prioritized rebuilding our alliances, revitalizing our partnerships, and recognizing they are essential and central to America's enduring security and prosperity. We have reaffirmed our sacred NATO alliance to Article 5 commitment. We're working with our allies toward a new strategic concept that will help our alliance better take on evolving threats of today and tomorrow. We renewed our engagement with the European Union, a fundamental partner in tackling a full range of significant issues facing our world today. We elevated the Quad partnership among Australia, India, Japan, and the United States to take on challenges ranging from health security to climate to emerging technologies. We're engaging with regional institutions from ASEAN to the African Union to the Organization of American States to focus on people's urgent needs for better health and better economic outcomes. We're back at the table in international forums, especially the United Nations, to focus attention and to spur global action on shared challenges. We are re-engaged at the World Health Organization and working in close partnership with COVAX to deliver life-saving vaccines around the world. We rejoined the Paris Climate Agreement, and we're running to retake a seat in the Human Rights Council next year at the UN. And as the United States seeks to rally the world to action, we will lead not just with the example of our power, but, God willing, with the power of our example. Make no mistake, the United States will continue to defend ourselves, our allies, and our interests against attack, including terrorist threats, as we prepare to use force, if any is necessary. But to defend our vital U.S. national interest, including against ongoing and imminent threats. But the mission must be clear and achievable, undertaken with informed consent of the American people, and whenever possible, in partnership with our allies. U.S. military power must be our tool of last resort, not our first. And it should not be used as an answer to every problem we see around the world. Indeed, today, many of our greatest concerns cannot be solved or even addressed through the force of arms. Bombs and bullets cannot defend against COVID-19 or its future variants. To fight this pandemic, we need a collective act of science and political will. We need to act now to get shots in arms as fast as possible and expand access to oxygen, tests, treatments to save lives around the world. And for the future, we need to create a new mechanism to finance global health security that builds on our existing development assistance and global health and a global health threat council that is armed with the tools we need to monitor and identify emerging pandemics so that we can take immediate action. Already, the United States has put more than $15 billion toward global COVID response. We've shipped more than 160 million doses of COVID-19 vaccine to other countries. This includes 130 million doses from our own supply and the first tranches of the 500 million doses of Pfizer vaccine we purchased to donate through COVAX. Planes carrying vaccines from the United States have already landed in 100 countries, bringing people all over the world a little dose of hope, as one American nurse termed it to me. A dose of hope, direct from the American people, and importantly, no strings attached. And tomorrow, at the U.S.-hosted Global COVID-19 Summit, I'll be announcing additional commitments as we seek to advance the fight against COVID-19 and hold ourselves accountable around specific targets on 3 key challenges: saving lives now, vaccinating the world, and building back better. This year has also brought widespread death and devastation from the borderless climate crisis. The extreme weather events that we have seen in every part of the world, and you all know it and feel it, represent what the Secretary General has rightly called Code Red for humanity. And the scientists and experts are telling us that we're fast approaching a point of no return in a literal sense. To keep within our reach the vital goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, every nation needs to bring their highest possible ambitions to the table when we meet in Glasgow for COP26. And then to have to keep raising our collective ambition over time. In April, I announced the United States' ambitious new goal under the Paris Agreement to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the United States by 50 to 52% below 2005 levels by 2030, as we work toward achieving a clean energy economy with net zero emissions by 2050. And my administration is working closely with our Congress to make critical investments in green infrastructure and electric vehicles that will help us lock in progress at home toward our climate goals. And the best part is, making these ambitious investments isn't just good climate policy. It's a chance for each of our countries to invest in ourselves and our own future. It's an enormous opportunity to create good-paying jobs for workers in each of our countries and to spur long-term economic growth that will improve the quality of life for all of our people. We also have to support the countries and people that will be hit the hardest and that have the fewest resources to help them adapt. In April, I announced the United States will double our public international financing to help developing nations tackle the climate crisis. And today, I'm proud to announce that we'll work with the Congress to double that number again, including for adaptation efforts. This will make the United States a leader in public climate finance, and with our added support, together with increased private capital and from other donors, we'll be able to meet the goal of mobilizing $100 billion to support climate action in developing nations. As we deal with these crises, we're also encountering a new era, an era of new technologies and possibilities that have potential to release and reshape every aspect of human existence. And it's up to all of us to determine whether these technologies are a force to empower people or to deepen repression. As new technologies continue to evolve, we'll work together with our democratic partners to ensure that new advances in areas from biotechnology to quantum computing, 5G, artificial intelligence, and more are used to lift people up, to solve problems, and advance human freedom, not to suppress dissent or target minority communities. And the United States intends to make a profound investment in research and innovation, working with countries at all stages of economic development to develop new tools and technologies to help us tackle the challenges of this second quarter of the 21st century and beyond. We're hardening our critical infrastructure against cyber attacks, disrupting ransomware networks, and working to establish clear rules of the road for all nations as it relates to cyberspace. We'll reserve the right to respond decisively to cyber attacks that threaten our people, our allies, or our interests. We will pursue new rules of global trade and economic growth that strive to level the playing field so that it's not artificially tipped in favor of any one country at the expense of others. And every nation has the right and opportunity to compete fairly. We will strive to ensure that basic labor rights, environmental safeguards, and intellectual property are protected, and that the benefits of globalization are shared broadly throughout all our societies. We'll continue to uphold the long-standing rules and norms that have formed the guardrails of international engagement for decades, that have been essential to the development of nations around the world. Bedrock commitments like freedom of navigation, adherence to international laws and treaties, support for arms control measures that reduce the risk and enhance transparency. Our approach is firmly grounded and fully consistent with the United Nations mission and the values we've agreed to when we drafted this charter. These are commitments we all made and that we're all bound to uphold. And as we strive to deal with these urgent challenges, whether they're long-standing or newly emerging, we must also deal with one another. All of the major powers of the world have a duty, in my view, to carefully manage their relationships so they do not tip from responsible competition to conflict. The United States will compete, and will compete vigorously, and lead with our values and our strength. We'll stand up for our allies and our friends and oppose attempts by stronger countries to dominate weaker ones, whether through changes to territory by force, economic coercion, technical exploitation, or disinformation. But we're not seeking, say it again, we are not seeking a new Cold War or a world divided into rigid blocs. The United States is ready to work with any nation that steps up and pursues peaceful resolution to shared challenges, even if we have intense disagreements in other areas, because we'll all suffer the consequences of our failure if we do not come together to address the urgent threats like COVID-19 and climate change, or enduring threats like nuclear proliferation. The United States remains committed to preventing Iran from gaining a nuclear weapon. We're working with the P5+1 to engage Iran diplomatically and to seek a return to JCPOA. We're prepared to return to full compliance if Iran does the same. Similarly, we seek serious and sustained diplomacy to pursue the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. We seek concrete progress toward an available plan with tangible commitments that would increase stability on the peninsula and in the region, as well as improve the lives of the people in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. We must also remain vigilant to the threat of terror that terrorism poses to all our nations, whether emanating from distant regions of the world or in our own backyards. We know the bitter sting of terrorism is real. We've almost all experienced it. Last month, we lost 13 American heroes and almost 200 innocent Afghan civilians in a heinous terrorist attack at the Kabul airport. Those who commit acts of terrorism against us will continue to find a determined enemy in the United States. The world today is not the world of 2001, though. And the United States is not the same country we were when we were attacked on 9/11 20 years ago. Today, we're better equipped to detect and prevent terrorist threats, and we are more resilient in our ability to repel them and to respond. We know how to build effective partnerships to dismantle terrorist networks by targeting their financing and support systems, countering their propaganda, preventing their travel, as well as disrupting imminent attacks. We'll meet terrorist threats that arise today and in the future with a full range of tools available to us, including working in cooperation with local partners so that we need not be so reliant on large-scale military deployments. One of the most important ways we can effectively enhance security and reduce violence is by seeking to improve the lives of the people all over the world who see that their governments are not serving their needs. Corruption fuels inequality, siphons off a nation's resources, spreads across borders, and generates human suffering. Is nothing less than a national security threat in the 21st century. Around the world, we're increasingly seeing citizens demonstrate their discontent, seeing the wealthy and well-connected grow richer and richer, taking payoffs and bribes, operating above the law, while the vast majority of the people struggle to find a job or put food on the table, or to get their businesses off the ground, or simply send their children to school. People have taken to the streets in every region to demand that their governments address people's basic needs, give everyone a fair shot to succeed, and protect their God-given rights. And in that chorus of voices across languages and continents, we hear a common cry, a cry for dignity, simple dignity. As leaders, it's our duty to answer that call, not to silence it. The United States is committed to using our resources and our international platform to support these voices, listen to them, partner with them to find ways to respond that advance human dignity around the world. For example, there's an enormous need for infrastructure in developing countries. But infrastructure that is low quality or that feeds corruption or exacerbates environmental degradation may only end up contributing to greater challenges for countries over time. Done the right way, however, with transparent, sustainable investment in projects that respond to the country's needs and engage their local workers to maintain high labor and environmental standards, infrastructure can be a strong foundation that allows societies in low and middle-income countries to grow and to prosper. That's the idea behind the Build Back Better world. And together with the private sector and our G7 partners, we aim to mobilize hundreds of billions of dollars in infrastructure investment. We will also continue to be the world's largest contributor to humanitarian assistance, bringing food, water, shelter, emergency health care, and other vital life-saving aid to millions of people in need. When the earthquake strikes, the typhoon rages, or disaster anywhere in the world, the United States shows up. We'll be ready to help. And at a time when nearly 1 in 3 people globally do not have access to adequate food just last year, the United States is committing to rallying our partners to address immediate malnutrition and to ensure that we can sustainably feed the world for the decades to come. To that end, the United States is making a $10 billion commitment to end hunger and invest in food systems at home and abroad. Since 2000, the United States government has provided more than $140 billion to advance health and strengthen health systems, and we will continue our leadership to drive these vital investments to make people's lives better every single day. Just give them a little breathing room. And as we strive to make lives better, we must work with renewed purpose to end the conflicts that are driving so much pain and hurt around the world. We must redouble our diplomacy and commit to political negotiations, not violence, as a tool of first resort. To manage tensions around the world, we must seek a future of greater peace and security for all people of the Middle East. The commitment of the United States to Israel's security is without question, and our support for an independent Jewish state is unequivocal. But I continue to believe that a two-state solution is the best way to ensure Israel's future as a Jewish democratic state, living in peace alongside a viable, sovereign, and democratic Palestinian state. We're a long way from that goal at this moment, but we must never allow ourselves to give up on the possibility of progress. We cannot give up on solving raging civil conflicts, including in Ethiopia and Yemen, where fighting between warring parties is driving famine, horrific violence, human rights violence.
Okay, we just wanted to show you a majority of that yet again from President Biden earlier today. It was his first speech to the UN General Assembly as president. As you know, we've been mentioning major topics that he spoke to at the speech, including the withdrawal from Afghanistan, climate change, relations with China and Europe, and the like. So lots covered there. We've covered that extensively. We do want to just take a moment to kind of preview for you what we have going on in store for tomorrow, Wednesday. Remember, we'll be on top of all the latest developments and updates in the Gabby Petito case. The major one being today that coroner in Teton County, Wyoming, positively identified those remains that were found on Sunday as those of Gabby Petito, 22 years old. And so a very tragic turn in the case. We were awaiting that. They were highly anticipated. And so we finally got that answer today. Another piece of information, they're investigating the death now as a homicide. So that all unfolding as the search intensifies, still underway into her fiance, 23-year-old Brian Laundrie. Where is he at this point in time? Officials and his family do not know. So hopefully we'll hear from any one of these major players in this story throughout the week here. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us on this Tuesday night. Don't forget, you can give us a follow on Twitter. Our handle is at LiveNowFox. Also, you can give me a follow on Twitter. My handle is at Andrew Kraft. That's Kraft with a C. And don't forget, we have our website too, livenowfox.com, for all the latest. You can go there if you want to tell your friends and family how they can find us. It shows all of our streaming platform partners. There are several. So right now, we're going to get into some of these events we've already shown you throughout the day here. We want to show them again to you in these overnight hours. News on Capitol Hill from lawmakers. They're back today in Washington. News as well from the president and some governors around the country as well as they fight COVID and the border crisis in states all across the country. Anyway, want to thank you for watching and choosing Live Now as your go-to source for live, raw, and unfiltered feeds and events across the country and around the world. I'm Andrew Kraft. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow.
Senate Democrats will also move forward on a number of non-controversial nominees critical to keeping our country safe and advancing American diplomacy abroad. Over the last few months, there's been a growing backlog on these nominees due to Republican obstructionism. And it's our hope starting this week we can move to secure their confirmation. But last week, a number of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle announced they will seek to delay these nominees for no other reason than to score cheap political points in an effort to win fans on the far right. It's no secret. The people leading this are all competing to run for president on the Republican side in 2024. And they're in feverish pursuit of the extreme right in this country, which they think will help them win a primary. And so they tie this chamber in a knot, but more importantly, jeopardize the security of Americans. This is unacceptable. Every one of these nominees won bipartisan, if not unanimous, support in committee. That same level of support should continue on the floor. The Republicans who are delaying the confirmation of these nominees are deliberately making the American people less safe. Less safe on the foreign policy side, where we need nominees to the Defense and State Departments,